Happy Monday! Hey! You gotta love a Monday. You gotta love a Monday. Hello. Hi, guys. Hello, everyone. Okay, let's see who we got here. Let's see who we got here. Oh my God, guys. Yesterday's streams were like crazy all over the place. And then I wasn't here on Saturday. And the stream on Friday was shorter than normal. Well, I guess it wasn't that short. It was like 5 hours. Still, we're back to regularly scheduled programming, as one might say. So let's see who we have here. Let's see who we have here. We got so much to talk about. Like, literally, we have a lot to talk about. Like, I'm going to be jumping around a lot because we have a lot to talk about. Okay. So, who do we got here? We got SoCal. You're the first one in here. SoCal. SoCal, good job. Hello, SoCal. SoCal says Trump freaks out is nothing new. That's accurate, SoCal. He does that every time he looks in the mirror, thinking someone put someone else on there. That's for sure, SoCal. He probably is. But SoCal, how are you doing, SoCal? How are things going? Are you still in a hotel? For your sake, I hope not, but probably are. Anyway, I hope are they paying for the hotel, or do you have to pay for it regardless? Hello, SoCal. So glad you're here. Hello, SoCal, fake news. That's not me. That's not my reflection. Deep state fake, not me. Correct, SoCal. Okay. Hello, Sarah F. Sarah F is here. Sarah F is here. Hello, Sarah F. So glad you're here. Though technically, Sarah F, you're Sarah 2442F, but I like saying Sarah F. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna call you Sarah F. I could call you Sarah 2, but I think Sarah F sounds better. Okay. I'm gonna call you Sarah F. Unless you have a preference there, Sarah. But you're a classic of the community. So glad you're here. Okay. Sarah F is one of the backgrounders who we appreciate deeply. All right. Okay. Um, so I did not cheat out on Saturday and play hooky. How dare you? Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob. So glad you're here, Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob's telltale sign, of course, is the purple octopus, which looks more like a quadrupus because. Oh wait, no, it looks more like what is it? A septipus? I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't look like it has 8 legs. It has 8 tentacles, so it's a lying octopus. Regardless, so glad you're here, Weirdomorphous Blob, as always. Sir Bart is here. Sir Bart is here. So glad you're here, Sir Bart. So glad you're here, Sir Bart. As always, Sir Bart, another classic member of the community, the greatest American patriot in here. So glad to see you here, Sir Bart. LaCroix says the best part of the stream is the hype music. LaCroix, go F yourself. Okay. I disagree. I disagree. I think I'm the best part. Okay. So, and I know that's what you meant. I know that's what you meant. Clearly, this stream is all about me, right? The music, who cares? I could easily write that music. That's easy, right? I could do that. I could do that with my eyes closed. What do you mean? I couldn't. But regardless, how dare you, LaCroix? Go to a stream where they always play music if that's your favorite part, okay? Screw you. All right. Hello, Jonas. I love you, by the way. LaCroix, so glad you're here, by the way. Uh, hello, Jonas. Hello, Jonas. How are you doing, Jonas? So glad you're here, okay? Yeah, SoCal, toss the jester a coin. More like toss the jester the bird. I know, SoCal. That's all I deserve, SoCal. Anyway, okay, let's see here. Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower. We're gonna talk about Mayflower Kid a bit today. Yeah, we're gonna have one of those cult type things where we oh, I don't know. What is it called? Haze. We're going to haze Mayflower Kid into the community. Not really. Okay. Mayflower Kid's already part of the community. We're going to talk about a debate Mayflower Kid was having, and we're going to get some critiques of Mayflower Kid's thoughts, I guess, or not critiques. We're going to look at what Mayflower Kid said, talk about it a bit. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Like in a good way. It's not a bad thing. Did I miss something? I don't tap. Yes, everyone, please hit the like button if you're over on YouTube. It'll help get more people in here. Thank you, Mayflower Kid, for reminding folks. Hello, Ivana. So glad you're here, Ivana. Have I seen you recently, Ivana? I probably have, but hello, Ivana. So glad you're here. Welcome, Ivana. As always, another classic member of the community. Matt Guy's here. Hello, Matt Guy. Dancing Unicorn, Skeleton Man, and Corn Man. I love it, Matt Guy. Okay, Matt Guy. Looks like all your people are dancing outside of Chernobyl because they all look deeply mutated. But anyway. Okay. Hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. So glad you're here, Gwen. As always, thank you so much for being here, Gwen. Another member of the classic member of the community now. All right. In Your Groove. Hello, In Your Groove. In Your Groove has been here for God knows how long. I don't know. In Your Groove. I feel like In Your Groove has, I don't know. I can't imagine a time existing without In Your Groove. But hello, In Your Groove. In Your Groove also has made tools for us that has been very helpful. Thank you in your group for your existence, okay, and all you've done to contribute to the community, etc. All right, Fetty Spaghetti. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. Afternoon, everyone. How's your day? Well, we're doing well. How are you, Fetty Spaghetti? Everyone knows we all love Fetty Spaghetti. We all love Fetty Spaghetti. Not much else to say about that. Fetty Spaghetti is the best. Of course. Um, fantastic. Okay. Fantastic. Very glad to have you here, Fetty Spaghetti. You know what, Ivana, maybe I need to do a subathon at some point. That'd be kind of fun. I'd have to see how to do it, but okay. Twitch didn't notify you of either of my streams. Is that true? Did anyone else not get notified on Twitch about my streams? That's weird. Well, look, it shouldn't. I don't think it'll break. Will it break your streak? I don't think it will it? That's weird. Okay. Okay, hello, Mithril. Mithril, hello. Afternoon. Mithril says afternoon. All CR's back from the press dinner. I see. That wasn't me, Mithril. What do you mean? I didn't do that. I would, Mithril. You know I would never do violence. I'm just a perfectly innocent little pacifist. I would never do violence to a Trump administration official. I'm a little angel, Mithril. Of course you know that, right? Hello, Mithril. How are you doing? Okay. Okay, Jonas, watching while I cook chicken breast and sweet corn with bread rolls because I'm lazy. That sounds amazing, Jonas, though. That sounds delicious, okay? That's good, so God, they're paying for it. Burn Jobby's here. Hello, Burn Jobby. So glad you're here. As always, Burn Jobby. Burn Jobby's been around forever, too. So glad you're here. Hope work is going well. I mean, as best as it can, Burn Jobby. Okay? Weirdomorphous Blob. Anyone else suffering? Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. Anyone else suffering the glories of insomnia right now? At least it's not at its usual no sleep for days in a row level. I imagined to sleep in the day yesterday, but I don't think I'll be able to. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Weird Amorphous Blob. All right, did I miss anyone here? Outer Signal, hello, Outer Signal. I'm sorry, guys, I'm gonna have to speed it up a bit because we do have a lot of folks stopping by now. Elevator, hello, Elevator Lady. With full due respect to people that I'm not saying much of a hello to. Okay. All right, excellent. 2 months. Mithril says 2 months of being a terrible community member. Mithril, you're a good community member. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. All right. You still have a gold jester hat. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I am. Okay. All right, you guys. So we have a lot to talk about today. And of course, I could not settle on one thing to present on for our educational segment. So I decided that we're going to talk about three different things. Okay. So I know it's very ADHD, but we're going to do three different separate educational segments that'll hopefully not be terribly long. The first one is, and we're basically just going to watch these videos about these things, and then we'll discuss it while we watch the videos, because otherwise I would have had to make three different presentations. So the first one, we're going to talk about the Scottsboro Boys, which was a recommendation by Lacroix. So we'll get to that. We will then talk about the economy of Nazi Germany, Nazi economics, as I call it, okay, which is super interesting. And then we will, yeah, it's like, but of course, we're going to do the news and stuff first, of course, everyone. By the way, we'll do the news as normal. Okay, we'll do the news. And then we will do, so after Scottsboro Boys, then Nazi economics, and we'll see how much of this we get through. Then we'll go to talking a little bit about Mayflower Kids thing. Okay. But before that, of course, we got news to look at, as always. We got news. All right. We got news. So let's do that. Let's do some news, shall we? And as you know, guys, some shit has happened, by the way. Some shit has happened. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but stuff happened while I was away. All right, while I was in Indiana. Hello, Demosthenes. While I was in Indiana. Okay. Speaking of Demosthenes in Indiana. Oh. Hello. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hmm. Well, I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Oh my god, I thought I fixed everything yesterday. One second here. Um, Give me a moment. I don't know what's happening. All right. All right, guys. So, oh goodness. I thought I fixed everything yesterday. I thought I fixed everything. I don't know what's going on with this computer. I need to get a technician in here. Okay. Can you all hear me though at least? Can you at least hear me now? Can you see me now? I do hope so. No, Matt's like, I need to get a computer tech in here. I thought I could fix it myself, but apparently I couldn't because it's still crashing randomly. I don't know what's going on. I need to. I'll get a tech in here. I'll get like a computer engineer or some shit to help fix this because it just keeps crashing. I don't know what's happening. Okay. So, going on. Let's move on now. We'll continue. Okay. Everyone good now? All right. I don't know what's happening with the computer. Some kind of update or some shit. Yeah, the chat's messed up again. I do not know why this keeps happening. So oh well, we'll figure it out. Guess I'll have to call someone. Okay. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, weird numbers, blah, blah. I just refused to update OBS and I never had a problem. It is OBS. I don't know what it is though. The whole computer shut down, like the screen shut down and everything. So whatever, we'll figure it out. Give me a second here. I'm just re-putting up all the screens we need. The humiliation does not end. Let's see here. 1 second here. All right. Here we go. Pulling this up. I know you guys can't see my face yet. 1 second. A minute here. I have to reset up everything because everything is not working the way it's supposed to. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll do that. That looks good. Window capture. Here we go. Move this over here. There we go. Now I move this there. Do this. Okay, there's that. And now, so that's supposed to go up there, of course. So we'll move that up there. Right up there. That looks good. Make sure the face is on. Okay. No, I'm not Weird Morphos Bob. I have a new computer and everything. I don't know what's going on with it. I didn't change any settings or anything. I did have someone come in and fix some of the settings, and yet it seemed to have started causing problems after that. So maybe one of the settings they changed fixed it, maybe caused a problem. I don't know. And then I tried to fix it again last night, and I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. Okay, whatever. So let's continue, right? We can all see the screen, I'm guessing. You can all see the screen, I'm guessing. I don't know what's happening with the computer. If it shuts down again, okay, well, regardless, I'm frustrated. Okay, let's put it that way. I don't know what's going on. Yes, thank you everyone for emphasizing it's my fault. I know, obviously, there's something that I need to fix. I get it. I'm frustrated if you can't tell. But I don't know what it is. So, okay. All right. Okay, well, might need to peek at a task manager. Is that so? What would that do for me, Weird Amorphous Blob, if I looked at the task manager? Okay, if I looked at the task manager, what would that do? Okay, I'm just curious what you're suggesting. Okay, moving on. Moving on. So, going on here. We have a few things to talk about. Let's start with the news, shall we? And then we'll get on to some of the educational segments, all right? We'll get on to some of the educational segments. So first, let's talk about the news, shall we? Let's get on to the news. All right. So first thing here is let's talk about okay. Fair, Weird Amorphous Blob. That is fair. Although my computer is very powerful, it shouldn't have any problem, and it wasn't having a problem before. But I'll check. I'll definitely check. Okay, I'll definitely check. So All right. Let's go on here. So let's look at the news. So few news items, few news items. Um, okay. So the first one is that is this one, okay? Iran has sent an offer to the United States, okay, in regards to ending the war. Now the United States is not going to accept it because the United States is hell bent on collapsing the empire and making all kinds of mistakes, right? So the offer that Iran is making is as follows, all right? Basically that the Iran will end its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz. Um, if the US lifts its blockade on the country and ends the war, and a proposal that would postpone discussions on the Islamic Republic's nuclear program, two regional officials uh, said Monday. Okay. And of course, President Donald Trump said they would not accept the offer. So of course, obviously, this is we should accept this offer because it's a very good offer given how badly we're be having our asses kicked. Okay. Yeah, no, there you go, Jonas, right? Jonas says, I love how Iran's decimated military has been capable of controlling the Hormuz. Mind over matter. Right. If it is actually decimated, I don't think it is, Jonas. I think they're lying. The United States is lying when it says it decimated Iran's military, or we think that we did but they're smart because they're smart and they've hidden a lot of their military assets. Okay. Yeah, outer signal. Iran has successfully shifted the goalposts while establishing de facto control of the strait. So hilarious to me that, they're offering, hey, we will stop blockading the strait if you stop blockading the strait. Um, and we will postpone any talks about the Islamic Republic's nuclear program at the same time, and we will end the war, which is a fair proposal. That would allow us to get out. Iran would have won, but we're never going to accept it because we're hell bent to the end of time. And we are now stuck in an escalation trap. I shouldn't say we. The American government is stuck in an escalation trap whereby, yeah, no, seriously, other waffles, whereby if we do accept something like this, we are humiliated and power is clarified, and Iran becomes a very powerful, possibly global, gives the appearance of being a global power. All right. Or we put troops on the ground, which would also be disastrous. So we are screwed either way, and this is adorable, and I highly appreciate Iran and their skill at doing this. So we'll see where it happens. Obviously, we won't accept this deal, but we'll see where the peace talks go. Okay. So just a reminder that this is still ongoing, and Iran has not gotten justice yet for the illegal war of aggression we've waged against them. And I know that there's this attempt on Trump's life. People are starting talking about that and not talking about Iran as much. I've also started to notice that the media has been less keen to talk about it because people get bored talking about the same thing over a while. After a little bit, what is it? What's that phrase about Americans? Well, it's really about the world. It's not really just about Americans. The phrase about how like people get bored after like 2 weeks of something happening and then they move on to something else or whatever. Anyway, but this is still ongoing, right? And Iran is winning. So yeah, okay, okay. So good for them. So that's what's happening, and we're not going to accept this peace deal, but that's another thing. Okay. All right. So there we go. So that's a little update on what's happening in Iran. Because all this stuff is kind of stalled right now, I don't have much more to say about it. There is, in theory, a ceasefire. By the way, speaking of ceasefire, oh, oh my goodness. You all know what I'm about to say about this topic, don't you? Okay, you all know what I'm about to say about this topic, I'm sure. Um, uh, Yeah, I know outer signal. I know, right? Just like people who are bored by Trump's assassination attempts, the reaction from normies is crazy. Oh, I know outer signal, insane. Okay, so I mean, come on. This I know, right? Look, okay. Um I I don't know. I don't know BBC. So this is a BBC headline. Israeli strikes kill 14 in Lebanon amid ongoing ceasefire. Now, I will say, I mean, obviously we know. We know that this classic Israel. I mean, we all knew this would happen. Come on. Did anyone here really think Israel wasn't going to keep bombing? I really hope everyone here has watched the stream long enough to know and has at least has the smallest amount of knowledge of foreign affairs to know that this was not going to hold because Israel is a murderous genocidal ethno state, right? Okay, regardless, don't we love this headline from the BBC? George Orwell would be rolling in his grave. Okay, this idea of Israeli strike kills 14 in Lebanon amid ongoing ceasefire. How is it an ongoing ceasefire if Israel is continuing to bomb? I don't know. I don't know how you get that headline from that. That would mean you really should frame it as Israeli strikes kill 14 in Lebanon, thus breaking the ceasefire or something like that. But like, okay, anyway, so obviously, and by the way, remember, one of the reasons Iran agreed to a ceasefire overall was because, Israel agreed to stop bombing Lebanon. So, I mean, I guess if I were Iran, by the way, I would take this as a renewal of war. And I don't think Iran will. I think they might be trying to refit their weapons and stuff. They might be running out of missiles. Regardless, this is a blatant violation. Okay? Like, I don't, I'm sorry I'm laughing. It's not that funny, but it's just like at this point, what else can I do? Okay. So, all right. Yeah, I know, Jonas, right? At what point are you the aggressor? Never if you're Israel, okay? You're never the aggressor if you're Israel. But like, here's the thing, guys. We all know, like in America, most people at this point know Israel's the aggressor. And I think globally, across the globe, most people know Israel's the aggressor. It just seems to be the people in power that are not able to recognize this, okay? And I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe it's because it's all a con and it's all about power and morality really has nothing to do with it and law doesn't have anything to do with it, right? Maybe Machiavelli was kind of right about this shit, unfortunately. Okay, Sir Bart, you say Greater Israel Challenge gone successfully? Yep. So anyway, by the way, if can we guess? I'm sorry. Again, shouldn't be laughing, but oh great, they're gonna paywall me now. Goddamn capitalists. Okay. By the way, these strikes killed several children and women. Okay. Um of course. Of course. I mean, we know like that's what they do. That's what Israel does. So they killed several children and women. And obviously like if the women were combatants, it still doesn't matter. They shouldn't be killing men either. They shouldn't be killing soldiers. They shouldn't be killing anyone because it's illegal. But so at the very least, we could focus on the children, which, classic thing here from Israel. I swear they have missiles that are designed to hit children. Maybe the AI weapon systems they developed are meant to hit children. Or maybe they just like killing children. Probably. Probably. On almost every genocide in history, guys, women have been targeted. I mean, not women, I'm sorry. Women, yes. Children have been targeted specifically. Why? Why do you target children in a genocide? Why do you target children in a genocide? Tell me. It's obvious. Tell me in the chat. I don't think I need to explain it. I'm doing it. I'm going to do a teacher bit here. Why would you target children during a genocide? Okay. If your goal, exactly, Sir Bart, you got to get rid of all. And that gets rid of the next generation. All right. You can destroy the next generation. All right. It is just an act of genocidal violence. You kill children. It gets rid of the next generation. And I don't know that that's exactly what they're doing. I don't know if they're just like, we need to kill the children to stop the next generation. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. But literally, like the fact that they kill so many children, okay. Yeah, Sir Bart. Yeah. So it's just disgusting. Jonas, there's no way for me to explain that they're not evil because they are evil. And I don't know what anyone's definition of evil is, but I don't know anyone who wouldn't have a definition that Israel isn't evil. Of course, there are people out there like that. It takes very insane racism and dehumanization to not think that's evil. As Sir Bart said, to them it's not genocide. They think they're exterminating insects. Correct. And that's how genocide works. Um okay. There you go, lurking snow leopard. They're possessed by the spirit of Amalek. All right. So I'm just like, I'm really tired of it. I don't have a right to be tired of it because you know who compared to what people over there are experiencing at the hands of Israel, I have no right to be tired of it. But I am tired of it. And I don't know what else to say about it. This is a this state needs to be, there's certain things I can't say in here, but like it is a monstrous state. Okay, we know this. Anyway, I'm gonna lose my mind about it. But okay. I feel so claustrophobic. Like I feel like there's no way out. I don't know. Okay. All right. So yeah, they've completely leveled Gaza, Dodongo. They are now leveling southern Lebanon. Literally, they are. By the way, do we know that the American government recently okayed sending bulldozers over to Israel? You know who led that charge? Chuck Schumer. The Democrats did. They supported a bill very recently. Not all Democrats did. They supported a bill that would help give more bulldozers to Israel. Do you know what those bulldozers are used for? I mean, we know, right? They're used to demolish entire neighborhoods and replace it. You know what? If you guys think I'm making it up, let me show you. Let me show you here. Okay. Uh, Congress passes bill bulldozers Israel. Okay. So, okay, rights advocates, okay, 40 out of so 40 of the Democrats voted no, but 7 voted yes to sending these weapons. Okay? And this some senators who are usually staunch supporters of Israel didn't back it, but then a whole yeah, Israel has been using bulldozers to raise entire towns in Lebanon and Gaza as part of campaigns that rights advocates say amount to ethnic cleansing. Okay. So, yeah. So about 6 of the Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, voted yes on this. Of course, all the Republicans did, to literally send more bulldozers partially. And there's also funding for more money to Israel over there, which will be used to crush people, to destroy neighborhoods, and shit like that. Okay. Yeah, outer signal. Schumer said his job was to support and protect Israel. So I just want to point this out. Yeah, the majority of Democrats said no, but honestly, guys, I suspect a lot more would have said yes if they thought that it would have failed. You know, some of them probably just said yes to save face with their base, but they wanted to say no. You see what I mean? Or sorry, I wanted to. You see what I'm? Well, guys, you see what I mean? Like a bunch of them probably wanted to vote the wrong way, but they knew that it was not going to pass anyway. So to save their asses, they voted the other way. Okay, so don't. Anyway, regardless, insane. So can we just like? Okay, you guys get it. I don't need to say much more about that. Can we stop this bullshit? Seriously. Okay. Meanwhile, see, look, I'm trying to vent my frustration about my computer into what we're talking about here. Of course, I am frustrated about what we're talking about here, but this is a good way of venting a lot of anger. Okay, so, yeah, I know. I feel so powerless too, Pizza Giant. That's what drives me crazy is I hate the feeling of powerlessness. And I can't imagine how those people over there feel being humiliated every day, having their family members killed every day. The very obvious injustice of all of it, but no one does anything. It's insane to me. Okay. Um, yeah, Mithril, oh my God, Mithril, you're so right. Mithril says, I wonder what the Israeli government would say if someone suggested putting a luxury resort on Treblinka. Mithril, that is a genius analogy. I agree. Okay. Okay. So Anyway, moving on here. So that's just a note, I guess. Okay, I guess just a note at this point. That's how everyone treats it. Not all of you, but how the world treats it. Just a side note. The genocidal violence happening there. Okay, so moving on. Meanwhile, if you want me to, I'm going to get even angrier now. Okay. Meanwhile, thank you, Doug, for sending me this. By the way, Doug knows how to increase my blood pressure. Um, I can't believe it. So, all right. Meanwhile, guys, there are conversations starting amongst congressional leadership that we should extend veterans benefits, American veterans benefits to IDF soldiers. Like, like what the fuck? I don't know. Okay, so I'm not joking, by the way. I am not joking. The okay, this is military.com, which is a very renowned sort of organization. And they're saying a real policy push has a pushed has a has emerged in the United States to extend certain legal protections to Americans who served in the Israeli Defense Forces. So, okay, to be clear, I guess I should have framed it differently. They are American citizens who served in the IDF. But that's the same damn thing, okay? As in, even if you weren't an American soldier, if you serve in the IDF, you will be granted veterans benefits as if you served in the U.S. military. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe the insanity of this. All right. So, protections to Americans who served in the Israeli Defense Forces. In 2024, members of Congress introduced H.R. 8445, a bill that would amend federal law to provide for the eligibility of United States citizens who serve in the Israeli Defense Forces for certain protections relating to such service. So that's good. You know, I'm sure that's great. We can give our tax dollars to benefits for for Americans who served in a foreign military force. Hilarious. Hilarious. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. This is the point we've come to. This is the point we've come to. Who is pushing for it? So it has been introduced by Representatives Guy Reschenthaler, a Republican from Pennsylvania, because Republicans are evil, of course, and so are Democrats at this point, and Max Miller, a Republican from Ohio. Oh, I am so proud of my state. Zero problems here. Okay, love that. Probably Mithril, probably. Okay. In their official statement, they said the bill is intended to support Americans serving in Israel and noted that over 20,000 American citizens are currently defending Israel. I can't believe that. I can't believe that there are 20,000 American citizens in the Israeli armed forces. That is batshit crazy. I mean, okay. Yeah, LaCroix, right? Okay. I don't even okay. Jesus Christ. Right, Gwen? So, moving on here, all right? They added that the legislation would ensure we do everything possible to support these quote unquote heroes. Heroes! All right, the proposal explicitly frames IDS service as deserving of treatment similar to the U.S. military service for certain protections. Reporting summarizing the bill states that it would treat Americans serving in the IDF in the same manner as service in the uniformed services for specific legal protections. Okay, the bill focuses on extending two core legal protections that apply to U.S. service members. The Service Members Civil Relief Act provides protections such as limits on interest rates, protections against eviction and foreclosure, and relief in certain legal proceedings. The Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Act guarantees that individuals who leave civilian employment for military service can return to their jobs and are protected from discrimination. This would extend these protections to Americans serving in the IDF, effectively treating that service as qualifying military service. So, okay. Um, I'm gonna lose my mind. I am gonna lose my mind. Yeah, yeah, apparently, LaCroix. Sir Bart says, "Meanwhile, if I want to fight for Russia, I'm a mercenary," right, Sir Bart? Oh, dear God. Thank you, Mad Sci Guy, for your subscription there, okay? Gwen says, "I saw a documentary, about Jewish by Jewish people against the yeah, fantastic. Okay, Weirdomorphous Blob. So this is a tacit admission Israel is an extension. Oh, yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob. It is a direct admission that that Israel is an extension of American imperialism. Okay, and of course, guys, the only reason Israel can do what it does is because we let them do whatever they want. Right? They have no pushback because they have a superpower defending them. This is our country's fault. This is our country's fault. All right. This is the United States fault. Yeah, I'm not saying Israel's innocent, but without the United States, they would not be able to get away with this bullshit. Okay. Uh, like, okay. Um, yeah, I am Matt Saigai. I am funding it. That is just accurate, Matt Saigai. My taxes are funding the IDF. And I am disgusted, and it is enraging to me. Okay. Yeah, no, Matt Saigai, you can clip it. It's true. It's enraging that my tax dollars are funding the IDF. Okay. So yeah, Outer Signal. This is just redonkulous. A captured state. Yeah. Okay. Now, I will say there is positive, and what I mean is that it's very clear that there's been a shift in public opinion on Israel. Like most Americans don't like Israel. We've all seen it, guys. Do we all agree here? I'm sure a lot of us. I know Outer Signal has said this before. I've seen like an insane shift in the perception of Israel in the U.S. public that I never would have predicted seeing in my lifetime, and I have seen it, and it's shocking to me. So there are positives, but while there's still one Palestinian left that's being murdered by the Israeli military, I will not shut up about it. Okay, I cannot. Can we? All right. uh anyway, so we need more. We need more. There's been a massive shift, but we need more. Okay, obviously a lot more. Anyway, okay, so there's that story. I thought you all would find that was a very jestering story. I felt that that would be a good story to jester about because that is a almost hilariously evil. Okay, like all right, Weirdomorphous Blob, just stop making income, abandon your home, and stop buying anything, and you can be morally protected. Yeah, there's literally no way to escape it, Weirdomorphous Blob. Like unless I were to be imprisoned. Even then, I think they'd probably take taxes out of any pay I receive for working there, which would go. So anyway, uh, okay. Yep, it's hard to consider a significant shift when you're still. No, you're right, Jonas. And guys, let me rephrase that. I'm trying to clarify here, right? There has been a massive sea change in opinion. The government's position on this has not changed at all, right? Um, so really, that shift in public opinion is shocking to me. But unless we need a democracy so that public opinion impacts the government, which it's not currently, and or we need massive resistance, revolutionary change because this is insane. All right. And okay. All right. Okay. Whew. Okay. So there we go. Just I thought you'd all find that greatly amusing. I mean, in a dark and evil way, that we are now we might be providing benefits to Israeli soldiers now. Fantastic. Who by the way, are traitors. I don't give a shit. I am not a nationalist. I am not a patriot of the United States. But those goddamn American citizens who go and fight for Israel are fucking traitors. Okay. Anyway, just a note there. All right. So, moving on. All right. And that's the narrative I'm going with. Okay. So, moving on. Let's go on. So, we have let's go on to something slightly positive, I guess, after that darkness. So we've talked about Israel a little bit now. Let's talk about another nation abroad that the United States doesn't like very much and what they've accomplished, okay, that the American government doesn't like very much, that's China. China recently, some Chinese scientists recently created, thank you, Fox Emblem, for sending me the story, created literally created an electrochemical battery that would converts coal, yes, coal, the very dirty form of energy, okay, that converts coal into electricity with no carbon emissions. Um, yes, Matt's like I know direct carbon emissions. But right, obviously how they power this and stuff and the way they make it, it probably still uses coal. I mean, in order to do it. But no, you're right. Yes, yes. No direct carbon emissions. I read it wrong, Matt Saigai. But but it is a massive step forward, right? And if they start making a lot of things run off these things, that would heavily reduce carbon emissions. It's still a really cool invention. So it basically they grind up the coal and they put it into a battery system. And I'm not a scientist, I'm not an engineer, whatever the case may be, it ends up creating electricity without direct carbon emissions. Okay. And yeah, from coal, which is amazing. Okay. Now, is it perfect? No. To construct these things will probably require the burning of coal. And they need to find ways of constructing it and shit. Okay. Well, there you go, Matt Saigai. You're an chemist. So, Matt Saigai, is this cool or am I overblowing it? I think it's cool that they've invented this. And as a side note, guys, America is way behind. Okay, way behind. Sure. So yes. Okay. America's way behind. Obviously, the China has electric cars that are have much longer lasting batteries and are much better and much less expensive than our electric cars. Of course, our government doesn't let us purchase those cars because we don't like the competition. And now China has invented this, and I don't know how much this can be scaled up. I don't know how much this can be scaled up. I don't know if they can actually mass produce this, but it's a cool invention. All right. So isn't that kind of cool? Coal without the emissions. Um, That's true, Jonas. We might be able to create a windmill that's less ugly. I agree. Okay. That'd be lovely. Okay. And again, I don't know enough about this, but I thought it was a cool thing. And it shows you how there's innovation happening over there that is not happening elsewhere. Okay. China is at least attempting to go carbon neutral. Yes. Every 4 years, we decide that we should actually put more carbon in the atmosphere. Oh, you're right, Lacroix. So China is doing its best. It's doing a lot of cool work. And it's something we ought to keep an eye on because I keep hearing about amazing discoveries and inventions in China that aren't being talked about much. And it's a source of hope because I got to tell you guys, one area in the world that always makes me that often makes me happy is science. Like we're constantly, despite everything going on in the world, there are still scientists working out there to improve things, make things better for humanity most of the time. Sometimes it doesn't, but um, yeah. So here's another example of this, okay? And it doesn't matter what country the scientist comes from. This could come from the United States, from China, from the UK, from anywhere. It would still be a cool invention. I just wish everyone got to benefit off of it, and hopefully they will eventually. But okay, there you go. Okay. Um, and there you go. Amazing when education is for all instead of making people wish they were rich and famous. Right, right, lurking snow leopard. So this is a cool invention. I highly appreciate it. And yeah, it's something else to keep an eye out. China once again making the United States a backwater. I'm all for it. Okay, so let's go on here. And by the way, as I said, the United States, it's not only making the United States a backwater. Uh, Wait, people who aren't white are achieving right, Gwen? You know that's the narrative that the right wing will often, yeah. And to be clear, guys, not only, yes, outer signal, and not only, guys, um, is what was I going to say here? Is China inventing amazing things? Our own government isn't letting us benefit from the amazing things China's inventing because we're jealous, and our capitalist overlords don't want the challenge of Chinese goods. So a lot of these goods get banned from the United States. So much for a free market, right? Okay. All right. So moving on, right? That was a cute little side story. let's go on here, shall we? Let's go on here. A little positive there, a little positive about humanity. By the way, guys, if we get, I don't know, if we get like, I don't know, if we get, how many should we do? If we get like 400 bits, I will put on the jester hat and shit. Okay, how about that? If we get 400 bits or 2 super chats or a combination of the two, we will do I'll put on the jester hat, okay? All right. So just a thought. I'm calm, Matt. It's like I'm very calm. What do you mean? All right. Yeah, exactly, lurking snow leopard. Rich person free for me, but not for thee, peasant. Exactly. All right. Okay. Let's go on. So, just another side note. Yeah, and shit. You know, I always say I add and shit to everything, LaCroix. Okay, I do. Yes, I'll also put this shit on LaCroix. Okay, so, god damn it, I have to allow ads on frickin' Fox News. I hate it. I freaking hate it. Okay, fine, 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 fine. God, this ad blocker is awful. Can't stand it. I have to freaking have ads on Fox News. Yes, I'm on Fox News, but you'll see why. Okay, because this story made me laugh. This story made me laugh my ass off. Thank you, Jonas, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Jonas, for the 100 bits. Fantastic. Thank you, Jonas. Almost there, guys. 300 more, I'll put on the hat. Okay. Here we go. This is Trump endorses the idea. You know, I can't believe is that true? Fine, lurking snow leopard. I'll try Firefox. Where is outer signal? I need outer signal to be in here to help me with everything. Guys, thank you. Okay, fine. I'll put on the jester hat. Thank you so much, LaCroix and Matt Guy. Thank you, LaCroix and Matt Guy. You guys are like keeping the stream intact. Okay, thank you, really. And so is Dolly Boy. So is Jonas. Thank you, guys. I love it. Okay, there we go. Jester hat. Now, Trump, of course, is literally promoting the idea that he wants to change the name of ICE to nice. Okay. Yeah, that, you know what, outer signal, that is the exact best way to summarize this. He's such a simpleton. That is an understatement. The man is not that bright. I don't know, Sir Bart. Okay. So this was the idea, but President Donald Trump endorsed the idea of this is by Fox News, by the way. The President Donald Trump endorsed the idea of renaming U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement as National Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Okay, so just adding national, so that the acronym would be nice. Okay. In a true social post, he shared a screenshot of a post on X in which someone had written, "I want Trump to change ICE to nice." So the media has to say nice agents all day, every day. Great idea. Do it, President Donald Trump wrote on a true social post. So, these are the important things, guys. These are the important things, right? Of course, why not be more Orwellian and call it the nice agents? Hello, politics. So glad you're here. Hello, Druzilla. So glad you're here. Marzipan. So glad you're here. Global. A lot of new folks lurking still. So there you go, SoCal. Nice. Nimrod's ignoring constitutional enactments. I love it, SoCal. I love it. I don't even know what to say to this. This is just funny to me. Okay. I just thought it was funny, and it's real illustrative of like the whole issue of the whole thing. Okay. Of like the whole situation we're in. Right. Okay. Yeah, literally Weird Morpheus Blob. It's explicitly Orwellian. Fetty Spaghetti, they always name things the opposite of what it actually is. It's like that Park and Rex meme where a cult names themselves the Reasonableists despite the cult worshiping a volcano lizard. Yeah, exactly, Fetty Spaghetti. Exactly. Okay. Marzipan Power. No, my clever anti-ice t-shirt won't make sense anymore. I'm sorry, Marzipan Power. Like the huge guy named Tiny, right? Yeah, like what, Fat Tony, who's a really skinny guy, you know what I mean? Okay. So anyway, it's just sort of a side note. That really is a side note. That one isn't that important of a story. It's just to highlight how degenerate our government is and how degenerate our leadership is. Um, and that this is the kind of shit that he is talking about. Okay, and yeah, I'm using degenerate. That's a right wing term that's used typically, amongst fashion and stuff. I don't care. I'm turning around on them. I think Trump is the degenerate. Okay, we have a very degenerate administration. Okay, all right, all right. So that's good. Um, moving on. Okay, so all right, that's it. That's it. Let's go on to the next story, shall we? This story here is well, you know what? Okay, we'll talk. We're gonna talk about the shooting right after this one. This is sort of another side note. Okay. Yeah, LaCroix. It's like how the Save America Act is actually stripping away people's ability to vote. They love these inaccurate acronyms. Of course they do. They like the propagandistic acronyms. Okay. So here we have okay. So let's talk about teachers real fast. And you guys know I have a place in my heart for teachers because I'm selfish since I am a teacher. Um, there was a study done recently that shows that, guys, this is not surprising, that although, teachers' pay has been rising, because that's what typically happens, it is not keeping up with inflation at all. So teachers have been slowly losing the amount of pay they're receiving because it has not gotten anywhere near to keep up with inflation. So teachers are already suffering, and it's going to keep getting worse over time because as inflation keeps fluctuating, prices go up. They're not getting paid to meet that need. I mean, obviously, I feel like this is obvious, but it was just proven, by a study that showed that teacher pay is not keeping up with inflation. Um, okay. So, Jonas, I swear to God, you think we have too many holidays? Hilarious, Jonas. Okay. Um, by the way, I would agree with you, Jonas, but as not that we get too many, but that teachers get as many holidays as everyone else should, right? I think teachers get a good amount of holidays. That's like not my complaint about teaching. We do get a lot of holidays. But my big complaint is that not everyone gets all those holidays. I think there should be far more holidays for everyone. And by the way, even though you do get holidays as a teacher, you often are working during them. But yes, I see what you mean. I think you're joking, but okay, elevator lady. They just laid off a bunch of teachers in my district. Luckily, one is out there spreading awareness and acting on it. Good, because teachers again being abused left and right. And the average number of years a person stays in the teaching profession is 2, which is disastrous. Okay, is disastrous. Okay. So, all right. Uh hello Dolly Boy. Welcome Dolly Boy. Anyway, and by the way guys, this is happening across the board. So, we're talking about teachers, but like also inflation hasn't kept up with lots of other professions. Obviously, over time, it has not kept up. So there's that as well. Like for across the board, a lot of jobs, the pay hasn't kept up with hasn't kept up with inflation. Hello, let's see here. Did I miss anything? How's it going? We're going well, Dolly Boy. Okay. Of course they do, Lurking Snow Liberty. They want to replace me with a Tesla bot. They wanna make it, guys, so that and I don't know if this well, okay. They're making it so that teachers can't teach. That's what it is. It's that teachers won't be able to actually do good lessons, all right? Honestly, I have found that, they don't really happen, Jonas. It depends. So let me explain. Jonas says, "How do promotions work with teaching?" So if you're in a unionized school, Jonas, it's based off seniority, years of teaching, and education, okay? So the longer you're a teacher, the more you get paid and the more education you have, the more you get paid. Okay, if you're in a private school, there is no set on that, so they don't have to increase your pay if they don't want to. Um, so typically, I guess promotions occur. There's not that many positions to be promoted to as a teacher, by the way. this is an issue with teaching, guys, is that there's typically only one position. If you don't get extra education, there's only one position you can be upgraded to. And that is you can be upgraded to a departmental chair. So a lot of schools will have, like the social studies department, and then there'll be one teacher that's assigned as the department chair, who's the head of that department. Some schools rotate through teachers for who's the department chair. Other schools will choose one teacher to be that department chair. But to do anything else, you need like a degree in educational administration a lot of the times. Okay. So teachers don't have much upward mobility. So they rely on having increasing wages over time. You see what I mean? All right. Otherwise, they're stuck with the same wage all the time. And if inflation goes up, they're screwed. Okay. Jonas, a number of factors. How do they choose department heads? That would be like age, experience, abilities. If you're a good teacher, what are the outcomes of your classes? Do you know the content really well? Typically, it's an older teacher that's been there for a while. Okay. And they get paid a little more, but not a terrible amount more. So there's not much upward mobility when it comes to teaching. Okay. Unless you go get more education. I would elevator lady. I would go back to teaching, but right now I'm not looking at it. I haven't been looking at it very closely. Um, I got to tell you, I was kind of burnt out after the last time I was teaching. So I'm taking a break from teaching for now because it's super hard to be a teacher right now. Okay, I just got to tell you, it's very hard, especially as a gay man. And in this environment, I feel like I'd lose my mind. So, um, okay. No, Gwen, it is not honorary. It's not honorary in a high school it's not honorary in a high school to have that title. You actually do have responsibilities and such. But yeah, okay. All right, Lurking Snow Leopard. I don't see how Tesla bot is a good idea. I can only imagine what the kids might do to it. That's for sure, right? So that's just something to think about, guys, is that, and I will say, I know not everyone has had a good experience in schools. I am not saying our school system is perfect, nor am I saying teachers are perfect. A lot of teachers are not good teachers. And there could be some stuff done to fix that. But right now, there's like not going to be any teachers if we keep going the way we're going. Okay. So, Cal, you say supporters of a billionaire tax said that they had gathered nearly twice as many signatures as necessary. Fascinating. Okay, cool. Okay, so just to show you here, once again, teachers being stripped of of what they need to survive. Yeah, you get a lot. Exactly. And guys, here's the other thing too. So one other issue with the teaching profession is, think about it. If you are heavily, it's Jonas, it's very possible. I've met racist teachers and sometimes I would get into arguments with them. So yes, teachers can be racist. Um, when you are trying to attract talent to the teaching profession, you want people to be paid well. So, like, if you got a really good education in a university and you're really talented and you want to be a teacher and you'd be very talented at it, are you more likely to choose the job that's not going to pay much in a school, or are you more likely to take like a position in the corporate world or somewhere else? Obviously, you're more likely to go for the well-paid position. So, in the teaching profession, we rely on people being generous and not and knowing they're not going to get paid much and still choosing that career because they love it. That heavily reduces the number of skilled people who are going to go into that career. Okay. So a lot of the people who do teaching, and I'm not saying all of them, a lot of the people who end up doing teaching are not the top of the line when it comes to education. And I know that sounds bad of me, but it's true. A lot of the folks that go into teaching do it because they have to. They don't have many other options with their degree. Like if you get a degree in history, what else are you going to do? Okay. If okay, if you can't go into like if you're not like a really high achieving history person, it's going to be hard to go elsewhere. So we need to also create incentives for really talented people to go into teaching. Does that make sense? Um, exactly, Paul Squaw. A lot of teachers are married women who have a second income in their household. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. So we need an incentive. And like places like Finland, by the way, pay their teachers like they're professionals. And I know this sounds self aggrandizing here, but like they get paid like $100,000 a year. because they're considered profession like, that's considered a profession like a doctor or a nurse, okay? Though a nurse, depending on the nurse, isn't paid that much. Yeah, so, of course, it's hard to convince people that teachers are actual a profession. We are. We're extremely educated, but don't get paid nearly as much as our education would tell us. Exactly, Paul. Well, it isn't that much money anymore. Um, yeah, there you go, LaQuad. The same thing happens in law. There's no money in public interest and public defense. A lot of people that have ambitions to go help big law because of the money. Yeah. Like corporate lawyers get so much more money than like public defenders. So what ends up happening a lot of times is that a lot of public defenders, and again, I'm not saying all of them, some of them are genuinely intelligent and good people who choose it because they want to help the world. But a lot of public defenders then are not the top of are not the best. Does that make sense? Yes, you're right, Lane, you do. I know that in southeastern PA you do pay pretty well. So does California, though California is expensive to live in. Does this make sense? So there's a lot of issues here, okay? But at the same time, there's not really enough funding in schools right now to to pay teachers that much. You see how there's a problem like in multiple different ways? Okay? There's so many problems. All right? Okay. Um anyway, thank you, Matt Saiga, for saying sub to the channel. Okay. Did I? Oh, I just had. Okay. So that's just a little story there. Again, teachers being strangled to death in terms of how much they get paid and things like that. Okay. All right. Blips? What blips? What blips, Lurking Snow Leopard? Okay. So, guys, those are the main stories. I do want to briefly talk about the assassination attempt. I kind of talked about this yesterday. I talked about this yesterday a bit, but I just wanted to give a recap for those that weren't here yesterday and then talk a little bit more about it. So I'm going to put my face up. Yes, Jonas, 100%. Jonas says, do teachers in nicer school districts get paid more? Yes, Jonas, absolutely. So if you are in a suburb, okay, if you are in a wealthy suburb, those schools are amazing. Okay, amazing. All right. The problem, and so it, particularly white majority suburban districts have a lot more money. Okay, if they're middle class or upper middle class, they have a lot more money because the funding of our schools is largely done based off property tax. So if you have a bunch of very expensive properties in a district, that school is going to have a lot more money. There is a school in a nearby suburb to me that I went into once to vote, and they had like flat screen TVs everywhere, and it had like one of the most beautiful insides of a school I've ever seen. Almost all of their teachers have PhDs or master's degrees, and it's one of the best performing schools in the state. But of course, that's easy for them because they live in an upper middle class neighborhood. And of course, their schools are amazing for that because they get a lot more funding and the teachers get paid a lot more. So they attract the best talent, which are teachers with PhDs and stuff. Okay, exactly. So if you go into an urban school district, like if I were to go to downtown Columbus, which is in an urban center, Columbus, it is not nearly the same. The teachers get paid practically nothing or get paid very little. That's an exaggeration. They get paid very little, and the schools are massively underfunded because a lot of people are renters or have small properties, and there's a lot more poverty, so there's not as many taxes collected, and a lot of people are tax exempt too because they're in poverty. So then those schools don't get practically any funding. It is insane how we fund schools in this country. All schools should be equally funded, but we don't do that. We don't do that. Okay. Yeah, LaCroix. And I want every school in the country to look like that one in that suburb that I have to go to vote in. Okay. Because they should. All right. I will tell you what, there was a time, by the way, where they would try and bus black and brown students in from urban school districts. Okay. So they would put black and brown students on school buses and bring them into the suburbs in order to let them go to the suburban schools. And guess what happened? White backlash. There were massive protests. This happened in Boston, especially. It happened in a lot of places where the white school districts lost their goddamn minds. The parents did. They started screaming about like the danger of allowing these children from the inner city to come into their school districts. And there was violence. There's actually a famous image here. Let me show you a famous image. Okay. Boston busing riots. Oh, I think I've shown you guys this image before, but this is a very famous, very telling image from American history, by the way. I'll open it up in a new tab. Nope. All right, maybe I can try this one. I know you guys can't see it yet, but I'm going to find a good way to show it to you. Open a link in a new tab. If it works. So there's a very famous image here of one of these protests going on. Okay, can't see it very well. Okay, so I'll just get really close to it so you guys can see it better. Okay, so here, let me show you. So look here. I don't know if, well, you probably can't. So you see this? It's kind of hard to see, I know. I'm having trouble getting it bigger. I guess I could just do a regular zoom, and I know it's going to be kind of pixelated. Regardless, you see this image. This is an image of a white man holding an American flag, literally about to beat a black man, about to hit a black man with the American flag during an anti-busing protest against the busing in of people of color into white suburban neighborhoods. You cannot tell me that there's not a more symbolic photo of American race relations than a white man holding an American flag and trying to beat a black man with it. Okay. So that is, yeah. So there were attempts at this. Okay. But that did not work. So now, by the way, that guy, the black man did not end up getting hit by the flag. He ended up being fine, but still, all right, pretty horrific. Okay. So there's a lot of problems. All right. Hello, Finn. Hello, Finn. Yeah, I had a great time. That Jonas, it was the Jonas says America feels like a ridiculous system built to keep rich people rich and poor people poor. That's exactly what it is, Jonas. That's exactly what it is. Yep, Drusilla. Yeah, Jonas. Didn't Joe Biden say he didn't want schools to become racial jungles? Yeah, something like that. Jonas, I forget the exact words. That may have been it, but he kind of sounded something like that. It's totally Lacroix. Okay, Lacroix said the way our schools are funded have to be remnants from Jim Crow. They absolutely are because of redlining, and you know this, Lacroix. Okay. Yeah, Lane. Okay, guys. So let's go on here. So that's just I'm off on a little tangent here, but that's an issue with schools. Okay, so let's do some edumacation, right? Let's do some edumacation. Don't you leave, Dolly boy. Don't you leave. So, oh, this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be so fun, guys. We're gonna have a grand old time. Grand old time. All right. So let me show y'all something. So again, I have a few topics to talk about. They're short topics, and they're based around videos, except for the last one. So LaCroix asked me to talk about the Scottsboro Boys, and I had a while back, I watched a video from Mr. Beast about the Scottsboro Boys, and I think he did a really good job with it. To the point where I was tempted to copy him, basically, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that because that's stealing someone else's content. So I thought we could watch Mr. Beast's video about it, and then we can talk about it. And it's very, not Mr. Beast. I say Mr. Beast. I'm sorry, Mr. Beat. Dear God. See, that was a mistake. My mistake. Sorry, everyone. Hello, Argenticle. My mistake. My mistake. It's Mr. Beat. By the way, guys, everyone should go check out Argenticle's channel. Argenticle has a lot of really cool resources that Argenticle has made to help track politicians and things like that. It's great. Okay, so let's watch. This is a historical event, and it's very important in American history. It's very important sort of in a lot of ways. Okay, and it's a perfect way to segue into this. Instead, after we just talked about
why is Blackstone targeting?
Okay, Paul Squaw, what about the Scottsboro girls and the Scottsboro NBs? Hilarious. Okay, so let's watch this real fast. This is a Mr. Beat video.
Thank you.
On This is one of his older videos on the Scottsboro Boys, and then I want to talk about it. And I might pause it to add more. All right. Slurking Snow Leopard, hello. Okay. Sir Bart, oh my God. Okay. And now, in the meantime, though, guys, I am going to urinate. And I know I seemed like I was about to start it, but I suddenly felt urine building up in my bladder and I need to go. And I know I'm giving you too many details, but I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. Before we start, so I don't have to run off to the bathroom halfway through it. 1 sec.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. But no, I'm far from perfect. Oh, yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling.
Okay, I'm back. That was quick. Okay, everyone ready? Thank you, Matt Sly Guy, for the bits there. Okay. Before we start this, guys, let me quickly do a little self-promotion. Thank you very much, because I keep forgetting to do a self-promotion because I don't like doing it. But regardless, I have to be selfish. Okay. If you like my content, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as about $1 a month, all right? And then you get a cute little jester hat next to your name and access to members-only emojis in the live streams, which I love very much, and I'm sure you will all love too. People with a yellow hat next to their name have been around for a long time. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the contribution. Really, Jonas, thank you. So if you can do that, you can also, if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. Then you no longer have to see ads, which is lovely, right? The ads don't do much for me anyway, alas, they're there, and you don't have to see them if you do an Amazon Prime, or you can subscribe regularly. Either way, it's very helpful to me, and I would deeply appreciate it. For those that are subscribed over on Amazon, over on Twitch, don't forget to renew your subscriptions every month if you do use Amazon Prime, because I think it cancels at the end of every month and you have to redo it. Regardless, would deeply appreciate that over there. And you can also support me by sending me money to right here. Around my screen, there's a QR code. You can send me money to buy me a coffee, which will also help keep me going. All right. How dare you, Sir Barton Lacroix? How dare you? All right. Okay. Drusilla, I still haven't watched it. I need to watch it. I keep forgetting. Forgive me. Okay. I'll watch it though, Drusilla. I really am excited to watch it. Okay. Okay. So moving on. So any of that would be very helpful. I'm trying to do this long-term full-time. I'm already doing it full-time, but I'm trying to do it long-term full-time. And, okay. Oh my gosh, my face. Oh my goodness. All right. Okay, let's go, guys. So, let's continue. So let's watch a little video here about the Scottsboro Boys, which is a very interesting historical event in the United States that teaches us a lot about the, that kind of gives us a lot of insight into race relations, or the legal system, and other issues, okay? So let's watch this real fast. This is called Guilty Until Proven Innocent, the case of the Scottsboro Boys. All right.
You to Amped Up Learning for sponsoring this video.
By the way, I don't have any sponsors, so that's why I'm always begging for contributions, because despite my attempts to advertise books from a local library like this book right here. Ooh, this book right here is really good. This book is Brandon Sanderson, The Way of Kings, and I love it. It's a great fantasy book, and everyone should read it because it's really good. I really want like a book sponsorship, guys, because books, I love books and I have no problem advertising books because book people should read books, but you should just go get them from the library and not actually buy them. But anyway, of course, I'll never be sponsored, but it's okay. I'm too much of a socialist pig. Okay, so moving on. So this is a video on the Scottsboro Boys. Okay, here we go.
Beat presents Supreme Court Briefs. Jackson County, Alabama, March 25th, 1931.
Yeah, I know, Elevator Lady. I don't actually, I would be clear, guys, I don't actually really want a sponsorship. I would rather not. I want to survive just off what you guys, what the community does and stuff, but we need a larger community and stuff, okay? But yes, I know I'm joking because I'm constantly showing you guys books, so it's like a joke, as in like maybe I should just start doing books.
African-American teenage boys get into a fight with 6 white teenage boys on a freight train they all illegally hitched a ride on. After the fight, the 6 white males were kicked off the train because they had apparently started it. Well, them boys didn't like that so much, so they went to the sheriff in the nearby town of Paint Rock to say they were assaulted. The sheriff got together a mob of people and ordered the train stopped and every African-American on board arrested. Yep, they really
Paul
did
Squaw,
arrest
I swear to God, we're going to start this over, Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw says casual brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. I don't want sponsors, okay? I just need I need to make the community larger. But I'm always like showing you guys books. So I'm like, anyway, I think it's funny. Dolly Boy, I think, oh my God, Dolly Boy, I hate you so much. This got, fine. Dolly Boy says, after contributing a significant amount of money, this stream is sponsored by the Dolly Boy cult. Now read this out fully, CR. Thanks, Dolly Boy. Yes. Okay, there, I read it. All right. Hopefully no one could hear that. You disgust me, Dolly Boy.
African-American on that train. Eventually, they were able to narrow down the suspects to 9 boys.
I'm sorry, guys. Let's start this
Thank
over.
you
I was
to
distracted.
Amped Up Learning for sponsoring this video. Mr. Beat presents Supreme Court Briefs. Jackson County, Alabama, March 25th, 1931. African-American teenage boys get into a fight with 6 white teenage boys on a freight train they all illegally hitched a ride on. After the fight, the 6 white males were kicked off the train because they had apparently started it. Well, them boys didn't like that so much, so they went to the sheriff in the nearby town of Paint Rock to say they were assaulted. The sheriff got together a mob of people and ordered the train stopped and every African-American on board arrested. Yep, they really did arrest every African-American on that train. Eventually, they were able to narrow down the suspects to 9 boys. The 9 were Clarence Norris, age 19, Charlie Weems, age 19, Andy Wright, age 19, Haywood Patterson, age 18, Olin Montgomery, age 17, Ozzie Powell, age 16, William Robertson, age 16.
Notice they're almost all children. Okay, like these were kids on this train.
Gene Williams, age 13, and Roy Wright, age 12. William could barely walk due to a severe case of syphilis. Andy and Roy were brothers who had left their homes for the first time ever. Olin couldn't see and was hoping to get a job to pay for some glasses. And Haywood had ridden freight trains for so long that he claimed he could light a cigarette on top of a quickly moving one. Of these 9 boys, only 4 knew each other before getting arrested together. While the boys were in custody, 2 white women who were also on that train,
here we got, this is actually funny with Mayflower Kid. I think you'll know why I'm talking about this. I was watching, what's his name, stream yesterday, and he got into an argument about white women. What's his name? Oh my God, what is his name? I already forgot his name because I've never watched him before. He's a, thank you, Santana, okay? And he was talking about how white women are terrifying to a lot of black men, okay? A lot of black men are terrified by white women because of this. There is a history in this country of white women getting black men killed by, accusing them of things and then having the police come and kill them or arrest them. It's just an interesting thought. So here's another example of this, right? based off what we were talking about, Mayflower Kid.
Victoria Price and Ruby Bates approached authorities and claimed they had been raped by the boys after the white
Dolly Boy.
boys had been kicked off. A doctor examined Price and Bates for signs of rape, but did not find any. Historians have speculated that Price and Bates may have told police they were raped to distract the police from looking at the fact that both had been involved with prostitution in Tennessee. Regardless.
Interesting. Interesting. Is that coincidental? I don't know. No evidence of assault. Okay. No evidence of assault on either woman. And maybe they were trying to avoid another thing. You know what I mean? Okay.
After word got out about
outer
those
signal.
charges, a rather large mob formed outside the jail. Due to the racism of the time and place, the mob...
Guys, I cannot express to you how many times in American history there's been a lynching or an act of mass racial violence because of an accusation of sexual assault against white women. Okay. And most of the time, or a lot of the time, nothing even happens. Okay. There was nothing had actually happened to begin with. I can talk about the Tulsa race riots, where there was a black man on an elevator with white women, and well, this happens a lot. Okay.
Automatically thought these black teenage boys were guilty. They demanded the boys be released to be lynched. The authorities did not release the boys. In fact, Sheriff
Fetty.
Matt Wan actually stood in front of the jail blocking entrance, saying he would kill the first person to come through that door. The Alabama Army National Guard soon came to protect the jail. The 9 boys were later called the Scottsboro Boys since their case was first heard in nearby Scottsboro, Alabama. From the very beginning, the justice system made it so these boys were guilty until proven innocent. Before the trials, they were not allowed to seek legal counsel or even contact their families. The trials were completed in just 4 days. Each of those 4 days, a huge crowd of all spectators booed and hollered. The 2 lawyers who defended the boys were not given enough time to prepare for the case and didn't even give...
it totally does still happen.
Guys,
I will say, guys, with the invention of like cell phones and the internet and things like that, we can now catch, the word Karen, the phrase Karens. Like it's become harder for this to work because we can catch it on camera and we can see like, look, clearly this guy didn't do anything wrong. This person is making it up, right? You see what I mean? But at this time, imagine you don't have cameras, you have no way of proving your innocence. So who are they going to believe? Are they going to believe the white lady? Or are they going to believe the 2 black men, especially at this time, right?
Arguments. The only evidence considered was the testimony of Victoria Price and Ruby Bates. The all-white jury didn't need much time to think about it. Guilty. And because rape was punishable by death in Alabama at the time, the 8 oldest boys were sentenced to the electric chair.
Insane.
Scheduled to die on...
Insane. And by the way, I've said this before, I still think it's insane that we try juveniles as adults and can execute them. If you're 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, I don't think you should be able to be tried as an adult. And I know we can nitpick and we can say, well, certain crimes, I don't think we should differentiate. I think we should say if you're like below adult age, even if we might slightly disagree with it, that you should not be tried as an adult because we need to set the line somewhere. And I don't like that we can sometimes be like, okay, we'll try these kids as adults just because we're mad. Well, no, we need to set a firm line at some point because like, I don't know anyway, but like, regardless, that is insane that they were charged with the electric chair. And obviously it had a racial component because black people get worse punishments for the same crime.
On July 10th, 1931, Roy Wright, the youngest of the boys, was spared, not due to his innocence, but because the jury couldn't figure out whether or not to sentence him to death or life in prison. So the judge granted him a mistrial. After word got out about the Scottsboro Boys, a lot of folks protested, including a large group in Harlem, a neighborhood in New York known for its African-American heritage. Both the National Association for the Advancement...
By the way, I got into an argument with the professor once. I don't know why he said this. This was dumb. He was an older guy. He was probably in his 80s, an older, old-fashioned kind of professor. And he said about that, he was defending the white jury, saying, well, look, they did like, hey, at least they didn't all say they wanted to execute the boys. They were so They actually got a mistrial because some of them said that he should only get life in prison. That shows that they did have some empathy, at least, that they were like, no, we shouldn't execute this one, and that they couldn't decide on it. And so they got a mistrial. And I was like, are you crazy? I didn't say that to his face, but I'm like, I don't agree. I feel like you shouldn't, like, why are you playing the devil's advocate on this? Like, that's weird. I think they maybe shouldn't have been found guilty to begin with, and maybe they shouldn't have had an all-white jury, and maybe, like, weird way to try and defend it. And he was a good guy. It was just a weird, sometimes, I don't know. People have weird things that they say. They don't realize what they're saying. Okay.
Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP, and the Communist Party USA offered to help the boys out.
Did you hear that, guys? The Communist Party. The Communist Party. All right. Was one of the big pushers and movers that helped support the Scottsboro Boys. As is often the time in history, the left were the ones coming out to help. And I'm not exaggerating. I guess I'm not saying this because I'm being biased, right? I'm not saying this because I'm a crazy left-wing lefty, all right? They were not liberals that were coming out to help these guys, okay? It was the left, which is very often, okay? Hello, Switch Dreams. Welcome. So Switch Dreams says, LOL, did an admin just delete my comment? I don't think so. Nope. So Switch Dreams, YouTube has an automatic system of like, so if you want to make sure your comments don't get removed, and it's not, I have no control over it, it's just the YouTube system. If you go over to Twitch, we can probably see it. But for some reason, YouTube has an automatic thing where it censors a lot of stuff. So, but you will be able to see it if you go over to Twitch, which I'm also on, okay? Or you can try and phrase it in a way that YouTube accepts. I'm not like going after you at all. It literally is YouTube, unfortunately. Okay. So the left actually cares about fighting oppression and oppressors. Yeah. All right. So, okay.
Ultimately, the boys went with the communists to save their lives. Lawyer George W. Chamley led a team to open up a new investigation to prove the boys' innocence and hold off on the executions. He also got an appeal to the Alabama Supreme Court, arguing the boys were not given a fair trial. On March 24th, 1932, the Alabama Supreme Court upheld the lower court's ruling on 7 of the 8 remaining Scottsboro Boys. It granted a new trial for 13-year-old Eugene Williams because he was so young, and the electric chair might be a bit much for such a youngin'. The Scottsboro Boys appealed again, this time to the Supreme Court, who heard oral arguments on October 10th, 1932. Because the federal government was now getting involved, the court had to figure out if the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment made it so they could step in to determine whether or not the boys got a fair trial. Oh, it did. On November 7th, 1932, in a case which became known as Powell v. Alabama. The
very important historical case.
Court announced its decision. It sided with the Scottsboro Boys. It was 7...
Based. I've said this before, guys. There is a outer signal. I don't know where Loiso went. He's no longer in the server. I think something must have turned him off to it, and he left, unfortunately. I miss Loiso, but hey. I've said before, I took a legal history class. One of the interesting things about American history is the power of the judiciary. Our Supreme Court has had a lot of power and has made a lot of decisions that are really good, also some that are bad. But oftentimes the Supreme Court has been the progressive part of the country, the part that has advanced things, if you know what I mean. Like, sometimes it's also been the one that's pushed back on advancements, but this is an example of that, where the Supreme Court came in and goes, no, you can't do that. That's illegal. So very interesting. Our legal system is very interesting over here. Okay. I know we criticize it a lot, but it's strange. There's very complicated. Let's put it that way. If you notice here that like the majority of the justices agreed with the Scottsboro Boys. Yes, it absolutely. And so let's see what this decision determined for the country. Okay.
The court reversed the convictions of the boys, saying the boys were denied
100% outer center. Like the current Supreme Court is horrible, which is why the right wing has worked so hard to get, especially Mitch McConnell, worked so hard to pack the court with right wing justices because he recognized the power of the court. He did. So the right wing has been really good about this. The left, not so much, or at least Liberals and Dems have been horrible about trying to pack the Supreme Court, and they should have worked harder because it's very important to have your side on the Supreme Court.
Due process and not given a fair trial. Not only were they not given enough time to reasonably defend themselves as protected by the Fifth Amendment, they also likely were not given the full opportunity for a right to a lawyer as guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment. Now, they did not declare the Scottsboro Boys innocent. They just said the trials were not legit and ordered a retrial. So the case went back down to the lower court, this time in a new location, Decatur, Alabama, which happened to be near the homes of the victims and deep in the heart of Ku Klux Klan country. The boys got to keep their new lawyers to defend them, and of course got a new judge, James Edwin Horton, and jury, although that jury was made up of all whites. During the retrials, racist mobs gathered outside the courthouse yet again, so again, the National Guard came.
Yeah, Gwen, you're right. So Gwen says, oh, come on, Obama should have had a pick and they stole it. Yeah, he should have had one pick. One pick. And now you know what the Dems have done? They've done nothing like that. Okay, hey, if the Republicans are going to steal a pick, then the Dems should be stealing picks also. But they're weak, right? The Dems are deeply weak, and they'll never do that because of civility politics. So they'll let the right wing trample all over them and steal Supreme Court picks and stuff. You know, if they actually cared, they would try to pack the court also, but they don't. So, because it doesn't hurt them what the court does, because they're rich and powerful. So,
to protect the suspects. This time, the defense had a surprise witness. Ruby Bates took the stand to testify that she had not been raped by the boys and had made the story up. Despite this, the jury unanimously found them guilty. But Judge Horton said there needed to be new trials, as this one, again, was not fair. He ordered a new trial for Haywood.
I feel so bad for these kids. Like, they're constantly having to do new trials.
Patterson, and of course would not be reelected for doing that. The new judge was heavily
based. But guys, think about it. That was a dangerous political decision, and he made it anyway. He said, you know, I might lose my job, but I'm going to say the right thing. And so he decided to say that, no, we need another case because it's not fair.
Biased against the defense. And while the third trial did get one African American on the jury still found Patterson guilty. The jury also found Norris guilty at his retrial, so both Patterson and Norris returned to death row. Both would appeal their cases again. Meanwhile, all the others were also still trying to appeal their cases again. Fortunately for Patterson and Norris, the Supreme Court heard their appeals and February 1935. On April 1st, 4 years after the Scottsboro Boys were arrested, the court announced their decisions, and it was unanimous this time. They sided with both Patterson and Norris, saying the boys did not have a fair trial, citing the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Because they were African Americans and the jury pool excluded African Americans, they once again didn't have a fair shot to prove their innocence. The court said there needed to be retrials yet again, this time with African Americans on the juries. But this freaking story doesn't have a happy ending, and it's not even over yet. It appears the damage was already done to the Scottsboro Boys. Haywood Patterson got a fourth trial in January 1936. This time, while blacks were in the pool of possible jury members, none got picked for the actual trial. Yet again, the jury found Patterson guilty of rape. However, this time, instead of the death penalty, they sentenced him to 75 years in prison. This was the first time in Alabama history that a black man had not been sentenced to death in the rape of a white woman.
Oh, wow. Great. What an upgrade. He gets 75 years in prison as opposed to the death penalty. Great. Oh, that's, I guess, this is compromise, folks. This is why we love compromise in this country. Don't worry. We won't execute the child, but we will give him 75 years in prison. That's a good compromise, right, guys?
Patterson escaped from prison in 1948. In 1950, the same year he published a book describing what he had gone through, the FBI caught up with him and arrested him in Michigan, but the governor refused to send him back to Alabama. Patterson was later arrested for stabbing a man in a bar fight and died of cancer in prison in 1952, 1 year into his second sentence. What about the others? Well, on the way back to jail after Patterson's 75 years in prison sentence, Ozzie Powell Paul, who had suffered from mental illness due to solitary confinement in prison, attacked a guard who had abused him. The
Oh no. I'm sure they will be just to him because of his abuse at the hands of this guard and his mental illness. Guys, you want to take a vote here? I'm sure. Do we all think that there's going to be a just outcome to this guy attacking a white guard? You know. Okay.
guard shot Ozzy in the head. Ozzy survived, but had trouble speaking, hearing, and remembering stuff the rest of his life. Ozzy wasn't released from prison until June 1946. In 1937, Alabama dropped all charges against 4 of the boys: William Robertson, Olin Montgomery, Eugene Williams, and Roy Wright. There is evidence that all 4 suffered from mental illness for the rest of their lives. Wright served in the Army and worked as a merchant marine. In 1959, after coming home from a long trip at sea, he convinced himself that his wife had been cheating on him. He shot and killed her, and then killed himself. Roy's brother, Andy Wright, was the last of the Scottsboro Boys to be freed from prison in June 1950. He moved to New York. The next year, he was again accused of rape, but this time he was quickly found not guilty. Oh, and by an all-white jury. Charlie Weems, who suffered from permanent
Interesting, right? That an all-white jury in New York did say he was not guilty.
eye injuries after being gassed for reading communist books in prison was...
I'm sorry, it's not funny, but like that's so American, right? He was gassed for what did he say? Gassed for reading communist books in prison. Okay.
released in 1943 and lived a relatively quiet life afterward. Clarence Norris, the oldest of the Scottsboro Boys, and
I don't know what they mean by that. What do they mean by gassed? Because he was alive. It's not like they killed him. I'm very confused. Let me go back a little bit.
Charlie Weems, who suffered from permanent eye injuries after being gassed for reading communist books in prison, was released in...
What does that mean? Anyone know what that is? What do you mean he was gassed for it? Gassed for reading communist books in prison, and it lost his eyesight because of it? I literally don't know what do they mean by gassing? Obviously, it wasn't a lethal gas.
1943, and lived a relatively quiet life afterward. Clarence Norris, the oldest of the Scottsboro Boys, and only one sentenced to death in the final trial, got out on parole in 1946 and went into hiding. In 1976, Alabama Governor George Wallace, of all people, pardoned him. Norris later wrote a book about his experiences. As far as we know, he was the last of the Scottsboro Boys to die on January 23rd, 1989. At the age of 76.
The Alabama legislature has voted to pardon the group infamously known as the Scottsboro Boys 80 years later.
Oh, wow. They finally got pardoned 80 years later. That's great. Yeah, that is a twist, right, Dolly Boy?
November 21st, 2013, Alabama pardoned the rest of the Scottsboro Boys and apologized for the events, even though the boys were all long gone. Today, the story of the Scottsboro Boys is fairly well known. Harper Lee's classic book, To Kill a Mockingbird, is at least partially inspired by their story, and there's even a musical about them that came out a few years ago. But few actually know the complete and frankly shocking real story of the Scottsboro Boys, a group of young men falsely accused of something and victims of an unjust and corrupt Alabama judicial system.
Okay. So guys, the result of this, by the way, one of my favorite jurists in history is Louis Brandeis, who's this guy on the lower row here on the left. Love Louis Brandeis, the first Jewish member of the Supreme Court. Really good guy. Anyway, this court ruling basically changed a bunch of standards. It basically it made sure now that everyone had proper legal representation in court. It also put a lot more pressure on fair jury selections. It basically reaffirmed the need for fair trials, and it set a bunch of important precedents in that way, okay? So even though it had a horrible outcome for these boys, okay, who never really got justice, obviously, Jonas, it did. It took way long for anyone to be, well, it was actually later than that. It was 2013 when they finally got pardoned. 2013 when they finally got pardoned, okay? This case, the Scottsboro Boy case, had major implications for our legal system. And yeah, you'll notice, by the way, almost all of this happened in Alabama, which is, And then, so you have to understand too, in the United States, guys, there's sectionalism. So going back to the Civil War, there is sort of different cultural traits and different ways of viewing things in this North and the South. And so Alabama is one of the most racist and horrific states in the country when it comes to race and the treatment of black people and the legal system. That's not to say the North is great, but it's just interesting note there that this is one of the reasons. This goes all the way back to the Civil War, right? The South was slave owning, and so there's a lot of horrible things, especially in the South, that continue going on, linked directly to historical racism and slavery. And this is an example of that. Yeah, Gwen, our justice system is still very, very rotten, very rotten. Okay, so yeah, in a lot of ways, especially when it comes to race. You black people and people of color are, much more likely to get longer prison sentences. A disproportionate number of prisoners in this country are people of color. There's all these other issues here. Okay, actually, that's fair in your groove. I guess we could debate. Mississippi is up there too in terms of horrific racism and things like that. Yeah. Yes, Dolly Boy, between the horrendous prison treatment and lynching, but hey, the South lost the war. Exactly, Dolly Boy, insane. Jonas, isn't that the same state that black people were trying to expose accelerationists decades ago? Yes. Yeah, trying to expose accelerationists. What do you mean there, Jonas? Forgive me. The same state that black people were trying to expose. Forgive me, Jonas. What do you mean? So yeah, very messed up. Okay, now. Guys, I know. Guys might criticize me. This is kind of a dark. You guys are going to critique me. I'm going to say it anyway. Weirdly enough, and I'm not saying this because I'm an American. I'm just saying it as a matter of a lot of things. I think we have a pretty well structured trial system. What do I mean by that? In theory, the idea of having a jury of your peers deciding on a case for you rather than having an agent of the state doing it is a fantastic thing. Now, obviously, I'm talking in theory because it's oftentimes done in a very unfair way, right? But I think that's actually a really good principle. And so I like that portion. And that's not only an American thing, by the way. A lot of places do that now. The problem, of course, is that it's been deeply corrupted. If you have like an unbiased jury, if you have a biased jury, if the state intervenes in the jury, like there's a bunch of things going on there. You can kind of stack the jury in a lot of ways. But I do like the idea of like a jury of your peers deciding whether you've done a crime or not. And that also, by the way, opens the door for something called jury nullification, where the jury says, yeah, you're guilty, but we don't want you to be punished for this. Okay. Or like, is that what it's called? Jury nullification? Or the jury basically says, yeah, you did it, but we're not going to charge you with this. Okay. You see what I mean? Like, now there are problems with this. There are big problems with this. It's not perfect. All right. At the same time, you can also choose to have a judge trial, which also has problems. Okay. All right. Okay. But obviously the system is very screwed up. But I think in theory, that's a pretty good idea overall. Okay. Because to me, it's very much like power to the people sort of thing. I'd much rather a jury of my fellow workers, for example. Like, imagine if we had a socialist society where, like, a committee of workers decided the outcome of the trial. That'd be nice, as opposed to some other people. Okay. All right. Evil Resident. Sorry, welcome, Evil Resident. I'm a few minutes behind. I'm guessing they use some light version of gas as a deterrent, likely sprayed him in the eyes. Oh gosh, that's crazy, Evil Resident. Oh, light mustard gas? That's crazy. Okay. No, they do, Gwen, they do, but so do judges. I much rather have a jury of my peers analyzing what I'm doing than a judge. And juries aren't perfect, but that's why we also need a process whereby you can appeal and have another trial if, or whatever. But okay. I think I like the idea of, that sort of trial. There have been cases in American history where the government has tried to go after people and they failed because a jury says no, thank you. That's pretty good, right? That's a pretty good check and balance. You see what I mean? That's a pretty good check and balance. If you can prevent the government from like doing something to someone just because you've, yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, so, but there are issues with this, and I'm not saying it's perfect. I just like it in theory. I wish there was a better way. I mean, we definitely need to get rid of all the inequalities and shit that are obvious. Okay. So we need the people to be less racist and shit, so that and the system to be less racist, so there's less racist decisions and crap in these trials. But anyway, all right. So overall, okay. Let's go on here. So that is the Scottsboro Boys, a very fascinating case. And as I said, it was the left who were supporting these guys. Okay, it was the left. So there's been a long trend in American history of the left being the big movers and pushers to help people of color and things like that. By the way, anyone know who, what's his name? Oh my God, I'm having a mind blank. What is his name? MLK speechwriter. What is his name? Not speechwriter. Oh my gosh, why can't I remember him? Gay. See, this is humiliating. I can't remember the guy, even though I want people to remember him, but I can't. I'm having a mind blank. Gay communist, MLK. Bayard Rustin, of course. Bayard Rustin. I would bet most of you haven't heard of Bayard Rustin. Okay, he was the brains. Not that MLK was not a smart guy. He was. Bayard Rustin was one of the biggest, was the big thinkers, movers, and shakers of the civil rights movement, and he was a gay communist. Okay, and the reason he wasn't the face of the movement, is because he was a gay communist, and the rest of the civil rights leaders were afraid that it would be humiliating to have a gay communist pushing for these things publicly. So Martin Luther King was the face of it, a good God-fearing cis straight man who was not a communist, at least not explicitly a communist. Okay. Bayard Rustin, though, was one of the biggest thinkers, he wrote some of Martin Luther King's speeches. He did a lot of the thinking for the group, and he rarely gets any credit for any of this. But once again, it was basically his tactics, not only his, but his tactics heavily contributed to the success, and he was a lefty, but he never gets credit for it because it would have been considered humiliating for the civil rights movement. All right. So it is true, by the way, historically, that the civil rights movement discriminated against gay people. And I'm not trying to take away from their accomplishments, but they did, that like every group did, basically. So it's one of those dark parts of the civil rights movement doesn't get talked about as much, how there was a lot of sort of discrimination against gay members of the movement. But he is a hero, okay? Bayard Rustin, and never gets talked about. I think he ended up dying of AIDS. I could be wrong here. Yeah, he was the leader of the Yes. Yeah, Rustin was a gay man, and due to criticism of his sexuality, usually advised other civil rights leaders from behind the scenes, okay? Exactly. Exactly. Outer signaling, and I honestly, I don't talk about it much because I don't blame them, right? They had a particular goal in mind, and yeah, there was a lot of homophobia and anti-communist sentiment at the time, and it worked because they accomplished what they set out to do, but it's just something to think about. Yeah, exactly, outer signal. Alas, okay. So, yeah, he's a cool guy. Is there a recent movie about him? I need to look it up. I will say, though, guys, I do have one complaint about Bayard Rustin. Weirdly enough, later in life, he kind of became a neoconservative, which is really weird. I don't know why he did that, and I have to look into it. But later in life, he kind of became neoconservative. He had some neoconservative points of view, which was kind of weird. But at the other point in his life, he was great. I don't know why he suddenly changed in the end there. Okay. Yeah, he was actually the national co-chair of the Socialist Party of America. But he supported Lyndon B. Johnson's containment policy against communism, which is weird. Okay, even though he was okay, whatever. They make you Matt. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai just donated 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the 5 subs. Thank you. Of course. Yeah, of course. But feel free to look into Bayard Rustin. He often doesn't get talked about much. Okay. Anyway. So, and by the way, we don't talk about MLK's socialist views either, because he was very socialist, but no one talks about that. Wonder why. Okay. All right. And he, by the way, guys, we do know that Martin Luther King famously said that white liberals are the worst, right? He did not like liberals. Okay. He said that they're the worst because they're always passive and are constantly looking for a negative peace. Where like there's peace, they'd rather have peace than justice, right? Like, oh, we can't be uncivilized, and we have to constantly do civility politics rather than seek justice. We'd rather have civility than justice. Okay. Hilarious, Jonas. Okay. Yeah. Neither Malcolm X nor MLK. We never hear about that either, do we? And it continually drives me crazy how both black and white liberals are always like, praising MLK and how great he was, but then they completely miss his message. All right. He was not about, passivity and keeping the peace and shit like that. Okay. All right. So moving on, let's go on here. We're going to have a real random change here in the topic. Okay. Because we're jumping around a bit today. We are going to talk about Nazi economics. Okay. Now, I know this is random. I'm feeling random today. So we just talked about the Scottsboro Boys, which might be on a future Kahoot, by the way. Yeah, right, Dolly Boy. We're talking about a Kahoot today. We're going to be doing. I'm sorry. Which might be in a future Kahoot. We might talk about the Scottsboro Boys in a future Kahoot. Regardless, now we're going to talk about Nazi economics. Because if I were to ask all of you, what did the Nazis do with the German economy? Okay, did it help people? Did it work? And be honest, like even if you think it helped, that's okay. Do you think did they improve people's lives? Like, what do you think about when you think of the Nazi economy? I'm just curious. Oh, for sure, Outer Signal, they do. It's always very libbed up versions, which drives me crazy because they completely mess it up. Liberals miss the point. Okay. They boiled it until they had to go to war. Yeah, basically, Dolly Boy. Okay. Okay. All right. What do we think here? No, Evil Resident, I don't think he did. This is complicated. Honestly, Evil Resident, I don't know why he supported it. I don't know enough about him. I don't know enough about his beliefs on that. Heavy invest in grand public infrastructure. Okay. Yep. Heavily invest in grand public infrastructure, military, and then go to war before the economy got fudged. Okay. You're going to say, there you go, Gwen. Good for Aryan folks. Okay. There you go. Wizard Bread's books. Okay. So I just wanted to see what you guys thought. We're going to watch a video here about how the Nazis' economy actually worked. And I've always said, guys, it's a complicated topic, so I wanted a video so that I could to kind of structure my thinking about it, so I don't have to go all over the place. So this person will structure it for me, okay? About how there is this idea that Hitler sort of fixed the German economy and got people back to work, amongst a lot of people, not amongst the people in here, okay? And so let's watch this about the Nazi economy, see if we can see comparisons to the day, because as most things are in a fascist regime, it was mainly about vibes and image. Okay. The Nazis wanted people to feel that the economy was better, whether or not it actually was. And as I've always said, fascist, die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. The world is however I view it to be. It doesn't matter what reality is. Exactly, Wizard Bread's books. It doesn't matter what reality is. All that matters is how people view reality. So, and just like they did with violence, like I said before, they made it appear as though they had reduced violence in the country, but all they had done was take the violence and move it into concentration camps so that the average German wouldn't see it on the street every day. So let's watch this and compare to how the Trump administration sort of makes things appear that they're going well when they're actually not. All right. So let's watch. And I'm going to actually sit for this. Give me a second. All right, you guys. So, you want specifics. I'm high. Evil resident based. Good for you. I approve. I approve of your highness. All right. Okay. I'm sitting down. I could do that, LaQual. I've done it before. But it was a disastrous stream. When I did it very early on in my streaming career, it didn't go so well. But okay. I kept losing track of what I was saying. Okay. All right. Is everyone ready? The Colombian genocide. The Colombian genocide. Yes, Matt Saigai. Now, Matt Saigai, I'm going to humiliate you. That's not how you spell Colombia. All right? That's not how you spell it. Now, Matt Saigai, I know I'm being an asshole, Matt Saigai. But anyway. It's a pet peeve of mine, Matt Saigai, because I always see Americans spelling Colombia, the country, with an U instead of an O. That's Colombia is Colombia. Okay, sorry, Matt Saigai, I'm an asshole. I know. It's just a pet peeve of mine. Now, if we talk about District of Columbia, it is spelled with a U. But anyway, I know I'm an asshole, Matt Saigai. Whatever. Okay, go on. Leave us alone. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. I know. It's one of those weird pet peeves of mine, the word Colombia. It doesn't matter. Okay. But yes, Matt Saigai, I will do something on the Khmer Rouges, they're called the killing fields of Cambodia. Sure. The Khmer Rouge were absolutely batshit crazy. They were lefties, but they were insane. Okay. They were like, I completely disavow the Khmer Rouge in every imaginable way. Horrible lunatics. Okay. How dare you, Jonas? I know I misspell shit all the time. I'm an asshole. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, weirdly enough, Matt Saigai, I knew you meant Cambodia. That's why I'm talking about the killing fields in the Khmer Rouge. But anyway, okay. Even though I said Colombia, yes. Okay, that's okay, Matt Saigai. See, I failed too. I thought you were talking about Cambodia, and you were. Moving on. Shall we begin?
In 1933 was truly one of the most severely crippled economies in modern history. Unemployment had hit 35%.
Yeah.
And a country that was already badly suffering under the weight of reparations, the loss of industrial infrastructure, and hyperinflation, lost an additional 50% of its capital output.
Yeah.
Exports fell by 70%. And without...
Real fast here, there's some very famous images from the Weimar Republic, Weimar, Germany, money, of children literally, here we go, some of the best pictures. Children using stacks of Reichmarks as toys, stacking them up like toys because the money was so useless. The hyperinflation was so bad. They would oftentimes do things like this. Here's a woman burning Reichsmarks for fuel because they're so useless. It's actually less expensive to use them as fuel than it is to actually buy wood or coal to use as fuel. You have... there's also an image somewhere of a little girl with a wheelbarrow, using the wheeling a whole. Here we go. This is a guy with a wheelbarrow full of money to go buy a loaf of bread because it was such bad hyperinflation. Okay. It was disastrous in Germany. All right. Absolutely disastrous. So their economy, just the bottom fell out of it during the Great Depression.
Without the resources to fund basic social services, malnourishment and homelessness were commonplace all between the years of 1929 and 1933. The Great Depression was not particularly pleasant for any of the countries swept up in it, but the economic devastation felt by Germany in particular...
You know what? Okay, Okay, you know what country did not feel the Great Depression that badly at all? If you think about economic systems. So, obviously, the Great Depression had a massive and horrible impact on um, capitalist countries because they were all linked up in international finance. Correct, Dolly Boy. The Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was not terribly significantly affected by the Great Depression because they operated in a socialist economic system that was somewhat self-reliant and didn't have linked I'm sorry, Sir Bart, it's true though. That's one of the positives of that system is it didn't have these massive economic ups and downs. Now there were other issues with it, okay? But it didn't that's one of the reason why there was a lot of fear of the Soviet Union during this time is because everyone's like crap. While all of our countries are flopping around failing, the Soviet Union seems to be doing just fine. Now I'm slightly over exaggerating. They had some issues because a lot of countries stopped importing from them, but it wasn't like not nearly as bad as elsewhere. Okay, like barely as bad as elsewhere.
Was largely without equal. But then, things changed. Adolf Hitler was appointed the Chancellor of Germany on the 30th of January 1933, and then the full-fat Führer of Germany a year and a half later. This was a time period that clearly coincided with a dramatic turnaround in Germany's economy. In the years that followed, unemployment fell from 35% to less than 1%.
Yeah.
Agriculture and industrial output almost doubled. Massive infrastructure projects like the Autobahns were commissioned and completed, and this was all on top of, well, assembling a military force to take on the rest of Europe. It is easy to see why armchair historians and insufferable edgelords alike will often repeat the factoid that Hitler was a terrible guy, sure, but at least he fixed the economy. The only problem is,
do you guys remember when Candace Owens said that the problem with Hitler, like he was great for the economy, but the problem with Hitler is that he decided to go to war against he decided to go outside of Germany and do ethnic cleansing. Like she had no problem with what Hitler did inside of Germany, the concentration camps and stuff. But the problem was that he started doing it to other countries. Anyway, love Candace Owens. She's such a smart thinker. That he had ambitions outside of Germany. Crazy.
Economic miracle may have looked good on paper, but that's a lot easier when they were the ones who controlled the paper. Lying with statistics, being in the right place at the right.
Straight men and lesbian women and bisexual men and women out there, no crushing on Candace Owens. I forbid it. I forbid it. I'm using my gay rainbow powers to put a block in between all of your brains and thinking about Candace Owens, okay?
Time tactically ignoring some warning signs, not to mention good old-fashioned propaganda, all managed to make things look good for around 6 years. But by zooming out and understanding the complete historical context, it will become clearer that by 1939, Germany was, at most, a few years away from collapse, even before the bombs started dropping. When Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power...
Yeah, for the asexual people out there, this is why you have a superpower. Guys, the asexual people out there will never be attracted to fascists, and that is a cool superpower, right? Like, they can shut it, they're not gonna, which is why asexual people are magical.
They did not have broad popular support from the people. In fact, by that time, they had already made a lot of enemies. They achieved this tenuous power largely by presenting themselves as a solution to the country's economic failures.
Maybe, Matt.
But once they had it, one thing became clear. If they were going to hold on to that power, they now needed to fix those economic failures.
Yeah.
Unemployment was a political emergency, and the new cabinet needed visible wins before Germans decided that this was just another failed government with better uniforms. They kicked off with the Law for the Reduction of Unemployment in June 1933.
Okay.
This let the finance ministry borrow aggressively to fund public works projects which could start quickly. In a financial downturn, this was arguably good economic policy. When private spending froze, the state could step in, place orders, and keep wages moving until confidence returned.
Notice that this is not setting up. So they basically took a bunch of loans. I mean, they gave money, the government gave money to private companies as a form of investment, okay, in order to increase production and stuff. This is not necessarily the state doing these things, okay? This is giving it to private companies. All right. So this is not like a state takeover of businesses or anything.
A lot of leaders at the time still treated deficits like a moral failing. So even doing this much spending in 1933 looked bold, and it made the new regime seem competent, or at the very least willing to try new things to turn the sinking ship around. Now, the Nazis knew this, so they started treating every shovel as a camera prop. Anything that put men in work boots became a political photo op, and the regime started selling job creation as proof that dictatorship was the cure for democracy's chaos. And their best trophy was the Autobahn, because it was concrete, it was visible, and it looked like a nation finally moved.
The Nazis were great at propaganda, right? We still have these images in our heads of these things, at least I do after seeing so many images of them, but it was an illusion, right?
Again. Well, except for the fact that the Autobahn did not start with Hitler.
Yeah.
Motorway planning existed in the 1920s, and the first motorway section between Cologne and Bonn opened in 1932. A year before Hitler became chancellor. When the Nazi Party was still a fringe movement, it actually attacked the Autobahn idea.
When the Nazi was a fringe movement, it attacked the idea of this socialist project of the Autobahn. Almost like it was they're fascist and they're far right wing, and they like capitalism and they don't like socialism, and they don't like public works projects.
As luxuries for the elites. However, once in power, they flipped instantly and took credit as if the party had poured the asphalt itself. It was propaganda so good that most people still believe it to this day.
Yeah.
Partly because a road lasts and people associate its construction with the Nazis. The regime staged ceremonial openings and filmed them relentlessly because they were masters of optics. Now, whatever the political motivation...
Do you remember when... I'm sorry, I keep pausing. Do you remember when Trump, during COVID, he got that big hospital ship? Was it like a Navy hospital ship? And like he was obsessed with this thing as an optics thing. Look at what I'm doing to stop COVID. I'm sending this hospital ship to New York City. And like he kept taking pictures outside of the hospital ship and like trying to make it seem like, look how much my government is doing to stop this. I'm doing stuff for the people. I'm sending this hospital ship. But it was like he wasn't actually, right? And that hospital ship already existed. It's not like he built it. It's not like he... Okay, so he's taking credit for what was already there, and then it wasn't that much. Okay.
Well, it was still spending when Germany needed spending. So you could ask, wasn't this still a real stimulus? Well, maybe, for a moment. The Autobahn got the attention because it stood the test of time, but a huge amount of actual spending was quickly redirected towards rearmament. That still gave people jobs, and it still pushed money through the economy.
Yeah, Gwen.
Building bombs and building highways created very different futures over time for ordinary Germans trying to plan their lives. A motorway kept helping industry for years because it moved people and goods long after the construction crews went home. Ammunition and shells created jobs while they were being made. But once they were fired, they were gone. So the government had to place more orders to keep those factories running. That kind of spending could pull people back into work in the short run because factories got orders and wages started moving again. Unemployment stayed low only because the state kept placing new military contracts to keep those factories from laying people off. And once you build an economy around that, the question stopped being, how do we recover?
So you notice, guys, like that's another issue with the fascist state is they become dependent on military production because, that becomes a massive chunk of your economy, especially if you're doing total war all the time. You constantly need to have a military going, and then a large chunk of your economy becomes dependent on it. And it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Fascists, like I said before, they love war for the sake of war and conflict for the sake of conflict. That's literally part of their ideology. So it's just like there's zero incentive for them to not go to war. Yeah, Gwen, okay? There's zero incentive for them not to go to war. By starting a war, they become dependent on war to keep their image intact economically. They also think war is a good thing. Like, there's no reason to stop the war. Like, that's all they want to do is war, 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 war. And it is no surprise, guys, that after World War II, one of the biggest reasons America got out of the Great Depression was military production. It wasn't completely FDR's New Deal. It was military production. The need for military production in the United States got tons of people back to work. And after the war ended, the United States had a real hard time loosening its dependence on all this military production. It even led to Eisenhower, who had been a general in World War II, warning people when he left office that we need to be aware and be worried about the influence of the military industrial complex because we are dependent on them. And this is going to be a big problem in the future. And so since World War II, America really, its military production has always been way high up there. You see what I mean? It's sort of a self-fulfilling thing. Anyway, and we haven't done much to replace it in terms of getting people job stuff. Okay. Yep, still hooked on it to this day. So that's another that means that there's no incentive to stop fighting wars, at least economically, because it helps the wealthy and it helps people get jobs, I guess you could say. Okay. Yeah, it's dark. But that's similar to the Nazis, right? A self-fulfilling prophecy.
How do we keep funding constant rearmament without the whole budget blowing up? The immediate mindset was that they would eventually fix this problem when they ruled all of Northern Europe. Now, obviously, this had already set the country down a very destructive path. But in the short term, the economic stimulus of big government spending did genuinely improve the lives of average Germans, or at least those deemed worthy. And this does raise a reasonable follow-up question, which is, why didn't the previous interwar...
So, I don't know if you'll mention it, but this is something that is also not talked about as much. We do know that one of the reasons, too, that they were able to benefit some Germans' livelihoods is because they looted some Germans for the expense... They looted some Germans and then gave that looted goods to other Germans, right? They literally, exactly, Jonas, they literally took the Jewish property and the property of enemies of the state, of Untermenschen, okay, you know, the nonsense Nazi phrases. They looted that and gave it to people who were considered Aryan or good people. So, or like, you know, not racially superior or whatever people. So they actually looted one section of their economy and gave it over to another section. Now, there is something funny about this. And what I'm going to say, that too, Dolly Boy. So literally, Dolly Boy says also very easy to keep unemployment figures down for Nazis by shoving a whole population of prime into camps. Yeah. And then they would literally, guys, the people that got thrown into the camps, they would literally then give the property and houses of those people to other Germans for very low costs. So they would literally loot people's housing and then give it to other Germans. Okay. Kind of like what Israel does in, you see where I'm going, Palestine, okay? Taking houses and then giving them to other Israelis, okay? Anyway, so they literally did that, which certainly made things a lot easier for some Germans, okay? Yeah, Matt Guy. It literally sounds like Israel. And this is why I am not exaggerating or trying to be political when I say that the Israelis are Nazis. Because, I mean, if it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, and it walks like a duck, it's probably a goddamn Nazi. Yeah, it's a duck. You get my point. All right. So, like, okay. Moving on. They did that. So, what was I going to say here? So, I said that they were looting a lot of these folks. Oh, there's a famous, so I forget the name of the historian or academic. I can't remember who said this. There was some academic or historian or philosopher who said that basically, Nazi anti-Semitism was the fool's socialism. Because think about it. I mean, socialists also want to redistribute wealth to some extent, but they want to take that wealth from the hyper-wealthy capitalists and basically give it to the community to some extent, right? So, or to a large extent. So what's interesting is that the Nazis did something similar, but they took it from people who were not the elites, at least not all of them were the elites, right? They took it from a racial community, and I guess that's what the Nazis called it, and then redistributed it from them, which is lovely, right? It's kind of like a way of distracting from capitalism. Don't worry, we are going to redistribute the wealth too. Just like the socialist, and we're going to take it from the Jews because they're the real enemies. It's not the capitalists we should take the money from. It's the Jews, right? Do we see how that's almost like a one-to-one thing. We're like, okay, yeah, we're going to redistribute it, but we're going to take it from the people who aren't actually guilty of the capitalism. You see what I mean? They use a lot of socialist language and things to get people on their side. Yeah, punching down socialism. It's a distraction and it protects capitalism. Okay? You see what I mean? We should go after the rich.
Governments do the same thing. Well, there were two reasons. First, in the early 1930s, a lot of leaders still believed the way out of a slump was to tighten the belt, cut government spending, raise taxes, and restore confidence, even if it meant people suffered in the short run. In other words, austerity. Germany had tried it under Chancellor Heinrich Brüning from 1930 to
There you go,
1932.
Mayflower. Mayflower kids said, well, we just shifted the elites into being the Nazis. There you go. And they always have been, kind of, but I'd put it this way. They've always been sort of okay with fascism. Yeah.
And those cuts and tax hikes helped deepen the downturn, which also made the political system look useless right when people were desperate. Second, Germany had a tight budget and a declining tax base, and it still lived under the shadow of the World War I reparations that it owed to the Allied powers, plus large foreign debts from the 1920s. So open borrowing was politically explosive at home and risky abroad, because any sign that Germany was piling on new debt could trigger lenders to pull back, or ordinary Germans to panic about inflation all over again. So if Berlin wanted to spend, it had to borrow. And Germany had limits on how much it could borrow in ways that were visible to voters, creditors, and the Reichsbank itself. And that was the opening the Nazis used, because they borrowed anyway. And they did it in ways designed to keep the true costs of debt out of sight for as long as they could. Don't worry, we will get into the tricks they used shortly. For now, the point is that at the time, it looked like a great economic recovery. In reality, however, it was a government buying time with borrowing and counting on the next few years to solve problems it wasn't solving in the present. They could keep the story looking clean for a while because they also had tools that made the numbers look better than the underlying reality.
What is the Trump administration doing? Constantly trying to make the numbers look better than the underlying economic reality, right? Like right now, I mean, stocks were doing pretty well, even, we're keep doing pretty well. I mean, right now they're not doing that great, even though like the Strait of Hormuz is closed and stuff. There's been lots of attempts by the Trump administration to make the numbers look good, to give an illusion that things are going well when underneath the surface, things are not going well. Okay?
Once you saw those tools, it became clear the miracle was fragile, and it depended on debt, control, and a very careful public narrative.
Yeah.
The early years looked clean because the regime
This guy
made
right
them
here.
look clean.
This guy right here is Hermann Goering. Look how fat he is. I like calling him Fat Herman. He was a war hero from World War I, and he ended up being the Reichs. He was a war hero that was he fought in a plane. He ended up being the head of the Luftwaffe, or the German Air Force, during World War II, and some other positions. He was basically Hitler's second in command, and he got very corrupt and stole a bunch of artwork that he looted from countries that were invaded, and started eating a bunch of food because he became this gross elite who got everything he wanted, and he started getting really fat. You could see on his body the amount of destruction and looting the Nazis were doing in other places. It's like the more destruction and looting they did, the fatter he got, because he was, and I'm not going after fat people. I'm going after the kind of gluttony of looting that Hermann Goering and the monsters around him were doing. Okay. He was not a stress eater, Matt Saigai. And I'm not saying people who are overweight or whatever are somehow bad. Okay. I'm saying in his case, it was directly linked to his position and his corruption and his gluttony as a person in power, because it was.
And because a rebound from the bottom was easier to sell as genius. But the part that mattered most was the part you could not see. It was the money that didn't show up where you expected it. The jobs that only existed because the state cared.
Exactly. Outer Signal, if you watch CNN, Kevin O'Leary is trying to convince you that the stock market is the economy. Correct. It is not. Okay? Absolutely.
Signing
Mayflower, how dare you?
New contracts. And the statistics.
Yeah, I agree, Jonas. I agree.
That got helped so that the headlines kept moving in the right direction. That still felt fine for a while because the streets looked busier and the pay packets were real. Then the limit showed up. By 1938,
I love, oh my God, I'm sorry, I keep pausing, but I love how evil Goebbels looks. This is Goebbels, whatever you want to call him. Like, he looks so evil, doesn't he? Like, he has a Stephen Miller kind of look, doesn't he?
Germany was already running into shortages it could not propaganda away. The raw materials, the foreign currency, the imports that an armaments economy still needed to survive. This was the moment where the story stopped being, look how fast we grew, and started becoming, we have to keep feeding this machine or it slows down. If you have ever heard the line, yeah, he was awful, but at least he fixed the economy, well, you now know that this was the part that line quietly
Evil Resident, that's the best way of putting it. I'm saying he's the personification of a metaphorical fat cat, yes.
Steps over. Once you saw it, the last few years before 1939 stopped looking like a stable recovery because the whole system started depending on expansion just to keep moving.
Yes.
The bit people remember was the easy part. And the later years were where the numbers started fighting back.
Yeah, Jonas.
So it's time to learn how history works and to see what Germany's economic miracle actually ran.
I'm going to pause it there. So, I'm going to show you guys something. So I like this video. I know I keep pausing it. I hope is everyone able to follow along, even though I keep interrupting the video? Okay. So we all know I'm sorry, I'm being teacherly by asking, is everyone okay? Everyone good? Everyone okay? Everyone good? Okay. Sudetenland. So you all know, I'm sure, hopefully most of you know about the story of the Sudetenland, which is this region right here. This region right here of Czechoslovakia, or at least of what was Czechoslovakia. All right. This yellowy region here that had a lot of ethnic Germans there. That doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. That was the Nazi excuse for it. So this part of Czechoslovakia was extremely industrialized. Czechoslovakia itself at the time was very industrialized, okay? And it contained something called the, let me see if I can, the Skoda, I think it's Skoda. Skoda Works. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So the Skoda Works was this massive industrial complex within the Sudetenland. I think it was in the Sudetenland. It was either in Czechoslovakia proper or the Sudetenland, okay? And what we don't understand, what we really don't talk about, guys, is that the German military really wasn't that great. Like when Hitler started annexing all these territories around him, it really wasn't that great. They primarily relied on horseback. Like most of their troops moved by horseback, and they didn't have very good communication between different branches of the military. They got lucky in a lot of ways, okay, with how they moved their troops around. And by allowing Hitler to take Czechoslovakia, the Germans were able to loot a ton of equipment that was made in Czechoslovakia and the Skoda Works and add it to their military. They then suddenly had access to the Skoda Works industrial complex, which they could use to make a bunch more weapons. So like when they started all this conquest, they didn't really have what they needed. But by starting to conquer these places, they started being able to loot what they needed from the places they conquered. So it's just something to think about. It's not like Germany itself was doing that great. They had to go out and take things from other people to have a powerful enough military to start doing all these conquests. And it's a shame that they were allowed to take that big chunk of Czechoslovakia because it gave them all that power, right? Okay, like they wouldn't have had it. And you could even see, by the way, in that video we just watched, what made me think of this is that there was an image in here. I'm going to go back here of...
We have to keep feeding this machine or it slows down. If you have ever heard the line, yeah, he was awful, but at least he fixed the economy, well, you now know that this was the part that line quietly steps over. Once you saw it, the last few years before 1939 stopped looking like a stable recovery because the whole system...
Here you go. Look at this. Do you see on this? I saw this image, and that's what reminded me. Skoda. You see how it says Skoda here? Okay, so this is a Nazi propaganda film after they looted Czechoslovakia and are showing, look, we now control the Skoda Works, so we'll be able actually to produce weapons and shit like that. So just something to note there, a lot of this was based off looting, okay, and the taking of industrial capacity in other countries, which unfortunately early on for the Nazis was enabled by the enemies of the Nazis, okay? It was enabled, like the Munich conference where Britain, the United States, etc. I mean, Britain, France, and such enabled the Nazis to go into Czechoslovakia and things like that, kind of allowed them to grow more powerful, okay? Anyway, moving on. Just a side note
System
there.
started depending on expansion just to keep moving. The bit people remember when Germany's economic miracle actually ran on. This video is sponsored by Cape, the privacy-first mobile carrier, rethinking what's secure, telling your data, personal information, call logs, off abilities. There's no voicemail. .co invent the idea of.
Okay, let's go back here.
The first thing to understand was that the Nazis did not invent the idea of spending during a slump. They just did it faster, louder, and had fewer people telling them to slow down. The June 1933 program paid for work that could begin right away, fixing roads, building houses, improving drainage, and taking on local public projects. So, unemployed workers got jobs and paychecks quickly. That did help. A slump was partly a fear.
Yeah, Jonas, exactly. Jonas says they should have done something the second he remilitarized the Rhineland. They should have. Now, I will say, looking back, I honestly, it was hard for them at the time to make the decision to go to war with Germany. There were a number of internal factors that made it a lot harder for them to go to war against Germany immediately. We like to be very judgmental of those countries at the time. As a historian, though, like in the context of the times, that would have been very unpopular in a lot of ways because people were still upset about World War I. So there was a lot of internal pressure on them not to. That being said, with the benefit of hindsight, yes, it would have been much better for the European countries to go into war immediately against the Germans. But alas, it did not happen.
Waited for orders, households waited for wages, and both sides waited until someone else moved first. State orders forced that first move. And for a while, it generally felt like Germany was waking up because activity returned to places that had been silent for years.
Yeah.
But the state also turned the labor market into a machine it could steer. Independent trade unions were crushed in 1930.
Yeah, by the way, that's like the first thing that they crushed. In a very classic act of Nazi propaganda, they one of the first announcements they made when they took over the government was that they were creating a national day of labor. So like a day to celebrate labor unions. And on the day they first started celebrating this holiday, they quietly passed a law crushing all the labor unions. So isn't that cute? You make a day celebrating unions, and on that same day, you quietly write a law that crushes all the labor unions. Okay?
Strikes were banned, and the German Labour Front replaced unions with an organisation that enforced discipline and kept wage pressure down.
No, that's
Wages
fair,
were
Jonas.
restrained.
That is fair. I'm not that nice to him, but I like other countries I can kind of get why they didn't. All right.
Hours were extended.
Right,
and the
Lacroix.
workers had far less bargaining power,
Yep.
just as demand for labour began to rise.
That doesn't sound socialist, does it? Where they restrained the workers' wages, their hours were extended, and workers had less bargaining power. Uh-oh.
Which helped employers expand output without the usual pay rises that came with tight labour markets. This was one reason unemployment fell quickly. Hiring became easier for firms.
But they weren't being paid as much.
And quitting became riskier for workers.
Yes.
That was the first piece of the story, the public works push that created jobs fast. The second piece was the borrowing. Germany did not have the tax revenue to pay for this surge in orders. And open borrowing was politically dangerous in a country still traumatized by the hyperinflation of 1923. The Reichsbank also had limits on direct lending to the government. So, the regime needed a workaround that kept the budget looking calmer than it actually was. That workaround was built by Hjalmar Schacht, who helped design a system where armaments firms were paid with paper promises that could circulate through banks like safe assets. The front company was called Metallurgische Forschungsgesellschaft, or MEFO for short, and the paper it issued became known as MEFO bills.
Yeah.
MEFO bills were basically state-backed IOUs. A supplier could accept the paper, take it to a bank for cash. and the bank could hold it or pass it onward, knowing that the state stood behind it. Eventually, the Reichsbank could support the whole chain by discounting the paper, which meant rearmament was being financed indirectly even when direct financing was limited. This was how Germany borrowed some prosperity, because the factories stayed paid.
No, Mayflower
stayed
Kid.
hired.
It's more complicated than that. Our military-industrial complex is kept churning partially for the sake of building the economy, not necessarily going to war. This is complicated. Isn't necessarily about that, but it can be.
And the true
I know that didn't really answer the question.
scale of state debt stayed blurred for a few years.
Yeah.
It was clever. It also guaranteed a future problem.
That's one of my favorite pictures of Hitler, by the way. He looks so evil. Or not pictures, one of my favorite videos of Hitler. That sounds evil. But Matt Saigai, look at his face
being
in this
financed indirectly, even when direct financing was limited. This was how Germany borrowed some prosperity, because the factories stayed paid, workers stayed hired, and the true scale of state debt stayed blurred for a few years. It was clever.
Look at this. So this was an image that that someone caught of him while he didn't know the camera was looking. Look at his face. Like, that is a face of a very evil person. And he typically, he looks evil a lot of the time, but I always thought this one, he just looks like a wretched, horrible human being. I don't know, something about this image. He just looks so evil. I don't know what to tell you. Do you guys see his face? All right.
It also guaranteed a future problem. Those IOUs came with interest and due dates, and once they matured in bulk, someone had to refinance them or pay them back. By April 1938, there were around 12 billion Reichsmarks of Mefo bills outstanding. That's about $110 billion in today's money.
Jesus.
And rolling that over forever was not a plan. It was a delay. Many of those bills could be extended, so repayment kept getting pushed back until the pile became too large to ignore. That was the money side of the miracle. But the story still needed the public to believe it was working, and that meant the numbers had to look clean. So alongside the spending and the hidden borrowing, the regime lent on a third lever: how unemployment and employment were counted, and who got included in the totals. Unemployment did fall, and some of that was...
By the way, our own government messes with the unemployment numbers, okay? When you see an unemployment number, that does not tell you much, okay? Because a person who's working a part-time job and not making enough to survive is considered employed. So what unemployment numbers do not include is underemployment, when someone is employed and not making, or is employed in a position that is way below their abilities and what they could be doing, or not employed enough to survive. Okay, it also doesn't include people who who have stopped looking for a job. Okay, because the question that is asked to determine this is, are you, basically, they look at the numbers of people who have applying for unemployment to figure it out. So it doesn't include people who aren't looking for unemployment, of which there's a lot of people. So the unemployment numbers are almost always lower than they actually are. Okay, it doesn't include the other problems that are happening. Does that make sense? And so it's constantly there. Yeah, and if I were to look at unemployment numbers with all those other things added in, including underemployment, So when functional, the true rate of unemployment functionally, okay, and I'm not exaggerating here, but these are not the numbers that are good, okay? These are not the numbers that you normally see, and so you all might think I'm crazy. But if you look at like the true unemployment numbers in terms of not only people who aren't working, people who aren't looking for jobs, and by the way, these are adults, right? And people who are underemployed, it's around 23%. That is very bad, okay? But if you look at just unemployment rate, it's 4.3%. So do we see why it seems almost beneficial to the state to say that it's 4.3% as opposed to including underemployment and people not looking for a job anymore because they've lost faith in the system? Okay, so that's pretty horrific. Okay, the true rate of unemployment tracks the percentage of U.S. labor force that does not have a full-time job, but wants one, has no job, or does not earn a living wage. Okay, so 20% of people don't earn a living wage, don't have a job, or aren't looking for a job, even though they don't have one. Okay, that's pretty bad.
Real because public works and military contracts did create jobs, especially after years of mass idleness. But the regime also changed who counted and how they counted, which made the headline fall faster than the underlying reality. Seasonal and irregular work could be treated more generously, so someone with unstable employment could be presented as employed for statistical purposes more easily
so we do the exact same thing.
Conscription and compulsory labor programs helped
evil
too,
resident.
because a man in uniform was no longer in the unemployment total, even if the state had mainly moved him into a controlled category. The Reich Labor Service expanded through the mid-1930s, and by 1935 it was compulsory for young men, which shifted large numbers out of unemployment statistics, while also supplying cheap labor to state projects.
I forgot about
and
that.
The labor statistics moved in other ways too, because the regime pushed married women out of paid work through policy and propaganda, including marriage loans that were
Jonas, but Kevin O'Leary said that the market is the best it's ever been. Hilarious. Evil resident, stats are the bastard child of pure maths used almost exclusively to spit. 100% evil resident, right? Oxpecker, it's the Banes, the untrimmed stash, the pencil thin. There you go. Oh, I love that, Oxpecker. It's the Banes, the untrimmed stash that's as pencil thin, and his cold, calculating demeanor, along with his hunched back. It looks like his body needs rest, but through the power of the dark side, he keeps going by letting the hate flow through him. Totally, Oxpecker. Okay.
Rewarded couples when wives left employment.
Jesus.
That made the unemployment figures look better, and it also helped reshape who got hired, because vacancies appeared without the state having to admit it was shrinking the counted labor force. And then there was the most brutal adjustment, pushing the Jews out of the labor force and out of professions from 1933.
Which then opened up a lot of new jobs, okay? So here's the looting thing.
Onward. This opened jobs for others while ripping experienced doctors, lawyers, engineers, and business owners out of the economy. German firms lost experience and networks overnight, and even if you ignored the moral crime, it weakened parts of the economy that relied on specialized skills.
There you go, Matt Saigai. But seriously, Matt Saigai. So Matt Saigai says creating new jobs. What has the Trump administration done? They have deported a ton of workers, and now they're claiming to be creating new jobs because a ton of jobs have opened up because a ton of people have been removed from the country violently and sent to third countries or put into concentration camps. So, oh my God, the economy's booming. Look at all these open jobs now that all the immigrants have been forcibly removed. Yeah, those jobs don't pay you much, and they're crap jobs, and no one wants to do them anyway. But you know, we've made a bunch of new jobs by deporting a bunch of people, right? Jonas. So isn't that great? So that's great. So we're doing the same thing. No, that's how those jobs are viewed. And what I mean by crap jobs too is that they don't pay much, right? So a lot of Americans who aren't immigrants don't want to do those jobs, right? So actually, a lot of those businesses are no, Matt Saigai, they are crap jobs. They don't pay enough. They're very bad jobs. The people who give those jobs are horrible people, and they underpay the people who in them. A lot of those companies are having trouble filling those roles because Americans aren't willing to take those jobs, or as it say, non-immigrant Americans aren't willing to take those jobs because we like abusing foreign workers. So now that we can't abuse those foreign workers, no one wants the jobs. So the whole point is it's all smoke and mirrors, okay?
International connections. That came
No, Jonas, I'm saying we exploit foreign workers. Okay, we exploit them. We bring them in, and then they're some of the jobs that are easiest for them to get are like jobs where we can easily exploit them. Not where the companies can easily exploit them. If I were my opinion, we'd keep all the migrant workers here and then make them all unionized and make sure they get paid enough, right?
to bite Germany in a very plain way, because you could not build a modern industrial system by purging people who knew how it worked. And even with all of those levers pulled, there was still one more reason the story looked so impressive in the early years.
Yeah.
The timing helped them. The Nazis took power at the bottom of the Great Depression. From that depth, a rebound was likely in many countries once the panic phase passed and global trade stopped collapsing at the same speed.
Yeah.
From the depths of 1932, even a modest rebound looked dramatic.
I swear to God.
And the Nazis claimed every point of improvement as a personal achievement, even when global conditions were lifting most countries. A lot of economists later argued that Germany's economy was already turning around by 1932, which meant the first few years of improvements were proof that Hitler
By the way, same thing with Trump after Obama. Like, the economy was improving naturally after the Great Recession. And so then Trump took credit for the economy improving, even though it was naturally improving as a part of the business cycle, which is funny to me.
Personally solved anything. Other economists argued that the Nazi mix of controls and rearmament made German living standards worse on average, even while output and employment looked impressive on paper. So the early boom was a mix of genuine state spending, a recovering global cycle, and a government willing to squeeze workers and edit statistics to keep the story clean. Then the limits showed up. A peacetime country could run a jobs program on domestic labor and domestic materials. Our rearmament economy needed oil, rubber, copper, nickel, and high-grade ores.
So one of the reasons Germany lost the war, it was massively dependent on outside resources. Germany has a lot of steel and it has quite a bit of coal, but it does not have rubber. It does not have oil. It does not have a lot of very key ingredients you need to run a military machine. So it was kind of doomed to fail unless it, it was able to produce these things on its own, which it was not able to do. And very early on, it got cut off from these things, which is very predictable, but the Nazis were dumb. So they're like, oh, wait, crap. We started a massive world war and now we can't get the resources we need. Oh, no. We couldn't see that coming. Okay, you idiots.
Quantities. Germany did not have enough of several key raw materials at home, so it had.
That's like, I'd have to look into it. I know some about it, but it's been a while, so I'm going to have to look into it, okay? I don't want to comment unless I remind myself.
And importing them required foreign currency that Germany struggled to earn in the mid-1930s. Foreign currency was the money foreign...
Oh, Gwen. Yeah, Gwen. So Gwen says, I was explaining what we are talking about. My daughter seems to be upset that the word Nazi, when using the word Nazi-like, talking about Israelis. Yeah. And you know what, Gwen? Like, that's the thing. I get the immediate reaction a person has when I might refer to what the Israeli settlers are doing as Nazi. Okay. Because I get it. They're Jewish, and it's like, it seems kind of, what's the term, polemical to use that phrase. But of course, that's why I always try to highlight when I'm doing these presentations, how I'm not just saying it, right? Like, what did the Nazis do, right? And I know you know this, Gwen, but your daughter sounds like she, it sounds like she's hypersensitive about that. Maybe try to tell her exactly what the Nazis did and then be like, what does this sound like? I don't know. But I don't know. I'm sorry about that, though, Gwen. I get it. Okay. Sad how Germany's economic relationship resulted in them being completely bent over by the Allied forces, right? Soviet Union got away with it, right? Okay. Well, Gwen, honestly, though, Gwen, like, I get it. I get it, Gwen, because that doesn't mean you raised her badly, okay? That is an empathetic reaction she's having, in that she knows about the Holocaust, and she probably has some trauma learning about it, which is what Holocaust education does, okay? And I honestly think it's sometimes good to be traumatized about genocide. And so she's having an immediate reaction and viewing that as sort of an anti-Semitic trope, right? So I wouldn't necessarily say that means that you raised her badly. All right. And she's been propagandized to, and it's something she needs to work on. okay? I don't blame yourself, Gwen, right? Okay. Make your daughter go to Nazi. Yeah, no, yes, TJ, I have played the Nazi versus Zionist game that's online, absolutely. And you might, maybe direct her to that, Gwen, although she'd probably say that was anti-Semitic too at this point. But anyway, so yeah. Of course, Gwen. But look, you're getting tons of support here in the chat, Gwen, and so we hope you. Oh yeah. Okay.
Supplies accepted, and Germany could not just decree more of it into existence. It had to earn it through exports, borrow it, or take it. This was why the import crunch mattered so much. An armaments economy could be busy on paper, while still stalling in practice when the fuel and metals did not arrive.
But guys, by the way, what has America done to our global trade relationships? We have screwed up our global trade relationships genuinely. So we've kind of done what the Nazis done. Like, we rely on imports of like computer chips and shit like that, and yet we've like completely screwed up our ability to get them cheaply. So like, we've also shot ourselves in the foot. It's just funny to me. Yeah, the tariffs, right, Jonas? So like what the Nazis did, kind of.
Schacht tried to manage this with exchange controls and import licenses, and trade deals where Germany and a partner country kept the money in controlled accounts, instead of using normal currency markets. This prioritized raw materials for armaments while cutting consumer imports like food and textiles whenever shortages got tight. This kept factories running. It also made daily life more constrained because consumer choice narrowed, queues grew, and normal trade was replaced by state allocation and priority lists.
Now that we haven't gotten to that point because we're not engaged in total war. Okay. Now, if we did get into a massive global conflict, for example, we probably would engage in total war. But so we haven't gone this far. Typically, guys, when total war gets enacted in a country, the state has to get involved, and it's not socialism. It's just the state is trying to survive. So it stops caring as much about ideology and starts being like, okay, we need to control all this so that we can build the military and kill people and protect ourselves. But that's not socialism. It's just, that's where a government takes over. The state takes over to protect itself or whatever. I don't know what you would call that. They were still capitalist. Okay.
1936. Hitler escalated the whole thing with the 4-year plan, demanding that Germany be ready for war within 4 years, and putting Erwin Goering in charge of a bureaucracy built around speed and scale. The 4-year plan pushed hard into synthetic substitutes, synthetic fuel, synthetic rubber, and big state-backed industrial projects that tried to replace imports with domestic production.
Which is what we're doing in America. That's why I remember how I said we import a bunch of computer chips. Well, Trump has been trying to build computer chip factories in the United States because we're trying to become autarkic, the ability to sustain ourselves in case we have to go to war, which is disturbing, right? Because that's how the Nazis tried to counteract their lack of resources. They tried to create synthetic oils and things like that so that if they did go to war, they wouldn't be cut off from those resources. And that's kind of what we're doing in America, which is very dark, okay? We are kind of we've been trying to build chip plants. We've been, yes, I believe so, Doug. I think you're right. Welcome, Doug, but not Doug, D-O-U-G, Doug 185, okay? All right, I'm going to need to come up with another name for the other Doug, okay? Correct, Paul Squaw. So like this is complicated. We don't have the rare earth minerals that are necessary, but that's interesting, right? We don't have the rare earth minerals necessary to build chips anyway. You know who does? Venezuela, Greenland, which are places that appear to be, that we're conquering, almost like we're trying to become autarkic and be able to support ourselves in the case of a wider war. The Congo, there you go, Jonas. So that's kind of dark, right?
Some of those projects...
You're right. I'm sorry. You're Antifa, Doug. My mistake. Okay, you're Antifa.
Partly worked. Many were
right,
inefficient. All were expensive. And they still did not remove the basic problem that Germany needed resources and foreign exchange faster than it could sustainably earn them. By 1938, the economy was busy and close to full employment. And yet, key inputs were scarce, which forced rationing of metals and forced ministries to decide which firms got what.
Thank you, Doug.
At that point, the state was making hard trade-offs. Steel for cars meant less steel for housing, and foreign exchange for food meant less foreign exchange for raw materials.
Yeah.
The system could not keep running. It needed constant policing, and it kept drifting toward more control at home and more aggression abroad, because peaceful fixes were running out.
Yeah.
This was where the miracle turned into a corner. This was also why the regime talked so much about self-sufficiency, because if you could not reliably buy what you needed, you tried to make it at home, even when it was inefficient and brutally expensive. Mefo bills were maturing, the import crunch was tightening,
so
and the regime could not keep...
Let me show you an image here. Metal collection, Nazi Germany. So they really needed steel and stuff by the end of the war. They were running out of steel and tin. Steel collection, Nazi Germany, children. Where is this? Where is this shit? I need to find. I can't find a picture of it. Collecting pots and pans for metal, Nazi Germany. I can't find it. So they basically sent, I'm trying to find a good picture here for you guys, but they would send, here you go. Well, here's an okay picture. So they sent out little kids. Yeah, they're awful. Okay, the Nazis are like awful people. They sent out little kids, okay, to start collecting scrap metal, and then to bring it to the local military office in order to supply more scraps to the war, to help fuel the war. And these little kids would literally go out and go house to house and collecting pots and pans, breaking down fences, anything they could find to collect it. Exactly, TJ. In order to try to get more metal in order to fuel the war effort, because they were desperate. And the Nazis are goddamn crazy. You guys need to watch Jojo Rabbit. They kind of show that in there, but that's how desperate they were. It wasn't like this very good war machine.
Expanding armaments without either admitting the debt, triggering inflation, or cutting back orders
I agree,
and
Jonas.
risking unemployment. Cutting back was politically dangerous because the regime had sold legitimacy on momentum, full employment, and national revival. Backing down would have exposed how dependent the system had become on state orders. So planners looked outward. Annexation and conquest promised quick access to reserves, factories, and raw materials. It also promised a way to grab foreign currency.
By the way, that is probably, so historians disagree on this, but that's probably the main reason the Nazis went to war when they did, even though they weren't fully prepared, because they needed to sustain the image of economic success for its own people, right? So they probably went to war early so they could start seizing resources in other countries to continue this illusion of economic success. That's why it's not much of a coincidence that one of the first places they seized was the Sudetenland, where the Skoda works were, okay? And the Rhineland, too, which has a bunch of factories in it. Do you see what I mean? And what is Trump doing? Well, it kind of seems like, and it's not exactly the same thing, it seems like he's going to war, partially to sustain this illusion of success and things like that, partially. Now, this is a bit different, but that is what the Nazis did, okay?
Without earning it through trade. Austria's annexation in 1938 brought gold and foreign exchange into Reich hands. And the occupation of Czechoslovakia also brought industrial plants and skilled labor under German control. So by 1939, Germany had impressive employment statistics, and it had an economy that demanded further expansion to keep itself supplied and to keep its debt machine from seizing up. If war had not arrived in September 1939...
Guys, but also think about that. This is why, obviously, Nazis are not socialists. Remember how I told you the Great Depression barely affected the Soviet Union? If this had been a socialist country, they wouldn't be so reliant on all this foreign debt on all these loans, on all these international. You see what I mean? Like Nazi Germany was a consuming monstrosity. It was massively caught up in the consumption cycle and the need for more inputs and more inputs and more debt and more inputs, the need to make a more profit and more profit. It was extremely capitalist. It was like hyper capitalist. The state loves capitalism so much, it's going to support the capitalist taking of resources from other countries and shit like that. You see what I mean? Like it was a all-consuming capitalist monster.
Something else still would have forced a reckoning. Debt coming due, import constraints, inflation risk, or a political backlash from shortages because the underlying imbalances were already there. The regime's choices were ugly. Slow down and risk unemployment, raise taxes and admit the debt, or keep pushing outwards and hope seizures and victories would cover the bill. War and expansion also offered something simple. Reserves and stockpiles that could temporarily patch the shortages, which made aggression look like an economic solution inside the regime.
Yes.
After the war, the contrast was obvious. Germany's lasting recovery after 1945 was built around stable money, rebuilt institutions, and open trade, with growth coming from exports and investment instead of permanent mobilization. Marshall Plan aid began in 1948. And West Germany's 1948 currency reform.
TJ, you're right. This is an excellent point, TJ. TJ said, I don't see how anyone can think they're socialist when their slogan for women employment was children, kitchen, church. Yep. You're right.
Helped restore confidence.
Yeah, no, you're right, Oxpecker. The invasion of Poland was a panic move. Once Hitler's regime finally ran out of thought-terminating excuses to throw at suspicious world leaders, right?
And contracts so firms could plan and households could save without fear of sudden monetary chaos. That post-war growth was still hard, but it was durable because firms produced goods people wanted, earned hard currency, reinvested profits, and raised living standards without needing conquest to keep factories supplied. So when people said, Hitler fixed the economy, what they were really doing was remembering one short window and forgetting the machinery underneath it.
And it was
unsustainable. They remembered cranes and uniforms. They forgot hidden debt, edited statistics, labor control, and an import bottleneck that pushed policy towards expansion. They remembered the Autobahn as a symbol. They forgot that the Autobahn was older than the Nazis, and that the real spending surge went into rearmament. Autobahns did matter, but they were never the dominant share of the spending story. The biggest surge of...
So, Jonas, you say, I thought Poland was more about a delusional belief in their ability to take on the Soviet Union. Honestly, Jonas, so Poland is complicated. There was an ideological belief there because part of Germany had been given to Poland during the First World War, so they wanted that back. Hitler also thought Poles were subhumans. There's actually a German word, and I can't remember what it is exactly. It's a German word that basically means Polish mess, and it's still used by some Germans today, unfortunately. And it's this idea that Poland is like such a corrupt and inferior country that it's a mess. So Germans will sometimes use the word Polish mess to describe something that's a catastrophe. Okay, so it's even partly in the language. So there was already this kind of idea that Poland should belong to Germany because the Poles always make it a mess, and the Germans used to own parts of it. But there was also just the desire to conquer it. And yeah, they also wanted to go to war with the Soviets. But of course, they made an agreement with the Soviets and let the Soviets take half of Poland. When the Nazis invaded Poland, the Soviets invaded the other side of it because they had made a secret agreement with the Soviets to divide up Poland, which doesn't really benefit Germany much, I guess. I mean, maybe it does. Strategically, it gives them more of a border with them. But eventually, they were going to go to war with the Soviets. It's complicated. Let's put it that way.
Orders still flowed into rearmament and the industries feeding it. The improvement was real for many Germans in the short run, especially compared with 1932. But it came with costs that were hidden on purpose, and those costs narrowed the regime's options over time. So, if someone ever tried to hand you the line, yeah, he was awful, but he fixed the economy, the honest answer is that the regime bought time with borrowing, hid the debt, and built a system that needed expansion to survive.
Yeah.
But if this story feels familiar,
that is so unsustainable. But guys, at the same time, Doesn't that just sound a little bit like extreme capitalism? Doesn't capitalism need expansion to constantly survive? You constantly need more profits. You constantly need more sources of resources. You constantly need to expand, 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 expand. Line must go up under capitalism. Line must go up. So it's like a militarized capitalism where you use the power of the state to do conquest for the sake of capitalism. All right. Um, and yeah, but that's the foundation of fascism is like violent military expansion, constant conflict, constant consumption.
Germany did not invent this playbook. It inherited it, refined it, and then scaled it up with far more money and far more violence.
Yeah.
Benito Mussolini had already shown how a movement could ride economic pain into power, crush institutions, and sell control as national renewal long before Hitler copied the rhythm. So if you want the origin story of that whole political method,
that was a good video. I hope that you all got something out of that. I just really wanted to do a breakdown of the Nazi economy to make it clear that they are not socialist, and so we could see a lot of the similarities here about how the American economic system is working. All right, in some ways, in this regard. Okay, so how are people doing out there? Everyone good? Everyone good out there? Should I hand out some boops? You know what? I'll hand out some boops. Let's hand out some boops. And then we'll talk about Mayflower Kids thing, okay? Everyone good out there? Everyone good out there? Looks like there's not many. Everyone good out there? Anyone good out there? You say because you good out there? I don't see many. No, everyone stop talking. This is weird. You know what? I'll give some boops. Oxpecker, you get a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai, you get a boop. Boop. Jonas gets a boop from a distance. Boop. TJ gets a boop. Boop. Antifa gets a boop. Boop. All right. Antifa gets a boop. Evil Resident gets a boop. Boop. Norman gets a boop. Boop. Retro Asher gets a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. All right. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Oh, yes. TJ gets a boop. Boop. Trantifa gets a boop. LaQuа gets a boop. Boop. All right. Okay. Anyone else get a boop? Switched Dreams gets a boop. Boop. I don't know if Switched Dreams is here anymore. Whatever. All right. Burnjabi gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. I don't think it is, Matt Saigai. Tell me, Matt Saigai, what term should I use? Okay. We talked about, were you here yesterday, Matt Saigai? We talked about this. I talked about the term people of color. Okay. And I know there's no perfect term. I don't know what other term I would use, Matt Saigai. Anyway, so, okay. I want a badonk because I'm a big boy. That sounds weird, you know. Fine, you get a badonk, but like a suspicious badonk, like badonk. Ew. Okay, just kidding. All right. Yeah, Matt Saigai. So Matt Saigai, explain your reasoning. Why is people of color a problematic term? And listen, I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that we constantly change the words we use for these things. And I think I'm tired of arguing about it because it doesn't do anything to fix problems of entrenched racism, patriarchy, and any of these other things. It seems like a distraction to constantly debate the language, right? And it drives me crazy. Because literally we keep changing the terms. And then it seems like that's what all the debates are around, especially amongst libs. Liberals love debating words we use. Okay. They just love it. Constantly debating it. But that doesn't actually fix anything. Okay. And forgive me. Listen, I'm not saying that's like the perfect word. I don't know so I need a word that captures the idea that people who are not white, okay, are abused and are systemically punished, okay, and things like that. Because, so what is it? Should I say non-white people? Which, like, is also problematic because it implies that white is like the standard and then non-white is like different than the standard, okay? Should I say dark-skinned people? Even though not all quote-unquote people of color necessarily have dark skin. So this is my point though. Like, people of color, at least, doesn't sound demonizing to me, and I know it's not perfect. Okay. Um. Okay, but all right. Okay. Well, then that side guy. That's the point, though. Then I guess there's just no word for it, and I just should stop even talking about it. Matt Side guy. I swear to God. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters, and I will gladly take critiques. But I don't know. I'm trying to find the best word I can use to describe these people. Okay. That is describe people who are not white. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Jonas. Right. And because, okay. Like, but this is my point. And the reason, guys, I'm getting defensive about this because I literally talked about this yesterday. Literally yesterday, I did a whole thing where I was saying like, hey, the phrase people of color, because we watched a video where someone said they didn't like that phrase. I'm like, that's fine, but I don't know what other phrase to use. I'm trying to find something, that, and I don't mean any disrespect by it. Okay. I don't mean any disrespect by it. It's just, I'm trying to be, okay. I'm sorry. I'll calm down. All right. Moving on here. So let's go on to this. Speaking of race discussion. Okay. Okay. Because Evil Resident, we love having you here. That's why you got a boop. All right. So, let's go to speaking of race. So we're just going to briefly talk about Mayflower Kid. Now, Mayflower Kid, who I'm putting on, I'm calling out Mayflower Kid, like in a good way here. Okay, you're right, Louise, you're right. But that's the thing, Mayflower Kid, sorry, Louise, is that we need to be able to refer to people who are not white because there are certain socioeconomic and political structures that impact people who are not white differently, okay? So I need a way to refer to people, you see what I mean? I am a race abolitionist. I would like for everyone to just be people and for us to not have racial categories anymore. But of course, as long as there are systems in which case, there are systems in which people of color are mistreated, etc., and things like that, I need to be able to differentiate. But alas, this is complicated. But anyway, okay. So non-natives. Yeah, that's fair, Jonas. I get it. Like, what does that mean? That's true. Okay. And I know I'm not perfect, guys. I just hope you know if I don't use the exact correct language or a language you'd agree with, I hope you know it's not because I am like trying to demonize any groups. I just literally I'm trying to find a language that keeps everyone happy, and that's impossible. Yeah, Paul Squall. What if we just referred to people as people and melanin deficient as melanin challenged? Hilarious, Paul Squall. Okay. Let's go on here. So Mayflower Kid went on another streamer's show because okay, the power silhouette cast by POC is people, meaning whiteness, is the default. Correct. I got you, Louise. No, I got you, Paul Squaw. But that's my point, Paul Squaw. What is a different term that doesn't paint whiteness as default? Because, and that's my point. Like, I don't know. Every term I can think of, it paints whiteness as default. If I'm trying to indicate that there are the people who are not white, are, I guess I could say people who are not white, but it's I don't know. But that's the thing, like they're all, and that's my point though. I'm spending all this time now debating this word when you guys know exactly the people I'm talking about. So okay, whatever. Doesn't matter to me. I get it matters to some people, but we need to move on. Okay. So I like it. So Mayflower Kid says, all right. Mayflower Kid went on another streamer's channel. And another streamer show, I suppose you could say. And let's see here if I can find it. And Mayflower Kid, the reason I'm doing this for Mayflower Kid is that I'm a teacher, right? And Mayflower Kid has been open about trying to learn about politics. Now, Mayflower Kid is a very educated person, okay? Mayflower Kid went to school to be an infectious disease specialist, etc. But Mayflower Kid doesn't have as much experience in the politics arena or the history arena. And so Mayflower Kid has been using our community, not using it, but has been, trying to learn from our community about different concepts. All right. So, yes, guy laugh. He does. My father does know I'm gay. Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, Jonas, exactly. The whole thing is a mess. I don't know what to do. Okay. All right. So moving on. So moving on. So Mayflower Kid wrote this. Okay. Mayflower Kid is trying to develop Mayflower Kid's opinion on race and things like that. All right. So I'm going to read to you aloud what Mayflower Kid sent us, and I just want us to discuss it together because, I don't have a monopoly on truth. I feel like I am being, what he said about it. Okay, Jylif, welcome to the chat. Jylaf, you said, what did he say about it? Jylaf, I've talked about this before on stream. My father, let's put it this way, he doesn't care now. He doesn't care about me being gay. All right. I will say, kind of a weird thing to come in here and randomly ask, but I am curious why you did. Why did you come in here and decide to ask that? It's okay. I'm just curious. My father was fine with it. All right. Okay. So let's listen to what Mayflower Kid said and let's see what kind of feedback you guys have for her. All right. So Mayflower Kid listened to Michael Parenti. He did a presentation on racism and the ideology of slavery. Okay. So she says this, applying this back to the Santana debate, where Santana is arguing that it's all white women that don't care about white supremacy, actually perpetuates the same logic and behaviors that are rooted in racism. So Mayflower Kid's saying here that am I right about this, Mayflower Kid? You're saying that when people use the phrase all white women do something or like believe something, that all white women don't care about racism, that is actually perpetuating the same logic and behaviors that are rooted in racism. Okay. Similarly, one could argue the same in claiming all men are to be feared for male on female violence. Mayflower Kid goes on to say, I think the human race is more like the gut microbiome with so many different cultures in the human biome and each having their own strength and weaknesses. We have to be cautious and consciously ensuring that we aren't oppressing or exploiting other cultures in our biome while striving to share our strengths among cultures for the better of humanity. Okay. So you're saying there, Mayflower Kid, that there are different cultural beliefs, but race is not really the foundation, I believe is what you're saying there. Okay, Mayflower Kid. I guess the question, is it possible without causing a trade-off benefiting one cultural group over another? My guess is probably not. So how do you balance the trade-offs? Who decides what trade-offs are worthy or valuable? Critique away. Let me have it. Is it better to shift our focus on recognizing different cultures rather than keep using this as illogical basis of race categories of physical traits? Using my analogy above, though, it is clear, in my opinion, that the all or none argument seems the worst result. Clearly, science proves the diversity of a biome is critical to the biome survival. Wiping out all the cultures until there's only one culture remaining is not even a viable option. But in this example, I concede then that the all or none logic applied to a strictly physical trait definition of race makes sense, but it seems impossible in reality. It would require removing all of these race categories based off physical traits and not selecting any particular race category to persist. While at the same time, we have to affirm the inevitable existence of a physical trait differences in the human biome to mitigate discrimination and racism. A question is, will this continual use of races in all probability perpetuate continued discrimination/racism due to the imperfection of human nature, even if all structural economic exploitations utilizing racism as a tool are abolished? Okay, my prior conclusion was that all humans are imperfect. It's important to note it's not an imperfection of a race, it's an imperfection of all humans, regardless of race. However, not all humans are exploited, the elites. So if the elites are de-elited, can racism be abolished? Okay, I know that's a lot. Okay. What do we think, guys? So this is this is complicated. All right. So a lot of people are saying generalizing is bad. And I generally agree with that. Okay. All right. So, but okay. All right. So thank you for muting that. Thank you for muting that, TJ, because that's ridiculous. So thank you, TJ, for muting that. All right. G laugh. This is why are you I'm just curious. 1 second, guys. Sorry. You know I shouldn't engage with trolls, but I am curious. Why are you what do you think about gay people, G laugh? Okay, I'm just curious. These are very weird questions. And I'm just curious, what do you think of gay people? And I probably won't share it with everyone in here. I'm just curious if you're very confused. Okay, anyway, moving on. You're right. I'm sorry, TJ. Moving on. So, what do we think? Is Mayflower Kid right about this? Do we think that it's not a good argument that Santana was making? And you guys didn't really hear the argument, but and Santana was basically saying that all white women can be blamed for white women's behavior. I know that sounds like I'm not saying his argument correctly, but I listened to it, and that's kind of what he said. Though it was very confusing, I had trouble understanding his argument. Okay, I really did, because he kept jumping around and changing definitions. Do we think that, like, so is Mayflower Kid right that we shouldn't? Okay, thank you, Matt Saigai, right? Matt Saigai says, obviously, that argument is wrong. And yeah, and I agree. Now, so this is guys, I'm not, by the way, going after Santana here. I barely know the guy. I only saw one of his streams because I was watching it for Mayflower Kid's sake. But Mayflower Kid was on this other creator's channel, and Mayflower Kid said that no humans are perfect, and she got basically banned for it, or she got silenced for it. And then she made a comment about how she doesn't think it's fair to say all white women are responsible for the actions of a few white women. And she got a lot of negative pushback, and Mayflower Kid was unclear what she had done wrong. And so she brought that over to the Discord, and I was like, Mayflower Kid, I don't think you did anything wrong. I think that community just didn't want to hear that opinion. Regardless, what I will say this, Mayflower Kid, I don't think it's very useful. I agree with I agree. Okay. I agree with what you're saying that we shouldn't generalize. However, okay, just be careful in your comments on the Discord. And guys, I want to point out that we are not, Mayflower Kid is learning. I wouldn't even talk about like cultures, treating different cultures differently and things like that. That sort of language can sound like you're cutting up humanity, and it gets very quick. It very quickly can get into my culture better than yours, that culture different. I think the best way, I don't think we should divide people by anything. Okay. Now there are different cultures out there. But I think that it should just be, we are human beings, and human beings have different cultures, etc. And I think that there will be more similar cultures amongst all people over time if we integrate each, like globally as one human species, maybe. But I would not transfer race over to culture. Does that make sense? I just think that it's that you can get into some messy bounds there too. Okay, if you start doing cultural differentiation. But other than that, I don't think you're wrong, Mayflower Kid. I think that there are different. You shouldn't really generalize about any group of people, and that's not to say there aren't structural problems. There aren't structural problems. Okay. There are. Okay. And there are a lot of white women who do bad things. And I want to point out, I think Santana, let me phrase it this way. I do not blame black people who are afraid of white women generally. I don't. Okay. That is a natural human thing. And as we've seen today, there has been a lot of those incidents in history, and it's sort of a natural human thing to be worried about it. Okay. But I think Santana was confusing that for a reality. All right. You see what I mean? I get scared of groups of straight men. I do. It doesn't matter if they're black, brown. If I am in public and there's a group of very masculine presenting men, like a group of football guys that love football, I get nervous. I know rationally that doesn't mean they're all bad people or that they're gonna go after me or anything, but do you blame me for being a bit nervous about it? Probably not, okay? But if I were to extrapolate that out to saying, well, yeah, all white cis men are bad and they all want to kill me and they all are guilty for the actions of a few, then that's just not true. But I don't blame myself for feeling that way. Yeah, you see what I mean? And I'm not okay. Um all right. And I don't want to guys, I don't want to get into a fight with another creator. I like a lot of what Santana was saying. But I'm just saying I think Mayflower Kid that you weren't wrong, all right? But so we're all learning here, right? Okay. Pizza That Giant. I mean, literally just read To Kill a Mockingbird or Black Boy by Richard Wright to see how baked into the culture it is. Yeah, that's for sure. You mean, what do you mean, A Pizza That Giant? What's baked into the culture? Racism? How baked into American culture it is? I agree, it is. All right. Okay. Oh, Mithril. So does that answer your question, Mayflower Kid? Did everyone get a chance to make a point here? And guys, I don't have a monopoly on truth. These are not. Nope. Yep. Jonas, I got to tell you, right? Jonas, Jonas says it does frustrate me how often people walk as far as they can on the sidewalk away from me. Yep, Jonas. I would hear stories from my black students about how they go into stores and almost always a white manager follows them around the store, or they would randomly have other white people in the store call the police on them, or when there are white people, especially white women, walking down the street towards them, they will oftentimes then suddenly move to the other side of the street. Or I've heard black people talk about how when they're walking by cars, they hear people locking the doors on their cars as they walk by. Yeah. Okay. I can give examples too, where like when I've talked to straight men before, and if they find out I'm gay, I've literally been told this an uncountable number of times. Well, just don't go after me, right? Dude, I'm straight. I mean, just don't, as long as you're not going to hit on me. And they joke about me hitting on them as if I would want to do that or as if I have any desire to do that. Or like, so, but, um, so I don't blame people for feeling that way because it is a reality and it is a safety thing. Okay. It is a reality and it is a safety thing. That does not mean, though, of course, that every white person or every straight person is that way. But because our society has a lot of folks like that, it does look that way. Okay. Paul Squall, you have to be able to parse your individual feelings from class analysis of a class you happen to be a part of. Yeah, Paul Squall, you're right. Okay. But like, do you see what I'm saying? I know I'm trying to have it both ways. Okay. Yeah. Really, Mithril. So you were told in the UK to follow people based off their skin color? That is insane. Okay. That is insane. All right. Okay. Matt Sci Guy, because that's what they do when women are around them. You know what? Matt Sci Guy, that's very interesting. You're right. Okay. Yeah, no, Doug, I completely agree. Doug says, I think the internet has a lot to do with it. Most people I meet in real life are kind. Now, I don't know what your race is, Doug. I'm not going to ask you. I'm not going to ask about that. But like a lot of black people do go through a lot of crap in public. But yes, the internet oftentimes we don't get to see the innocuous relationships that happen, right? We don't see how often there's not a problem going on. There are still massive problems though. And by the way, guys, something else here, okay? And again, I do not have a monopoly on this, so please, you guys can think for yourself. I am a white guy. I have not experienced being black. So I'm kind of speaking not from personal experience. I have not experienced what it's like to be black. Okay, so please, you have your own opinions. But I will say this. One thing here. Okay? There are different kinds of racism, and I think people oh, that's awesome, Mithril. I used to walk straight up to them, tell them who I was, and joke with them. I treated them with respect, and they were always chill with me. That's good, Mithril. Okay. So, there are different kinds of racism, and people get confused, okay? Uh, People get confused, okay? So, when we are talking about so there is structural racism, right? Now, structural racism is racism that is built into an economic or political or social system. So, for example, what Israel's doing to Palestinians is structural racism. I mean, as in the fact that Palestinians are forced to stay in a certain area. Apartheid is structural racism. Redlining is structural racism in the United States. Okay. The disproportionate targeting of black people in the prison and the criminal justice system is structural racism. The fact that black people in the United States are more likely to be in poverty than white people is structural racism. Okay? These are examples of structural racism. The fact that women are less likely to be like, I don't know, the CEO of a company than a man. That's structural racism or structural misogyny, okay? So, you see what I mean? So, structural racism is something that exists, but can be separate from individual racism. So even if like every person in a society is not racist individually, you can still have structural racism if you haven't fixed prior racist issues. Does that make sense? Okay. So, let's go. So that is one kind of racism. The next kind is interpersonal racism. Interpersonal racism. All right. And I know a lot of people sometimes get annoyed when talking about this stuff because, okay, but interpersonal racism, okay, that is where you treat people in a certain way because of their skin color. You discriminate against them. You do things that are racist against them. That's what we typically think of when we think of racism. We think of like a guy putting on a white outfit and going to burn a cross. Okay, that's kind of interpersonally racist. Or like using the N-word, interpersonal racism. Okay? You see what I mean? So, that is interpersonal racism. And yeah, I know that some people get offended when they are mixed up with structural racism, where someone says there is lots of racism today, and people will get offended and say, no, there's not. Well, okay, it might be that you're both right. It might be that you don't experience much interpersonal racism, but you still live in a very structurally racist society. Do you see what I mean? Or, okay, the last kind of racism is internal racism. Okay, now this one is not very quantifiable. This is how you feel about people of a different race, what you think. You don't really express this. Okay, what is your opinion on this or that group of people, regardless of how you act, okay? So, I can guarantee you guys, and this might be kind of a hot take, that all of you, including myself, have internal racism of some sort. I don't care if you're black, you're white, or that have internal misogyny of some sort, okay? These are sort of biases that we all have based off what we've experienced, based off what we've seen in the media, based off other events. And yeah, I think a lot of white people, if not all of them, probably do have some internal racism. And I think black people having some internal racism, but I think especially amongst white people, there's a lot of that going on, right? Because of the media we've been exposed to. So the difference here, okay, is a lot of time, and this again sounds bad, internal racism, a lot of times it's hard, that is stuff that you have to work on individually. And the big important thing here is that you do not let it turn into interpersonal racism while you're fighting it. You have to use rationality and humanization to like suppress and to combat that internal racism. Okay. That is partially, as Mayflower Kid said, is a human thing. Humans like to tribalize, okay? They like to say, this group is different than me, all right? It's a constant battle, and it's a never-ending battle. Am I saying that that means, like, everyone should be racist internally, just don't act out racism? No, we need to fight our internal racism, but that's a constant battle, and you'll never fully be able to get over it. You have to constantly fight it, okay? And constantly sort of make sure that you're not adopting these things. Does that make sense? Um, okay. Yeah, Mayflower. Oh yeah, you can talk about a Mayflower Kid, absolutely, right? But everyone has some kind of internal racism or some kind of way of looking at others that's generalized. That's sort of a built-in human flaw. Okay, we do that. We tribalize. But isn't it weird how a lot of times it's against black people, for example? That's because we have structural and interpersonal racism that makes us more likely to be that way, okay? Anyway, does that make sense? And to be honest, like, it's rare for people to be racist against, like, gingers, for example, even though that's a perfectly different kind of way to be. So why aren't we racist against gingers? Or why aren't we judgmental of gingers? Why is it black people? Well, because of history, because of structural racism and things like that. Okay? So just be careful when you use these terms, because just because you don't experience interpersonal racism doesn't mean there isn't structural racism. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. Paul Squaw, people in the dominant group often feel indignant or defensive hearing a class analysis of a class they are a part of. Yeah, you're right, Paul Squaw. Okay. So, all right. No, weirdly enough, Wizard Bread's book, you're actually right. You're too smart, Wizard Bread's books. I am a ginger, somewhat. Okay, I have red hair, and it's true. There are genetic markers. This is not a joke, guys. Gingers typically experience more pain and require more anesthesia. I'm not joking. We also tend to feel emotional pain stronger. And it's actually true. Whenever I go to the dentist, they have to give me an extra dose of anesthesia because I feel a lot more pain. When I was younger, they wouldn't give me enough anesthesia, and I could feel them drilling into my teeth. And it was only later I would kind of close my eyes and cry through it. It was only later that I realized I could ask for more. So yeah. Anyway, so it's just something to think of. Paul Squaw, you say people in the dominant group often feel indignant or offensive when hearing a class analysis of a class they're part of. Yes, Paul Squaw, but yes, I'm not sure. Okay. Okay. Does this make sense to everyone? Any comments here? Natural worry is that either a marginalized person can form prejudice and use their collective presence to deflect when people express discomfort of the topic. But for queer white people, we worry that queer phobia from a black heterosexual may fly under the radar because acknowledging it doesn't indicate you're being queer phobic. Nah, it's you being racist. Yeah, Oxpecker. There is a lot of issues here with like intersectionality, as it's called, where there's different overlapping identities. That makes it complicated. Like, yeah. Okay. All right. But my point is, guys, that these are structures, right, that need to be fixed because this is insane. And yeah. And by the way, none of this means that these things are equal, right? I got to tell you, the discrimination I face as a gay man is nowhere near the discrimination faced by like a black man or a black woman. Okay. I can hide being gay, by the way, if I want to. I can talk about football or whatever, right? I mean, it depends on circumstance. Yeah, sometimes gay people are murdered because of who they are. But like on a daily basis, okay. There you go, Jonas. Yeah, but exactly, Jonas. And this, guys, my cure for all of this, and this is not the only cure we need. We need massive structural changes, obviously. Okay. But a really good way to fix internal racism and interpersonal racism is just to live around people that aren't the same as you. If we all grew up in interracial communities and formed relationships with people of different racial groups, cultural groups, everything, it becomes really hard to dehumanize people. That's one of the reasons I think cities are much more left wing in a lot of ways, is that there's all kinds of people in cities. You're around people of all different types, all right? It becomes, like, really hard to demonize people when you grow up around them, and you know them, and you can see they're human. And one of the things that worries me about all these discussions on race and stuff is that because of past trauma and because of ongoing trauma, these groups, we like to separate each other. Sometimes it's done by force, like black folks have been forced to live in certain neighborhoods and stuff. Sometimes it's done by choice, where people will separate themselves, which then makes it a lot easier to demonize each other. And it doesn't help at all that there's still massive structural problems. Okay. I don't honestly, Mayflower Kid, I don't remember, all right? Yeah, so you see what I mean? Okay. But we also, by the way, guys, need to be clear that we need to make some major economic changes. Like, we need to make sure that the past wrongs of racism have been righted so that we can actually, like, economically, like reparations and shit. Because otherwise, it'll continue to go on badly. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm done with that. Does that make sense? Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop about this. Okay, I'll stop with this. All right, putting my face up for a second here. Mayflower Kid, did that help? I hope it did. I hope I didn't go off on too much of a tangent there for you, Mayflower Kid. Okay. All right. Yay. All right. Of course, Mayflower Kid. So, right. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? We all good? I agree, Jonas. I agree. Okay, there are different ways to do reparations, and I'm not, guys, saying I know a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't like reparations. I don't know how to do it. Yeah, there you go, Mithril. To be honest with you, Mithril, that's another way of calling it. That's another way of calling it would be systemic racism. Okay, so Jonas, I am not an expert on reparations. There are lots of issues with doing reparations. I want to do reparations, but we need to figure out a way to do it because, yeah, like it becomes a real difficult thing to do if you start talking about like who gets the reparations, how do you determine if someone was harmed historically, and then how do you distribute these reparations? It's very difficult, and I'm not an expert on that, but there needs to be something, and I think definitely the way to start would be to start giving a lot of resources to communities that have been historically oppressed. But again, it's complicated, and I'm not sure how to do it. I'm not an expert on it. Okay. So okay. All right, you guys. So let's go on here. Ugh. Now we've talked about a lot of shit today, haven't we? I've thrown a lot of shit at you. We talked about racism. We talked about the Nazis' economy. We talked about the Scottsboro Boys. All right. Okay. Craziness. All right. Start with actually teaching. That's for sure, Matt Saga. That would be one big one, right? Okay. So there's been a lot of shit happening here. Okay. We've talked about a lot. Okay. So, all right. How's everyone doing out there? We good? I'm going to quickly see here. How many people do we have over on Twitch? I know I've been rambling. Oh, we got 16 people. Lovely. All right. Okay. Just curious. Okay, what else we got here? 14. Oh, amazing. Okay, I think solving inflation. I agree. Okay. And you guys know that I think that fundamentally we need to get rid of capitalism for one thing. I think universal healthcare, universal housing, making sure food is for everyone will help everyone. That'll also do a lot to helping people of color. I know I shouldn't use that phrase. I don't know what other phrase to use, but people of color would also be very helped by that. But then there are further inequalities that will continue to need to be addressed, even if we go to socialism. Okay. Mayflower Kid, is it okay to post my thoughts like on that Discord to ask questions, get feedback? Of course. Yep, you did that fine, Mayflower Kid. You did that fine. All right. So, okay, let's go on, guys. Let's see what we're doing. How are we doing, guys? You were on the wrong. Oh, hey, that's okay, Oxpecker. What changed your mind? So Oxpecker says, I was on the wrong side of Gamergate in that period of time. What changed your mind there, Oxpecker? How did you change to being, not on the wrong side of the Gamergate thing, okay? I love having people in here who have had their views changed over time in some way. There were a few people in here who originally were in the manosphere. I've gotten some actually very nice messages from people prior who thanked me for pulling them out of the manosphere. Um, Mithril, do you think part of resistance to M4A is because of racism? Medicare for all. Yes, Mithril, I do. I do. There's been studies that show that a lot of white folks, especially working class white folks, okay, a lot of working class white folks, if given the I'm not joking, guys. There's studies on this. And not just working class, middle class, working class, which are all working class, regardless. If given the option between helping themselves and black people and hurting black people and getting nothing for themselves, they typically will side with hurting black people. As in, a lot of white folks would rather not have universal health care as long as that means that black people aren't going to get health care. There are others, and I can't remember the exact studies on this. There are studies on this that show a lot of time white people would rather do something that doesn't allow for black people to get something, even if it helps them too. Okay. Which is very dark, a very dark thing. All right. Yeah, correct, Mayflower. Okay. It is, Sir Bart. It is sort of a monkey thing, Sir Bart. Like the idea that we are different tribes. There are different tribes. They're not my tribe. Therefore, I am not going to support them. That is a monkey brain thing. But but you can make that divide on many different things. Like we could make that divide on hair color, for example. But it's very telling that it's on skin color. So that is a historical racist trend, a structurally racist trend. Okay. But yeah, but you can say the same thing in other societies. People will do this. Like in Rwanda, they racialized. There were two racial groups. They weren't really racial groups, but none are, called the Hutus and the Tutsis. They were both black, but they were racialized in a way, and they groups hated each other. So like you can split groups in a lot of different ways and then demonize them. Okay. Yeah, Wizard Bread's books. Yep, you're right, elevator lady. So guys, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who did the New Deal. A lot of those New Deal policies only have helped white people and actually didn't do much for black folks. Because typically in this country, we're only able to do change if it helps white people, which is dark. Very dark. Yeah, Antifa, close community swimming pools instead of integrating them. Yep, exactly, Doug. Which is very dark, which is why we need more than just economic changes, because racism is deeply ingrained and we need to fix more than economic systems. Okay, anyway, moving on. I notice I start losing viewers when I start talking about race. Of course I do. Of course I do. We're down to like 14 now or 13, whatever. It's fine. Fuck you. With love. Okay. Anyway, okay. So let's go on, guys. Da 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 da. Boop-a-doo-boo, boop-a-doo-boo. All right. So we have some things over here to react. Oh yes, I forgot to show you this. To show this to you guys. This is Donald Trump. I can't believe I forgot to talk about this since it's the title of the stream. Donald Trump had a freak out. He freaked out on 60 Minutes. Because of a question he was asked on 60 Minutes. So let's watch this question, because I think it's very telling, and it shows that Diaper Donnie is very sensitive about certain topics being brought up. All right? Certain topics being brought up. He can't stand to hear it. Okay? So, that is correct, Wizard Red's books. Absolutely. All right. He was afraid of social welfare reforms and things like that. I mean, he was afraid of the unions and socialism taking over. I will say, though, and I still like a lot of what FDR did. FDR really empowered unions. And he also, by the way, he stopped fascism by doing that. Now, I would have gone farther than he did, obviously. I would have tried to create a socialist society. But in terms of presidents, he wasn't that bad compared to a lot of other presidents. Let's put it that way. He was good in a lot of ways compared to other presidents, even though he still wasn't perfect. Okay. Then you who else here? Oh, who's my favorite president? Jonas. Oh, um, who's my favorite president? Yes. So that would be guys. Okay, I hate this. I gotta tell you. So Jonas, before I answer this, I cannot stand talking about American history with lefties. Okay, I know. I'm sorry. I am a lefty. I'm just saying. Like when people ask me, like, who's your favorite president? Exactly, Paul Squaw. Exactly. If I start, if I start saying who my favorite president is, people are gonna be like, well, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I know they're not perfect. I'm a socialist. I'm not okay. But regardless, my favorite president was Abraham Lincoln. Okay, absolutely 100%. Okay, he was very cool, and I think he was really cool, and so did Marx, by the way. And I think that FDR was actually pretty good too. He'd probably be my second favorite, but compared to other presidents, FDR and Lincoln, yeah, right. I totally let Abe Lincoln choke me out, right? He can do that. And he may actually have liked that Dolly Boy because he may have been gay, but that's beside the point. Abraham Lincoln was great. As a president, was fantastic, was brilliant, was absolutely brilliant. Okay. And did really good things for the country, right? Abraham Lincoln, right? And yeah, so I like Abraham Lincoln. He's probably my favorite. Obviously, and I'm talking about that in the context of the times, obviously, very different views of the world than I have today. Okay, Jonas. All right. But guys, like, I get careful. Hello, accidents waiting to happen. I kid you not though, sometimes when I've complimented Abraham Lincoln before amongst lefties, they'll be like, well, he didn't he was racist. He actually didn't like black people. And like they start like coming up with all these reasons why he was actually bad and things like that. I'm like, I know he wasn't perfect. I know. But like, okay, but what he did though, what he actually did was amazing. And no, was it only him that did it? Absolutely not. But he was the guy with power at the time that pushed it through with the backing of a lot of other people. Um, anyway, okay, and he didn't take an easy route to do it. Regardless, I like Abraham Lincoln. Also, I just like anyone who crushes the Confederacy. That's nice. Okay, I like crushing the Confederacy. That's fun. Okay, moving on. No, Jonas. Okay, actually, yes, Jonas, you can. Of course you can, Jonas. You can say Winston Churchill is your favorite, right? But I'm not saying that. So, okay, let me be clear. Abraham Lincoln, I know, Dolly Boy, I know he kept together the empire, but okay. I know you're joking. Abraham Lincoln may not. Okay, in Abraham Lincoln's writing, he wavered on. He didn't like slavery. He wavered on whether like black people were fundamentally equal. He did. He didn't clearly say that black people were equal, but he never said that they were though. Okay, or at least he didn't until a lot later. It's very possible he still had racist beliefs going on. Okay, like he probably did. But if you read his writings, and I'm not defending him, he struggled with it tremendously. Okay, like I've read a lot of his writings. He was constantly struggling with it. And he ended up anyways being the one who pushed for the freeing of the slaves. Okay? And there were a lot of free black people at the time who loved him. So yeah, at the time, even a lot of abolitionists were racist. Okay? They may have been pushing for the end of slavery. They thought that they weren't racist, but they harbored beliefs that were pretty racist. Even Frederick Douglass had some racist beliefs, and he was black, okay? But for the time, Lincoln was pretty cool. Okay. No, Jonas, I wouldn't say that. He did think they deserved rights after being freed. He harbored suspicions about whether black people were not cognitively equal to white people, but whether they had the capacity, I guess that is cognitive equally to white people, okay? Whether they had the capacity to do the same stuff as white people, okay? He did. But that was even a lot of abolitionists felt that way. Okay, a lot of abolitionists felt that black people are human enough to be equal, but yeah, they're not the same as white people. Okay, which is very evil. Okay, like even like obviously that's bad. But look at what he did. Anyway, we could talk about this. I feel like I'm not defending him well. I mean, I'll do a stream sometime on why I like Abraham Lincoln, okay? In a lot of ways. All right, moving on. Okay, let's go on here. So, all right. So, I know Wizard Bread's books. Okay, so let's watch this. So Trump was being interviewed, okay? Trump was being interviewed by this lady over on, I believe it was on CBS 60 Minutes. Okay, CBS 60 Minutes. And he flipped out when she actually asked a good question. Now, this is CBS, and do we all know who's like kind of in charge of CBS right now? Who's the lady who's in charge of CBS? Someone tell me in the chat. I'm sure you all love her to death. Whoever says the name first in chat gets a boop. Who is the woman who has been... there you go. Barry Weiss. No, actually, you're right, Paul Squall. Larry Ellison, I guess. But Barry Weiss is sort of like the editor-in-chief of CBS at this point. Okay. So, Barry Weiss, I cannot stand her. She's an evil monster, and I renounce her, and I give her to the straights out there. She's a lesbian, but I am renouncing her membership in the lesbian amongst in the LGBT community. You straights can have her, okay? So she's yours now. Regardless, not a fan of hers. She's very pro-Israel. Never saw something Israel did that she didn't want to, scissor with, I guess. Anyway, and like I can't stand her. So moving on. So the fact that we know that is that this interview actually is a lot tougher than I thought it would be, given that it's on CBS. Okay. So she actually asked some good questions. It could have been better, but she asked some good questions. So let's watch. Yeah, who gets a boop? Who gets the boop? I'm sorry, who got the boop? Who got the boop? I forgot to say the boop. That would be Jonas gets the boop. Boop. All right. Everyone ready? Let's watch. So listen to what pissed off Trump. I love it.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President.
Yeah.
He appears to reference a motive in it.
Hilarious.
He writes this quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Yes, you are, my friend.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in...
Okay. So I think that's very telling. He seems pretty sensitive about that. He seems pretty sensitive about that point. Like, blatant projection. Bro didn't just choke, he suffocated. Yeah, he lost his mind at that question. He is so mad. Right, Dolly Boy? He is so mad. Correct. He was found liable in court, in civil court of rape. So yeah, he is a convicted rapist. Okay. He was found liable in civil court of rape, of Jean Carroll, and been charged of multiple felonies, and is all over the Epstein files. And oh my God, hilarious. Hilarious. Okay. All right. Also, I read the manifesto myself. Yeah. Okay. And notice, okay, I think it's also funny how he said, I knew you would ask that. Like, I knew you would ask that because you're terrible people. That meant he was thinking about it beforehand. He was so scared. Donald Trump was frightened. He was wetting himself with fear before this interview. Are they going to ask that? Are they going to ask about the pedophile thing? He was so scared. He was quaking in his boots. You can tell. He was just obsessing about it beforehand. So very telling that that's really what made him launch into that tirade, right? I love that. I love that. So, yeah, Wizard Brett's books. Trump was probably like, Grok, what from the manifesto will that mean lady ask about me, right? Yeah, and you know what? I got to tell you, I am impressed that apparently Barry Weiss didn't read the questions that they were going to ask, nor did Larry Ellison, because that is pretty, that's a pretty good question. Okay. All right. Okay. So, meanwhile, yeah, he always throws a little tantrum when someone asks a real question. It's cute. I like it. Meanwhile, guys, just to show you, all right, some more of the, just to give you a different example of this, all right, because the media isn't great. I wasn't going to show this to you, but I'm going to show it to you now just to annoy all of you. What is her name? Dana Fash, I should say. Dana Bash. CNN with, what's his name? What is his name? God damn it. Rankin. Okay. Where is this? Where is this? Dana Bash and Rankin. God damn it. Where is this? I need to find it. So Dana Bash was interviewing Jamie Rankin. What is it? Jamie Rankin, I think his name is. Is that his name? Am I spelling that wrong? Jamie Rankin. And just to show you here how the mainstream media just loves this idea of, you know, we have to have civility politics and shit like that. Okay, here we go.
Well, that's why I was so happy that President Trump went to that.
Okay, listen. So, I'm sorry, not Rankin, Raskin. I'm an idiot. Thank you, Jonas. God, I'm a fool. Jamie Raskin. Okay, here we go. So, Jamie Raskin went on CNN, and this is her asking him a question about it. I think this is the right one. If it's not, I'll have to change it. And listen to how she frames this question to Jamie Raskin about Trump's assassination attempt.
Well, that's why I was so happy that President Trump went to that, because he had called the press the enemy of the people. There have been so many attacks on reporters. You know, there have been lawsuits brought against media entities. And so there's been this terrible assault on the First Amendment and freedom of press and speech. So I thought last night would be a wonderful opportunity to try to reclaim the basic values of the country.
Yeah, and you have, as many of your fellow Democrats, have used some heated rhetoric against the president. And do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talking about some of the fact that he, you know, is terrible for this country and so on and so forth. I understand that that's your Democratic right, but overall.
Yeah, guys. So don't you know that saying that Donald Trump is terrible for the country is like heated rhetoric, and that's the reason why there was an assassination attempt against him, by saying that he's bad for the country? Like, I can't. Oh, all right. It's so pathetic. It's so pathetic. I cannot stand Dana Bash. This is like such a lib thing, right? Like this constantly sticking to the, like, straddling the center, constantly doing both sidesism, okay? Constantly being like, how dare you criticized the God King? I think you're to blame. It's just, yeah, they don't have opinions. It's just establishment. Okay? All right.
Yeah.
Do you
I have
have
no
a responsibility?
personal problem with Donald Trump at all. I mean, I talk about the policies of this administration, the authoritarian.
Oh, thank you, Oxpecker. Forgive me, Oxpecker. I didn't notice your full response. I will go back and read it. Oh, yeah, I'll go back and do it. Okay.
If you don't,
oops. I think there's more to it.
Right. So on and so forth. I understand that that's your democratic right.
Here we go.
But overall, do you
I have
have a
no
responsibility?
personal problem with Donald Trump at all. I mean, I talk about the policies of this administration, the authoritarianism like we saw on display in Minneapolis, where 2 of our citizens were gunned down in the streets simply for exercising.
And honestly, I gotta tell you, I'm not happy with Jamie Raskin's response. I think he needs to give a stronger response.
Exercising their First Amendment rights. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and others have, died in custody. I'm talking about policies. I don't personalize it, and I certainly have never called the press the enemy of the people. I think.
Well, you should personalize it. Okay, like I'm sorry, I don't care. I get you're trying to be, you're kind of a corpo too. But like, can you maybe personalize it a bit?
The press are the people's best friend, and that's why it's written right there into the First Amendment. We need the press to be a vigilant watchdog against every level of government, federal, state, local, all of it. Well, that's why I was so happy that President Trump went to that, because he had called the press the enemy of the people. There have been so many attacks on reporters.
Okay. So you get it. So there we have 2 examples where, weirdly enough, there was a good question. There was a good question about, Trump being a pedophile and stuff. And then we have CNN doing something like this. But anyway, so that's the state of the country, by the way. By the way, I am glad that CNN is like losing. Okay. They're like going to be gone because people don't like them, which is good. I like that. No one should like them. Okay. No one should like them. They're awful. They're bad reporters. They are, lapdogs for the elites. So that's fun. All right. Love that. Okay. Yeah, Myth for real. She'd be so confused by UK politics. Oh, she definitely would. She definitely would. Okay, guys. So I'm going to go get a... No. I don't trust him, Nathan. No. Raskin is a corpo dem in a lot of ways. He's really good at talking and he's really good at like going after the president, but he's a corpo. I'm not a big fan of Jamie Raskin. I like a lot of what he's done, but he's a corpo. Okay. Nathan Runyon, CR, can we trust Raskin? He does a good job crossing. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I already read that. How are Fox doing? I don't know, Jonas. They're just going on. They're nonsense. Drusilla, aren't they being bought by the same? Yeah, they are, Drusilla. So I'm not saying Raskin is a good guy. And I didn't like how he responded here, but it is funny how CNN, okay, is dumb. Okay. So moving on, guys. I'm going to go get a snack for myself because I'm hungry. I'm going to pee, and then I'll be right back. How about this? If we get like, I will stream for another hour. If we get like, I don't know. If we get whatever. I'm just going to go pee. I'll figure this out when I get back. I'm going to go pee and get something to eat. Give me a second. Right? 1 second.
thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stop thinking about what they think of me. I know that we had the power to be whatever we wanted. Light up, just light up, illuminate nature. So light up, just light up, blow your fears away. 'Cause I stop thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stop thinking about what they think of me. You know that we have the power to be whatever we wanted.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke.
All right, yay, we're back. We're back, folks. I'm so excited. Okay, so what should we say? Should we say, like, how about this? I'll stream till 5, and then if we get, like, I don't know, what, $30? You think, Matt Saga? You think $30? That's a bit much, right? I don't know. We could say, like, I don't know. Yeah, if we get, okay, fine. If we get to like $30, or if we get $30 in the meantime, maybe then then I will. Then I'll stream for an extra, I don't know. How about this? If I get to $20, I will stream for an extra half an hour. How about that? Okay, rather than an hour. But regardless, let's continue. Okay. Yes, I know I'm trying to shake all of you down for money. Okay. But of course, everyone is always welcome in here. Even if you don't, if you never donate, that's okay. Love having everyone here. So let's go on, shall we? What else we got here? What else we got? So 5 is in 6 hours. I'm sorry, 5 p.m. The Dolly Boy cult would like to send its contribution to this cause. Dolly Boy, I swear to God, you're gonna make me do an advert for the goddamn Dolly Boy cult every single time. Fine. That's how much is that? I don't know how much that is. Is $1,020? Is $1,020? I don't know. Whatever. You know what? God damn it. Okay. I guess. Is that, I don't even know how, Dolly Boy, how much money did you spend on that? Like, I'm seriously asking because I still don't know how to translate the bits that well. Is that like, no, Sir Bart, it's not $1,000. Okay. Was that $20? Was that a $20, Dolly Boy? Was that $20? Okay. Oh my God. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you, Dolly Boy. All right. Okay, got another one. Thank you. Okay, that's enough. Thank you, Demosthenes. All right. I don't know why I'm yelling at you. You just sent me money, but thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, fine. I'll stream for an extra half an hour. Okay, so we got till 5:30 now. Excellent. Thank you, guys. You're all angels. We got at a hype train. We're at a hype train level 2 now, or at least we will be soon. Thank you, guys, so much. Okay. A bit is a penny. Got you. Okay, so that's lovely. So like $10. That's fine. Okay. That's fantastic. Okay. She's $2,000. Not $2,000. Okay. That's $28. Okay. Because I know I only get like half of it or something because I'm not fully a partner. So that's like $10. And then the other one's like, okay, fantastic. Love it. Thank you, guys. I love it. Okay. All right. So I think it's half of it. Or do I get more than that? I don't know. I have to check. I get some amount of that. Okay. All right. Thank you guys very much. All right. So let's continue. Dinner on CR. No, Sir Bart. Let's continue. Let's see what we have here to react to. We have some things to react to over on, no, Matt Saigai. For the streamer, it is. Okay. What Wizard Bread's Books is saying. Okay. Is that true? Okay. I could be wrong, Wizard Bread's Books. I could be wrong. Maybe I do get the full amount. I don't fucking know. Okay. Whatever. I always forget the numbers. They're all trying to exploit me. I mean, the Twitch is always trying to exploit me. So I don't know what the numbers are, but that sounds about right, Wizard Bread's Books. Okay, I'll shut up now. Okay. You probably know better than I do, Wizard Bread's Books. Okay, moving on. So, all right. Okay. So let's go here. We have some things. I don't, Dolly Boy. I hate all of you. Okay, moving on. Yeah. So let's go on here. We have some reactions here that people sent me. Let's do some reaction shit. Shall we do some reactions shit? Oh, you know what? Let's talk about this really fast. Is .vis here? Is .vis here? I don't know who that is. .vis. They, them. I'm not sure who that is. But first, I did want to briefly talk about this. So guys, I remember how I did a stream on like how many tornadoes are like hitting the United States right now. Well, there's a ton. There's a ton of tornadoes. Oh, well, that video is not available anymore. There's a ton of tornadoes that have been hitting the United States. I am curious. And so please, for those, our friends out there that are in Missouri, please be extra careful. Like, you all are being destroyed by tornadoes today, apparently. I'm going to quickly show you guys, just to take a look at this. Is anyone out there in Missouri? I know Alyssa's in Missouri. I know Foxham was in Missouri. Just to show you guys, because that's part of my culture. So I'm sharing my culture with all my community out there. That's why I'm always obsessed about tornadoes. We always talk about tornadoes here in the Midwest. Oops, I keep clicking that button. So let's take a look here. Ryan Hall, who is a storm streamer. Ryan Hall. There's literally right now, there's a tornado on the ground. So if you guys this is live. You can, if you really are interested.
Look at this storm down here near Joplin.
Oh God, not Joplin again. So this just to show you is what like people in the Midwest do. Okay, we plop ourselves, not all of us, plop ourselves in front of a TV and watch the weather all the time, because like right now,
dang,
there are
this thing is
tornadoes.
Really getting going here.
There are tornado warnings in Illinois and Missouri.
Brand new storm.
Jonas, hilarious, right?
Just
okay.
popped up down here in southwest Missouri near Joplin.
Yeah, me too, Wizard Bread's Books. Like, I kind of like tornadoes. I want to go tornado chasing.
And it's growing fast. Look at this.
Look at this, yeah.
We can't see it from this camera yet, but
we
do have
will actually access cameras and stuff so you can see the tornado as it's approaching.
A large storm that's coming together here near Shoal Creek Estates, moving up towards Sarcoxy. No severe thunderstorm warning on that yet, but one could be coming soon. Okay. One could be coming soon. And again, we also have a tornado warning over here for Mexico in Missouri.
Okay,
the rotation
now,
on this
fast,
is looking really nasty.
You see that? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm doing a little tornado nerdiness. Are you here, elevator lady? I hope so. You see this little hook right here? Do you see where my Jonas? You see where? Trust me, Jonas. Come to the Midwest. You'll see why we're bored. We're so bored that we like to chase tornadoes. Okay, you see this little hook right here? It's like a little hook of red. I'm circling it with that is a radar signature of a tornado. Okay, that is very clearly a tornado signature. It's called a hook echo. So there's a massive tornado right there. Okay.
Look at that hook. Look at the hook.
All right. So just be careful, guys, up in Missouri. If anyone is over in Missouri or Indiana, Lake County, Indiana, or Illinois, you guys are getting like crushed right now by tornadoes. Yesterday, 2 people died from tornadoes. Okay, so just be cautious of that. I just wanted to make a note of that, since we did there have already been multiple deaths this season from tornadoes. So just amplifying the message out there. Obviously, if a tornado is coming, go to your basement or go to an interior room, preferably near plumbing or something like that. The most interior room away from windows. Okay, we got that. Okay, good, done. Check on elderly folks. The people that are most commonly killed by tornadoes are elderly folks. Please check on your elderly neighbors. Make sure that they're in a safe place, whatever. Okay, that's it. I'm done. Just wanted a little note there because it's my dream to be a meteorologist that chases tornadoes. Anyway, not really, but I would like that. Okay, so let's go on. What else? What else do we have to react to? Oh, right. This looks funny.
I am a liberal, and I am...
Okay, this is a comedy bit, it looks like, sent to us by LaCroix. It's called One Democrat versus 20 Republican Necromancers, okay? And I'm excited. I'm sure it'll be funny. Wouldn't that be great, Super? Oh my God, guys, I would love to do that. Be like a politics streamer by day and a meteorologist by night. Oh my God, that'd be like my superhero arc. Okay. Let's watch, okay?
Debating 20 Republican necromancers. We cannot debate you.
No one can debate you.
But he can! What the fuck? Israel.
So for those that don't know, a necromancer, right? So I know that this is supposed to be a funny bit. A necromancer, necro meaning death, mancer meaning like molder or like magic user, okay? So someone who brings the dead back to life and uses death magic for the fantasy nerds out there, okay?
Dixie chicks. Israel.
A Kid Rock mixtape.
Yes.
Blood of a virgin.
That's, yeah. You notice that the scream, it keeps saying, we are a happy family.
A victim of gun violence.
Oh, I will, Jonas. Oh, God.
We are Charlie Kirk.
We are Charlie Kirk.
What the fuck?
The claim was on abortion.
This is fucking insane. What would my hero Chuck Schumer do?
Oh, God. No, what would my hero Chuck Schumer do? Okay.
Yes, my claim was that abortion is always justified.
What is the Latin word for fetus?
Excuse me?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
That has nothing to do with the question.
What is a woman?
No, wait, hold on, that's Matt Walsh.
Silence!
You're not even arguing. You're just yelling louder than me and thinking that's gonna win? What?
Do you not fear my power?
I'm a Democrat. I see evil shit happen all the time. I'm pretty okay with it at this point.
Charlie!
The undisputed CEO of Turning Point USA, Erica Kirk.
I put you in the ground once. You get out of here, I'm gonna have to do it again.
Hey, I hate Charlie Kirk as much as anybody, but should we really be killing him again? That seems a little extreme, no?
Stop! That's it. That's all I have to say.
I won't let you take Turning Point away from me, Erica!
You're right, Charlie. Not without this.
Holy water! I'm a true Christian. That won't work on you, stupid bitch.
Bud Light, of course. Of course.
You've been voted out.
Okay.
And when they see me,
He's not quite DL. He's more JD.
Oh,
Vice
no.
President JD Vance.
I'm sorry. This is getting out of hand, and I'm having trouble following it, but I'm enjoying it, okay?
head to
talk. Let your whole body talk. Put the bass in your walk.
Vice President J.D. Vance?
Now we can finally live out our lavender marriage together.
Yes, my love. Now let's debate. It's what Charlie would have wanted.
Box office sweeties.
Blue.
Now,
Our claim is that we should give $10 billion to Israel.
Oh, I actually agree with that. Just a few minor stipulations on.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flag.
Okay, that I don't know what to think about that. It was funny. It was all over the place. Let's put it that way. It was all over the place. Okay, Jonas, let's watch Jonas's. I'm sorry. That was funny. This is what? Okay, 1 pro tickler versus 8 anti-ticklers. Okay. We'll watch one more of these. We'll see if this one makes us laugh more.
You were not even included in the Constitution.
Can we talk about the claim?
You're lying. You're embarrassing yourself.
You don't like to laugh? You don't like to laugh?
You need to pull yourself together, Aaron, and stop it with this foul behavior.
Okay, tickling can be torture. Literally, it can be torture. Like, if you tickle people like without their consent, that's assault. Please don't do it. I'm not anti-tickling. I'm for tickling with consent. Okay, Sir Bart, I hate you. Okay, this is too political. I might have to leave. Hilarious, Sir Bart. This is kind of a Okay, but I do like the making fun of Jubilee. You guys know that the video I did that got me a lot of that, like, I don't know, that went viral was the one where my dad and I watched the Jubilee video. So this is, okay, we'll see. We shouldn't talk about tickling, right? Really, Jonas? Okay. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. Yeah, darling. Okay. So Mayflower Kid asked, what is Jubilee? Look on YouTube, Mayflower Kid. There's a channel called Jubilee where they have people debate each other. And that's what this is, okay? That's what where my dad and I reacted to a debate on Jubilee. That's how I got such big YouTube numbers so quickly. So if you go look at that, okay? Yeah,
So
it
Christ
is.
was his last name.
That's right. You're right. And I'm actually doing a sermon about that this Sunday. So I hope I'll see you there.
Okay. Yeah, Wizard Bread's books. Yeah, and I don't like Jubilee anymore, to be honest with you. So.
Oh, it's amazing. Good to have. Bless you. All right, let's talk about tickling.
My name is Roger Smith, and tickling is a racist institution given to us by the white man, which dates back to slavery. Do you know how close the armpit is to the nipple?
No, not off the top of my head.
It's like 3 cubic centimeters, okay?
Cubic centimeters?
Cubic centimeters. That's how you measure chest meat. Okay, it's 3 cubic centimeters
What?
away from the
Can we
nipple.
fact check that? I'm
We
not
don't
sure
need
if
to
that's-
fact. Sir, could you stay on topic, please?
Okay.
It's 3. That's a sexual, intimate action.
Speak on it.
Thank you. That's an intimate action.
I got one thing for you. Who said I was tickling your armpits?
If I may.
Yes.
You look like Lori Lightfoot.
Wow, okay, wow,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, a less attractive Lori Lightfoot.
You look like a milk dud that learned how to graffiti. There are multiple places to be able to tickle.
Sir, first of all, you should not tickle anybody down below.
No, this is not a real Jubilee, okay? This is a mocking Jubilee, okay? Just to be clear.
That's an intimate action in and of itself.
Some people are into a little feet tickle.
That sounds like a fetish.
It's not a fetish.
That sounds like a fetish.
You gotta change your mindset.
My name is Charlie James.
I know Dodongo.
I think tickling is a war crime used to suppress younger siblings. I'm against.
When I was a boy, I would meet kids.
You meet kids.
And when we were on like the playground and whatnot, we would engage in tickling each other, right? Now, here's the thing. No, I was a kid. But hear me out on this, though. Hear me on this, right?
Is anyone here like, okay, I think tickling is bad if it's not done with consent, obviously. I mean, I know this is a joke, but seriously, it's bad if it's not done with consent. But who the fuck cares? Like, okay, all right.
Stopped the day that I turned 18. All of my friends went off to college. I went off to college, and I found a new community of chosen family. And none of them want to be tickled. None of them. Why can't I have the childhood joy that I once shared with my childhood friends? That again, not crossing a sexual...
Jonas, I have a feeling you have a strong opinion on this. Are you not a fan of tickling, Jonas, or something?
Boundary. There's boundaries here, and there's sexual, but there's also fun stuff that you do with your friends, and I think tickling should be included within that list.
It seems like you want to your friend.
My name is Chelsea Perry, and as a black woman, we should not be tickling black men. Are you?
What?
Were you not raised by a black woman?
I was raised by a black woman.
So that makes you a black man?
Yes, it does.
Are you aware of the struggles of a black man?
I'm very aware.
Okay, so then why would you want to add to the level of anxiety that the black man already carries by tickling them?
Because it is my constitutional right to be tickled.
Negro, you were not even included in the Constitution, okay?
Well, that's true.
Stop with the touching. It's inappropriate. Your mama would be displeased with your behavior.
You don't like to laugh? You don't like to laugh?
This is
I
hilarious,
don't need you touching my nips
I
and
never said-
tickling my feet to do that. You don't need to touch my toes to laugh.
We're not crossing.
You don't need to touch my underbody.
We're not crossing a sexual boundary.
Yeah,
You need to.
I mean, oh, God, okay. I have a hot, so Wizard Bird Book says, I have a hot take. There is no consensual tickling between adults that isn't kink. Yeah, yeah, that's true, I guess. I mean, maybe not, I don't know. I have no idea. Whatever. I'll take your word for it, Wizards. I don't know. I'm not like often being tickled, or I'm not like ever tickling anyone, nor am I ever being tickled. So I don't know. This is not a field I have an expertise in. Let's put it that way. Okay. Yes. I know what a power bottom is, but I'm not gonna. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna teach all of you what that is. But I don't know much about tickling. Okay. All right.
Pull yourself together, Aaron, and stop it with this foul behavior.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Hi, my name is Danny Plum, and I am anti-tickling. No one should have to beg for mercy while they're laughing, you know? I think you suffer from tickling privilege.
What is that supposed to mean?
It means that you're privileged to tickling, and you know, I think that you got to consider everyone's upbringing as well. Like, I lost my mom to tickling.
What?
It's a hard subject for me. She's not dead, but I think that you don't understand the emotions behind tickling.
Yeah.
For example, you think tickling is not sexual, right?
It's not.
Okay, well, what if I tickled your mom?
I'm Allison, and I firmly
What the hell? Okay, this is funny.
believe that tickling is a human rights violation.
Oh, that's funny, Drizella. I don't care.
My
Like,
giggles
okay, it's
do
funny.
not equate consent.
How dare you, Dolly Boy? I swear.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
I know this is a joke,
And
guys,
overseas, right now in Canada,
Yeah.
there are 3.4 people per year who die of tickling. This is a worldwide.
I know this is a joke. But like, is that true though? Like, I can imagine that possibly being true. Like, if 3 people die a year because of tickling, probably. Because if you die of, like, if you're tickling someone, it can cause a heart attack or whatever. But that's not because of the tickling, really. It's because of the heart attack that happened during the tickling. I don't know. I know this is a joke, but I don't know.
Epidemic.
I don't know, LaQual. I don't know what it is. Welcome. Where'd you go, LaQual? You abandoned me.
And that you're making light of it just speaks volumes about your character and morality.
Okay.
All right? Now, I'm not religious. I'm too gay.
That's okay.
Hey.
My church will be gay next year, starting in June.
Every day,
Yes.
I open my phone and I see people getting tickled. Do you know what that's like?
Why is that your algorithm?
What?
No, let's see, what'd you say? No one this time. Oh, okay, I'll say no one. No one says this stuff isn't funny to me, and not because I give an F about the context. It's because they're not even making content which they should be actually making these dumb skits about. They miss the mark. Fair. I mean, it's just comedy, but okay. It's supposed to be making fun of Jubilee, which is bad, which was a bad political show. I don't forgive you, LaCroix. This is your therapy, okay? But hey, you can feel the way. Okay. Well, it is kind of. No, I don't know. No, not really. No, it's making fun of Jubilee, which is a political thing. A lot of people watch it, even though it's bad politics. But I get what you mean. Okay, I'm just saying. I disagree with you on this, but that's okay. I mean, I don't honestly think that this is that funny, but it's whatever.
Because I care.
Okay.
Why do you tickle your mom?
My name is Reverend Alan Giles, and I believe tickling is a sin. Let me ask you this, Aaron. When you're a child and there's
these are all the points you normally hear in Jubilee. Like, this is bad for black people. This is, tickling is a sin. If you don't tickle, then you must be, there's something, you see what I mean? There's all the regular arguments you hear.
someone who's tickling you a lot, what is the name that we call
Yes, we did,
that
LaCroix. We
person?
watched it.
Well, there's a lot of different names. Well, there's one in particular I'm going for. Do we call them the Tickle Fairy? Do we call them
a Tickle Fairy?
Hero? In my household, they were called a Tickle Monster. Tickle Monster.
Wow.
Just think about the etymology of that. Tickling is monstrous.
It's just ridiculous.
It's a demonic act.
It's not. It's not. It's not.
What else do monsters do? They eat.
Have you seen what the Tickle Monster looks like? Have you seen what the Cookie Monster looks like? Are you scared of the Cookie Monster, Reverend? Are you scared of the Cookie Monster?
In the way that demons scare me, and in the way that Satan's power and influence on the earth scares me, yes.
So you're telling me a blue, furry monster is something that you fear for your friends and family to come out of the woodwork and attack you?
I'm saying that he is capable of destruction if he wanted to.
Absolutely not.
The Cookie Monster absolutely could.
The Cookie Monster is one of the most pleasant personalities to be on Sesame
What are we
Street.
talking
That's great
about?
for you, but what
Yeah, no, I agree, Dodongo, right?
if you were a cookie?
What about the
That's
cookies?
right.
You can't
What
step out of your own
about-
experience.
Cookies are not people. People are people, Reverend.
I thought, sorry, can we stay on topic? Can we stay on topic? He's over here saying cookies aren't people now.
Cookies are.
I mean,
What?
I'm Brick, and I lost 2 uncles to tickling.
Oh my God. Okay.
It's an epidemic that needs to be stopped. I'm here to expose it.
Jesus Christ. This is insane.
Ray Williamson. Ray Williamson, too. They both named was Ray.
Hilarious, Doug. You say Caroline Levitt says people who call Trump a fascist are fueling this kind of violence. Of course. You know what? I'm proud of that. If that's the case, then I'm proud of it.
Them names ring a bell?
No.
They should, because them's my uncles who died from tickling.
R.I.P.
Man, I'm really sorry to hear about that.
You should be.
I don't want to come across as mean, all right? I have not seen the autopsy.
Fine, I'll give you the octoxy. All right, you want the octoxy?
Yes.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
My uncle's being tickled by his girlfriend.
Yeah.
He was giggling, seemingly enjoying it, but he was a little bit uncomfortable, I could tell.
You were there?
Oh, I was there. I saw the whole thing.
Oh, it's weird.
He looked uncomfortable. He was being tickled. He was squirming. Then you know what happened next?
What?
He died.
Wow.
She shot him in the chest.
Wait, no, so can we just take that back for a second, right?
She said that morning when they woke up, today,
Yes.
at 2 o'clock,
Yes.
I'm gonna shoot you in the chest.
So here's the thing, right? That's not someone dying
That is not because of tickling. What?
from tickling.
Wow.
Let me ask you this question.
I'm not trying to be
Let me ask you this
insensitive. I'm not
question.
trying to be
Let me ask you this
semantics.
question.
That's semantics.
What? It's not some, it's literally the reality of what he said.
Let me ask you this question. If my uncle wasn't being tickled,
He wouldn't have died.
he would have been ready for that bullet.
All right, so just setting that aside for a second, what about the second uncle?
You mean Uncle Ray too?
Yes, Uncle Ray too.
Well, he was laying there. He was being tickled left and right.
So you've been to several
This is so Jubilee.
tickle parties,
God.
it sounds.
It wasn't a tickle party. My uncle was in a coma.
Oh, wow.
And all these nurses just kept coming in and tickling him on his left and his rights. Before you know it, you know what we heard?
What?
God. Yeah, almost certainly no one this time. Absolutely.
That's
Okay.
hard, man. That's hard. I think I got
Get
it.
my
You can
point?
stop. Yeah, I got
He
it.
died.
He died.
Then he died.
He died. Yeah, he died.
He died dead.
He died.
From tickling.
But again, it seems like he was already in the hospital for something else.
I know what I saw.
Jesus.
That's just it? That's just it? I get no further explanation about what happened?
And they're all clapping. This is so Jubilee. It's so true.
My name is CJ Marinan, and there are a lot of funny things in this world, and tickling is not one of them. You're telling me you and I go for a little tickle for tickle? You're
Yeah,
not
he
gonna
died
be
of
turned
death.
on?
No, I wouldn't be turned on.
You look like you give tickles for Christmas.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah?
If that was acceptable, but we live in a materialistic society.
I think I speak for everyone. I've never left a tickle session without being halfway aroused. Thank you.
What?
Sounds like a you thing. That sounds like a you thing. Hey, can I just say?
I think you've said enough.
I feel like I'm being attacked.
You said enough.
I feel like I'm being attacked.
You are a monster.
I bring you guys here. We're supposed to have a clean, fun debate. And no one is willing to at least take on the ideology for a second that maybe tickling could help all of us. It could help you. It could help you. And you, and you, and you, and you, and you. You're gonna love me. And I hope one day that you guys can experience the type of joy that tickling has brought me.
All right, calm down, Lori.
Participants took a vote after the discussion to see if minds had changed. The results were as follows: 7 against tickling, 1 for tickling, 1 restraining order filed against Eric Grant.
Okay, that's funny. All right. Thank you for that. Who said Dionis? Thank you for that. That is, God, I don't like Jubilee. That's a good critique. All right, let's watch this one. This one was sent to me by, who was sent this to me? This was sent to me by Vis. .vis. Is .vis here? I don't even know who that is. That's one of the people in our community, I guess. So I don't know if it's funny or not, but we'll watch. This is, and that's showbiz, baby. Trump defends trans people using bathrooms of their choice. Okay, wait, what? Okay, we'll see. We'll see what this is about. I don't know. We'll find out. It's by Sam Bernstein, who is a, right, Jonas, okay, who is a, this is like, what is this? That's showbiz, baby. What was I going to say here? Oh, what's his name? Matt Bernstein. Matt Bernstein, okay? Matt Bernstein, who is a creator that I like a lot because I think he's like a raging homosexual. I'm not sure. But moving on, let's listen.
There have been very few complaints the way it is. People go, they use the bathroom that they feel is appropriate. There has been so little trouble, so I would say that's probably the best way.
Do you have any transgender people working in your organization?
I don't know.
No?
I really don't know. I probably do. I really don't know.
So if Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses?
That is correct.
So this whole panic is made up.
Oh, yeah, yes, this is the same guy, I thought. Okay.
He didn't care. You didn't care.
His nails are amazing, by the way. So are his eyes.
You voted for him then. So why do you care now? And why does he? Did he just have some very passionate change of heart about trans people during his 70s? Maybe. But back then in 2016, you might remember Donald Trump was promising to drain the swamp, to end corruption, fight for working people.
If I'm elected president, we are going to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C.
We're going to drain the swamp of corruption. Drain the swamp.
He didn't have to stir up trans.
No, that is fair, Dodongo. I don't think I like how pointy the nails are. I guess it's a personal preference. I wouldn't want the nails to be that pointy, but hey.
Phobic culture war bullshit that nobody organically cared about because he had a bigger promise, which was to make your life better. But 10 years later, it hasn't panned out. Muslim travel bans, mass deportations, tax cuts, endless wars. None of it's made your life better, it's measurably made it worse. Wealth inequality is at Gilded Age levels, and millions of people are on the precipice of having their jobs evaporated by AI. Because Trump didn't drain the swamp, he became it. He's now in bed with the richest and most powerful people in the world, the very same people who are gunning to eliminate your livelihoods. So 10 years after correctly claiming that trans people using the bathroom is a non-issue, he now has to make it an issue that only he can save you from, because he can't save you from anything else. He has nothing left to offer you. He's just hoping you forgot.
Yep, well, that's true. That was a good little bit. I don't know what else to say. That's true. Okay. But to see here, well, he didn't drain the swamp. He was always a part of it, right? He's part of the swamp. It's like you hire the swamp monster to clean out the swamp, and it's like, oh, well, why doesn't the swamp clean? Well, because you hired the swamp monster. Anyway, okay, yeah, so, okay, whatever. I don't really know much about Matt Bernstein. But, yeah, I don't know if he's libbed up. Is he libbed up? Is he libbed up normally? Let's take a look. I don't know. Is he libbed up? Okay. Oh, looks like he's not that libbed up. He might be a little libbed up, but not that much. Okay. Anyway, regardless. Okay.
There have been very few.
I don't know much about him. I should look into him. So anyway, moving on here. What's this? This is sent to us. Alyssa, are you here, Alyssa? Are you here, Alyssa? Here we have something that Alyssa sent us from TikTok. This is called what is it called? I don't know. It doesn't have a name. We'll watch it together. Okay, let's watch.
Brave opinion. Follow me.
Really? Okay, fair, LaCroix. I need to look into him more. That sounds dirty, but you know
I don't
what I
want it to happen like that. I don't. Controversial but brave opinion. Follow me. I don't want it to happen like that. I don't. God forbid he's turned into a fucking martyr.
Oh.
For what? Mm-mm. Let me get like a little. I loved The Fall. The Fall rocked. The Fall, word to Mitch McConnell, awesome. Love that. Keep that up. Can't die a hero, bitch. That was my first thought. Second thought. He called in to Fox today. He loved this shit. Make no mistake. He loves this. Called in to Fox today. It was like, and he looked like a NFL running back. The way he, and you know what's crazy is that I was thinking the same shit. That boy was haul-assing. Really had some fucking wheels on him. Phew! Past those people, bro. It was crazy. But still, I don't want it to happen like that. The only positive, live TV. But I want like a little something different. Maybe a health event. Controversial.
I'm sorry, that's funny. Okay. I wish you would have spoken louder, but I liked it. That's funny. Are you even here, Alyssa? Okay. Here we have, oh God, I don't know if I want to see this right now. Oh my goodness. Oh, do I really want to watch this right now? You know what? Let's watch Drusilla. Drusilla, are you here, Drusilla? Are you here, Drusilla? Drusilla dear, are you here? I just like saying Drusilla dear because it has nice alliteration. Let's see here. Okay.
Welcome to the.
Let's see here. This is, are you still here, Drusilla? I think you probably are, unless I scared you away. Yay, Drusilla. Okay. So Drusilla sent this. This is called When You Land in the USA. So we'll watch this. We'll see what it's about. I'm curious. Drusilla being from Norway. Let's see what this is about.
Welcome to the land of the free.
Land of the free? Do we have free healthcare?
No.
Free transportation?
No.
Oh, free education?
Absolutely not.
Free accommodation?
No.
Free food?
No.
Free care for the elderly?
No.
Free shelters for the homeless?
Fuck no.
Free spaces to hang out?
Malls?
No, somewhere where shopping isn't the main focus.
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So what's free?
Okay, we do have some free places to hang out, I will say. I know I'm doing but we do have some free places to hang out. Like, you know, we have, you know, like parks. You can go to a public socialist park, okay? You can go to like a, you know, like a park. You can go to a park. You can go to a park. But that's okay.
Well, you are. You're free to live your life the way you want.
Oh, okay. I don't like working.
You can stop working at the age of 67.
67? That's way too old.
But you have freedom of speech.
Oh.
Yeah, in your group.
Yeah. Well, I think genocide is wrong.
Take him away. Right now, take him away. Come on, hands behind your back.
Wait.
Next, welcome to the land of the free.
Oh, hilarious. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty goddamn good. Yeah, freedom of speech. Oh, good. Genocide is bad. Take him away. Yeah. Oh, so true. It's just like true. Yeah, that hilarious. Okay, that is accurate. 100% accurate. All right. I love it. All right. Thank you, Drizzle. That was a good one. All right. Let's see here. We got some other good ones here. Follow their gaily. Ooh, let's watch this one. This was sent to us. This is an 8-minute one. This was sent to us by Le Croix. Le Croix Bois. Okay, Le Croix Bois of Paris. I don't know why I'm speaking that way. I don't care. So this is, speaking of gay people, this is called the, oh my God, I know this story, Le Croix. I know this story. At least I think I do. The U.S.'s massive hunt to find the head gay person so they could find all the gay people. This, okay, if this is talking about the Navy, I know exactly what this is. But, okay, so wish good luck finding all the gay people in the Navy. That's like all of them. Anyway, so let's watch this. This is a little history thing, it looks like, about an historical event in the USA that I think you'll all find amusing.
Ancient Greeks had their celebrated sacred band of Thebes, a legendarily successful fighting force made up of all male lovers. In more modern times, the various branches of the United States' military have not been so accepting of such individuals. Which brings us to the topic of today, that time in the 1980s when the Naval Intelligence Service invested significant...
Yes, LaCroix. Okay. Yep, that's what I thought. Trying to find Dorothy since all gay people were friends of Dorothy, right? Okay.
Resources in trying to locate a mysterious woman identified only as Dorothy, who seemed to have links to countless gay seamen. The plan was to find her and then convince her to finger these
individuals. This is going to be such a dangerous video with the use of the word seamen, okay? And like gay people. Like, I'm going to, oh God, please don't make me say something inappropriate. Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, so
the military could give them the boot. Our story begins with Mel Dahl, who was completely open about the fact that he was gay when he was questioned about it upon enlisting in 1980, but nonetheless he was kicked out in 1981 after being interviewed for a security clearance upgrade and once again letting the Navy know that he was gay. This time they weren't so accepting of that information. During the subsequent legal battle with the Navy over his discharge, he noted to the news media that there were quite a lot of gay men at the Great Lakes base where he had been stationed. This information did not go over well with the military brass, who launched a full-scale investigation of the base to try to identify these individuals. Specifically, as reported in Conduct Unbecoming,
don't we love the authoritarianism, folks? I love it.
And lesbians in the U.S. military by Randy Schultz, the U.S. Navy spent a considerable amount of money sending investigators to gay bars in the Chicago area to try to discover these gay sailors. During these trips, investigators noticed that many gay men in the area identified...
Wow, that doesn't sound fascist at all, does it? I know I could make jokes about it. But it's very fascist, isn't it? Yeah, this is kind of cutesy, this story, but this is very dark. Okay, let's be clear. I mean, the U.S. did do this at the time, hunting down gay people and trying to spy on them to kick them out of government positions because they thought they were traitors. They thought they were morally degenerate and that they would be detrimental to the country. There was a whole thing in the U.S. called the Lavender Scare, where during the McCarthy era, anyone gay or trans or anything found to be working in the government were blacklisted from working in the government and kicked out of the government because it was thought that they were easily corrupted by the Soviet Union and that they were degenerate. Gay people have often been targeted for this shit in the United States. Mayflower Kid, maybe the investigators, okay, possibly, right? Okay. Well, good, have fun. No one this time. I'ma get high, tally style. That sounds amazing. No one this time.
Themselves as friends of Dorothy. The intelligence service deduced that Dorothy must be the woman that functioned as a sort of information hub that gay men could use to find other gay men. If they could only find her, they figured they could convince her to talk, perhaps outing many of the gay Navy.
So guys, at the time, the phrase friend of Dorothy was sort of coded language for I'm a gay man, right? It was sort of a coded way. As I recall, it's been a long time since I read about this. Yes, that was coded language that meant like I'm gay, like I'm a friend of Dorothy. So obviously the government being stupid thought that there was literally a Dorothy that all the gay men knew, and that was like the head of the gays. Okay. So, the government is so brilliant. Don't you know? Don't you know?
Personnel in the process, who, in turn, with a little pressure, could no doubt out many others. The key, it was simply to find Dorothy. Thus, the NIS tasked investigators with returning to the same gay bars to clandestinely ask questions about this mysterious woman. Unfortunately for them, they failed to find Dorothy, wasting an amazing amount of taxpayer money paying investigators to pose as gay men, drinking and breaking it down in 1980.
Right, acting as gay men. Okay, acting as gay men, right? Hilarious to me. I would bet a lot of those guys probably were gay too. They like to act as gay men. You mean, man, hey man, yeah, I had sex with another man, but I'm just being an FBI agent. I had to do it for the sake of the government. Yeah, I'm just pretending, man. Yeah, dude. Yeah, but just a little bit of sex with a man on the side doesn't make me gay. I'm doing it for the state, right?
These are gay bars. That said, other investigations they conducted seem not to have been so fruitless, with the Defense Department noting
Right, you're right, Louise. It was method acting. They definitely understood the method, didn't they? Okay, anyway.
that in total, 1,976 men
Lacroix says, brings new meaning to being deep undercover. Oh, that's for sure, Lacroix.
members of the various branches of the US military were kicked out for being gay in 1981 alone, a reported 55% of these individuals being ousted from the Navy, all at a massive cost to the taxpayer. As noted by one discharged gay Air Force captain interviewed by Schultz, it cost the Air Force somewhere in the range of $4 to $5 million to train him, when factoring in the exceptionally high cost of aircraft time in that training. As an interesting aside, for a time it was perceived that the military was unfairly targeting gay men while not cracking down nearly so hard on lesbians. As a result, in 1990, Vice Admiral
I agree. Why are they leaving the lesbians alone, right? Why do we get targeted but the lesbians are safe? That is unfair. That is un-American. We need to target the gays and the lesbians equally. And the bis, right? How dare they go after the G more than the L? Okay? Or the B.
Joseph S. Donnell issued a memo urging his subordinates to root out lesbians in the Navy, not just gay men. As to how lesbians were to be identified, he wrote, "Experience has shown that the stereotypical female homosexual in the Navy is hardworking, career-orientated, willing to put in long hours on the job, and among the command's top professionals."
So basically, if you're a woman that has ambitions, you're a lesbian. Okay? You notice that? Female homosexuals are hardworking, career-oriented, willing to put long hours at the job, and among the command's top professionals. Come on, that's just them trying to purge women out of the military. I mean, come on. Yeah, Fetty Spaghetti, they were scared of women who were going to take their jobs. Hilarious, hilarious. Okay.
We really couldn't make this stuff up. In any event, at this point you might be wondering who exactly was this Tokyo Rose of the gay community, and how did she have so many gay friends? Well, as it turns out, she was none other than Dorothy Gale of The Wizard of Oz. You see, for over half a century now, the phrase friend of Dorothy has been considered a euphemism for gay. The phrase, sometimes simply abbreviated to FOD, is believed to have first popped up sometime in the 1940s as a way for gay men to identify themselves as such to others without outright saying it. As you can imagine, in areas where the laws of the land and or the general populace were strongly against said individuals, being able to say I'm a friend of Dorothy instead of I'm gay was a major boon. After all, if said individual was speaking to someone who was also gay, the other person would probably know exactly what they were saying, but if not, then they'd likely think the individual knew some woman named Dorothy who they mistakenly thought
because
was a
they
mutual
didn't
acquaintance.
So guys, even today, there's a lot of, this has been a long time, there's a lot of like coded language in the gay community because that was created so that gay people, LGBTQ folks could indicate to each other who they were, what their sexuality is. Because it's not like you can look at someone necessarily and automatically know if a person's gay, lesbian, bi, or whatever. And there are fewer of us than there are straight people, in theory. So, at least especially at this time when not many people were as out of the closet. So in your right ear having a earring. There was actually an old phrase from when I was growing up amongst people who are didn't like gay people, that would be like left is right and right is wrong. In reference that if you get an earring, make sure it's in your left ear, because if you put it in your right ear, people will think you're gay. Gay people will think you're gay, because it used to be coded that if you had a earring in your right ear, that might be a sign you're gay. Another sign that was used a lot of times was having a star tattoo somewhere on your body that was visible. You have a tattoo of a star, and it's a particular kind of star typically. You guys can look it up what it looks like, which is another sign that you're gay, okay? There are lots of different signs of these. There's a whole handkerchief coding system that gets into some sexual stuff, so I'm not going to talk about it on stream, where like the color and placement of certain handkerchiefs indicates your sexuality and the role you like to take in that scenario. Let's put it that way. So there's a bunch of coded language and symbols in the LGBTQ community for these things, all right? And words as well.
While there are alternate speculative hypotheses as to the origin of the phrase, based on the evidence at hand, as mentioned, it is generally thought to have been inspired by the popular 1939 film The Wizard of Oz and or the 1909 book that it is based on. It is also noted that Judy Garland herself ultimately became exceptionally popular among the gay community throughout her adulthood, while the film is popular for its message of inclusivity in spite of differences.
Yes.
To quote the Gay Times on the matter, Dorothy's three companions on her trip to Oz have long been read as gay, and for good reason. The Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Cowardly Lion are misfits who do not conform to their perceived roles. The Scarecrow is unable to frighten anything, Crow or otherwise, the Tin Man constantly needs lubing up, and the Cowardly Lion seems to prefer mincing to roaring. This ostracization is familiar to many gay guys.
Okay, queer theory is super interesting to me. So queer theory, a lot of times queer theorists will look at like really mainstream movies, videos, and books and analyze it through a queer lens, and this is what you come up with. Yeah, that's true. The Scarecrow's unable to frighten anything. The Tin Man constantly needs to be lubed up. And the Cowardly Lion seems to prefer mincing to roaring. Yeah, a lot of like mainstream things that you watch, guys, if you look at it in a different way, it can be viewed as very queer. Like, think about Lord of the Rings. Isn't that kind of like a love story between Sam and Frodo? Like, if you look at it a certain way, there's kind of a weird love component to it between Sam and Frodo. And anyway, like there are some things that if you look at it in a certain way, you will notice things that you didn't notice before. And that's not to say these things were done on purpose, but queer theory is interesting in that way. That is a lot of queerness in things that we don't notice, okay?
Accused of being less masculine than straight guys. On that note, Dorothy happily accepts the somewhat effeminate Cowardly Lion, who eventually identifies as a friend of Dorothy, and earlier on states, "I'm afraid there's no denying I'm a dandelion," with dandy generally referring to an often effeminate
and that's a bad example, Oxpecker. I'm just trying to come up with examples, right?
and seen as overly preoccupied with fashion. For more on this, you can see our video, Why Did Yankee Doodle Stick a Feather in His Cap and Call It Macaroni? Books continuing the story also include similar themes, characters, and moments that likewise resonate.
And to be clear, guys, queer theory isn't suggesting that these movies and books are done that on purpose. It's just trying to show that like queerness we only see queerness when we want to see it, even though it's all around us a lot of the time. Okay?
With the LGBT community.
Yeah.
Most famous of all is a quote from the book The Road to Oz, in which Dorothy responds to a character saying she has queer friends by saying, "The queerness doesn't matter so long as they're friends."
There we go.
Of course, the word
You see what I mean?
queer here is roughly understood to be a synonym of odd or unusual, but as with so many other bits of the books that are not actually thought to have been references to homosexuality, it nonetheless struck a chord among gay fans who responded well to the idea of accepting someone regardless of how different others found them. It was their character that was the only thing that was more important. A mere decade after The Wizard of Oz first made its debut on the big screen, friend of Dorothy had become one of the most popular euphemisms used by gay people to refer to themselves, a fact that the rest of the world.
By the way, The Wizard of Oz kind of has some good class analysis in there, right? It's kind of talking about how the people in power are tricking you. The Wizard of Oz uses like smoke and mirrors to make himself more powerful than he really is. And this was written around like the time of the Great Depression and stuff. So like the Scarecrow represents poor farmers who really want a brain because they don't have education. The Tin Man represents like the the working class who's really, really strong and does a lot of labor, but isn't really culturally, obviously, I don't agree with all these things, isn't really culturally advanced and lacks a heart. Okay. Um, and then the lion represents like the politicians and the military, or the politicians who have no courage and is cowardly. Okay. Um, and then there's this government figure who is like lying to all of them and claiming to be what it's not, and it's an illusion. Anyway, and then by the way, that government kind of figure, the Wizard of Oz, ends up giving them fake rewards. So like he gives the lion like a badge and then says you're brave now. That's not how that works, okay? He gives the Tin Man, what is it? A heart, but it's just like a pin. And then he gives the Scarecrow a diploma without actually educating him. And yet we're supposed to view that as a positive ending. It's really interesting. You all need to watch it again. Watch The Wizard of Oz again sometime. You'll start to see, like, if as an adult, if you watch it again and you think about it how I just presented it to you, there's a weird analysis there of like different groups in society and how the government plays a role in kind of misleading them. All right? Hilarious, Mr. King K. You say, I've started reading deep into your streams and I'm starting to theorize you might be gay. Mr. King K, why would you say that? How dare you? How dare you? Okay? Jesus, that's rude. How dare you? Okay.
Was largely oblivious to, allowing gay people to discreetly identify themselves at such a time when doing so may have been illegal where they lived and or potentially dangerous. Unsurprisingly, given changing attitudes and laws today, the phrase friend of Dorothy isn't nearly as widely known among those of the youthful persuasion in the LGBT community.
Yeah.
And many with a few more years under their belts
Dolly. I know, shocking, Dolly boy. I know, I'm gay. Shocking.
have less need to use the phrase than they once did, so it is dying out somewhat. However, one place you might occasionally hear it is aboard cruise ships when an announcement like Friends of Dorothy are meeting in the lounge on deck 7 at 8 p.m. is sometimes made. This is similar to how members of Alcoholic Anonymous have long announced meetings aboard cruise ships as a meeting of the Friends of Bill W. This refers to the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, William Bill Wilson. Similar to the Friends of Dorothy announcements, the idea is to provide a way to announce such meetings without outing those who attend. And now for some bonus facts. In Britain and certain other places, rather than Friend of Dorothy, the equivalent is Friends of Mrs. King,
Oh,
aka
the Friends
the Queen.
of Mrs. King.
And now
I love that.
for another bonus fact. Bizarrely enough, military records indicate that at one point, being a woman who was also a member of a naval sports team like softball or basketball
Interesting in your groove.
was enough to get said individual on the potential lesbian list, with naval intelligence scouting the games and taking pictures of the players to add to their investigation files. And now for another bonus fact. Another area in which the Wonderful Wizard of Oz is noted to have LGBT themes includes when Dorothy looked down at the princess and said, "Oh, you are so beautiful that I am sure I could love you dearly." In later works of the series, there is a princess named Ozma who is kidnapped in an attempt to prevent her from becoming the future ruler of Oz. The kidnapper wipes her memory and turns her into a boy named Tip. Ozma is later rescued and transformed back into a girl, becoming the ruler of Oz. Dorothy and Ozma become extremely close friends, with the pair being noted to dearly love one another. Dorothy also moves into the palace and joins Ozma as a princess of Oz and more or less a co-ruler. In the book, Dorothy is also the only person Ozma allows in her rooms anytime she pleases.
I didn't know any of that stuff. That's interesting. Okay. So there's a lot of stuff that that most of you probably have never learned about, like queerness in America and the history of it, and in all around the world actually, because it's not talked about much. But it was it's true that, like, for example, there's a lot of strange queer policing when it comes to migration. So when we allowed Chinese, before before the Chinese Exclusion Act, when we were still allowing Chinese people to immigrate to the United States a long time ago, they were hyper vigilant about making sure they didn't allow any moral degenerates into the country, as they called them. So they would literally, especially Chinese migrants, they wouldn't do it as much to European migrants. They would literally strip them down and have a doctor examine their private parts to make sure that they weren't sexually degenerate. What do I mean by that? Well, make sure you're not trans. Make sure you're presenting the gender that that your gender matches your biological sex. Make sure you don't, you're not overly effeminate and a male. Okay. Make sure, like, then they would literally do this really gross stuff where they would like strip people down and examine their private parts and their bodies in a very humiliating fashion. And they would do something similar to European migrants, but they wouldn't. They would only do it on an as-needed basis. So they would examine you externally. Okay, they would look at your body from the outside, and then if they would determine that there was something wrong with you, like effeminacy or whatever, they would then strip you down privately and look at your body for degeneracy. And yeah, they wouldn't allow people that were explicitly gay in the country. They wouldn't allow they there was all this really gross stuff about this at the time, really gross. There was this idea that gay people and people that are, as they would call it, sexually degenerate were going to weaken the military and that men would become emasculated and things like that. So yeah, they would literally humiliate and abuse people just to check them for this imaginary sense of degeneracy. Okay, Dolly Boy, I can't remember the story fully. Fair. You see, and when the waitress in that restaurant brought that back recently. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. So it's just like there is some really gross stuff that have happened in this country's history that you never hear about. And then, of course, they would also ended up sterilizing a lot of folks they called sexually degenerate, including gay people. They would involuntarily sterilize them to prevent their reproduction and things like that. Okay. Anyway, so really gross stuff like that. Anyway, let's go on here. I'm going to do a presentation sometime on sterilization and eugenics in the United States. Okay. Still gay. Yeah, Drizilla, still gay. All right. Yeah, I know. But they would do it. They would, I should say, castrate you. Okay. I know, Doug, it's stupid, right? That's the thing, Doug. So they would do this because they thought that being gay was like a mental illness. So, we don't want to reproduce the mental illness. So we have to stop these people from reproducing. Well, that's funny because gay people aren't going to be reproducing anyway, probably. But they also they weren't sure how that worked. Let's put it that way. But they would, yeah. So gay people have been really badly treated in this country's history. Mayflower, to be honest with you, the word queer is just a catch-all. Okay. It's a catch-all for any non-cis heterosexual expression, okay, or sexuality, etc. It's sort of a catch-all in order to stop labels, right? Now, it's more complicated than that. But like a lot of people these days who don't like set labels, like I'm older, so since I'm 36, my generation still was kind of okay with the terms gay, lesbian. A lot of younger people especially just prefer the term queer because they don't like to have a set label, right? So, yeah. It's just kind of a catch-all for non-cis, straight ways of doing things, okay, if that makes sense. LaCroix, chemical castration is basically a form of torture. Oh, it is. I'm convinced they do that to gay. Oh, of course they did. There was often torture happening to gay folks, lesbian folks, transgender folks. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bi folks. Look what happened to the guy from Imitation Game, who I'm once again always forget his name, and I really should remember it. The guy who basically broke the Nazis' Enigma machine code. They castrated him. They chemically castrated him, even though he had literally. Thank you, Alan Turing. I can't believe I can't remember his name ever. Alan Turing, who basically like helped save the whole country, all of Britain, from the Nazis, and yet they ended up chemically castrating him because they viewed him as a degenerate when they caught him in a relationship with a man. So yeah, gay people are always tortured, killed, and not in everywhere too. It happens everywhere, not just the United States, not just the UK. And it happens in a lot of places. I should say not everywhere, but a lot of places. Dolly Boy. Then he ended up eating a poisoned apple. Yeah, he ended up committing suicide. Okay. Not a huge figure in the war. He was an early thought leader in computer science. So he was sort of a big figure in the war. He helped develop a machine that would help crack the Enigma code. Um, he kind of led. Now, a lot of people beneath him did the research and stuff, but he was sort of the head of it. So he did a lot of stuff. But yes, he was a big thinker in computer science overall as well. He's the one who developed the idea of the Turing test, And I will say we don't give credit to not just reread what. I'm sorry, did I misread something? Forgive me. Oh, I got you. I'm sorry, in your groove. You said not just a huge figure in the war. He was an early thought leader in computer science. Forgive me, in your groove. Yes, you're right. Okay. He's the one who came up with the Turing test, which was a test designed to discover whether a computer basically had gained sentience. Okay. Very like brilliant guy. I don't understand half of the things he said because I'm not nearly that smart. But yeah. Okay. Does that make sense, Mayflower Kid? It's like queerness is sort of a catch-all. Anyway. All right. All right. Oh, you know what? I stayed on longer than I said I would. I'm going to need you to stay after class. How dare you, Demosthenes? All right. Okay, guys. So thank you, everyone. I had a lovely day. Lovely day. Please come back tomorrow. I'm going to put my face up. I'm going to still try and figure out why this computer keeps crashing. It didn't crash a second time. I don't know why it keeps crashing a first time. Where's my face? So I'm going to figure out why it keeps crashing. Of course, LaCroix. And I will, of course, be back on tomorrow for our regularly scheduled Tuesday stream. I would really appreciate, folks, if you reached out to anyone you know who might be interested in joining the screens, letting them know about me, sending them over here, see if they like what they see, trying to get more people in the streams. And trying to do what I can here to increase the reach, etc., get more people in here. Zach, I do love Zach App Oxpecker. I send to Zach App quite frequently, so I'm going to see who else I can send to first, but then I'll send to Zach because Zach and I have a good relationship. I like Zach a lot. Okay, let me see who we have here to send you guys to because I'm going to send the folks over on Twitch somewhere. Please come back tomorrow, guys. For another stream. Okay, Twitch. I would love that, Cody. I would love a stream featuring a Zach app. Hello, by the way, Cody. So glad you're here. No, I got you, Oxpecker. You all, Oxpecker, you know I always love your recommendations. And I forgot to send to anyone yesterday, Oxpecker. Jesus, Oxpecker. I forgot to do that. I'm sorry. I know I said I would, but then I just didn't think about it. So let's try this. Let's go to... You know what? I will send you to Zach this time because Zach... I haven't sent people to Zach for a while. So let me send you guys to Zach. I'm sure you have. Okay, so let me send you guys to Zach. Because everyone else I've done... Wow. So, okay, guys, you all know what I'm about to say, don't you know? What's the first thing I'm going to say? Someone say it. What's the first thing I'm going to say? Okay, I know, Oxbecker. By the way, guys, I want to say I deeply appreciate all of you. I hope you know. Free Palestine. You guys know, okay? I know I just ruined it because I'm going to briefly talk again. You all know, so for those who don't know, the goal of this community is to eventually make it into a co-op, all right? Eventually, I want to make this into a shared profit community where anyone who does labor for the community gets paid out, and we can kind of decide things democratically. Now, obviously, to be clear, that does not, it would be people who engage in labor for the stream. So like if people are clipping things, people are, doing other stuff, we could have different people hired to do things and then share the income and vote on where the income goes and stuff. So eventually this will be I'm planning to make the community a co-op as soon as I make enough where that is sort of feasible for me to continue doing this to survive. Yeah, exactly. Literally, Drizilla, build a commune. And in the meantime, one of the big reasons, guys, I have all your chats up here on the page is I want this to be a communal thing, right? So I want everyone who's watching this online to be able to see what you guys say. I want them to hear what you guys are saying, what you're contributing, because you guys have a lot of good thoughts, okay? And a lot of cool thoughts that the world needs to hear. And I don't want anyone just to listen to me because I prefer a communal idea of knowledge and stuff. So that's sort of what this community is about, is a community doing things because I'm a filthy socialist, right? And a lot of you have already contributed a tremendous amount to the community, and I really appreciate you. Thank you very much, okay? And on that note, guys, free Palestine. Second of all, free Palestine, free Congo, free the Sudan, right? Free Ukraine, free Iran, free all of them everywhere all the time. Free everyone everywhere all the time. And second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves and not blindly listen to what other people what people in authority have to say. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. Question me. Yell at me if you disagree. It's okay. Don't yell at me, but okay. Because I'm not perfect. I'm a human. Okay. And so is everyone else online. Yeah, information silos are bad. Don't get caught in one. See what other people are saying. We are living in a fascist moment in this country, and fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. Okay, we need major reforms. Okay, we need major reforms. Okay, you can't stand in the center. We need revolutionary change, by the way. You can't stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't let them. Don't be a slug. Fight back. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed on to my family for many years, and it is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Okay? Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. I'm begging you. Okay? I read too much history to let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. On that note, folks, I'm going to send you all to Zach App over on Twitch. You ready? The raid is beginning. Okay? Join the raid over on Twitch. Join the raid over on Twitch. And then in 6 seconds, I will send you. Everyone else, I'll be back on tomorrow at regular time. Rejoin us if you'd like. Okay? And go ahead. Okay. Bye-bye, guys. All right, you guys. For everyone else who's still around here, I love you all very much. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great day, evening, whatever it may be. Eat some food, get some